Okay, hey, good morning, everybody. It is 4:15, 2017. I have 8:42 a.m. my time, Pacific Daylight Time, and you know what? I think it's okay to have a hangout on abortion because we were trying. Well, I was listening to a hangout on abortion. I was actually finding it kind of be interested until JD Kane got kicked for asking a very fair question that it seems Antonio didn't want to answer. And once Antonio realized that he was backed into a corner, that was bye bye JD. So I'm like, hey, you know what? This is an interesting topic. This is something worth discussing. People don't really know my position on it too much. I don't think. I don't know. I am pro-choice, but I do have some limitations on it. So I thought we might discuss that a little bit. But I am opening up a fair and open hangout to discuss abortion because Antonio is just a coward. And JD, do you want to give a brief synopsis of what just happened in that room? Because
Well, you
that
mentioned
was bullshit.
limitations. You mentioned limitations. I think part of the problem is Antonio's limitations, like mental. He couldn't keep up with the conversation. He thought that we were making arguments we weren't making. He took our response to him and Zulu saying that abortion should be illegal no matter what, including if both the mother and child should die, and are trying to probe that to see if that really is their position or if there were some exceptions. And he turned it to, how dare you bring it up? You don't really believe that? Yes, Antonio. Internal critique. We're trying to probe your view to see if it's consistent. Was it making an argument that abortion? I already made the argument when I joined. Personal autonomy is important. I was going to add that the fact that babies are not conscious means that they are not as valuable as things that are. And so again, the autonomy of the woman trumps any rights the baby people think the baby should have. That's my position. I laid it out when I first joined the Hangout. So Antonio went on for a bit, and I said, Antonio, you talked for a bit. I still have no idea what your position is. I'd like to hear that. And he went, oh, no, slam fist. You will be my bitch. You will drop down and suck my cock right now because I am the lord of this hangout.
The Darn deity's approach to a fair, moderated conversation.
To which I said, fuck you. And, well, shockingly was booted for that. Because I'm sorry, Antonio, you're not important. I'm not going to suck your dick just because I'm in your hangout. If you feel the need to stamp your fist and say, it's my room, it's my rules, you will not take control of it, why is everyone so mean to me? I'm going to laugh at you, get the fuck out, and then we'll do a hangout, talk about it, what a little pussy little bitch you are for doing that. Because you don't do hangouts. How often in my hangouts do I say, oh, gee, someone asked me a question I don't like. You will obey my rules. Now, he wasn't even fine with me just saying, okay, go ahead. No, he said, you will say it. Say it. Say you'll suck it. Say
you'll obey my rules, bitch.
Bow down.
That was even like Darwin's wouldn't do that. But let's get back to the actual discussion real quick because I thought it was interesting because you had made a very valid point, and I was in the live feed going, hey, you know what? Stick on this. Thalo Blue, stick on this. JD, stick on this because you were doing an internal critique to his position. And his position, and MP, correct me if I'm wrong here, because you were paying close attention. He was making the argument that abortion should go. You were taking that, JD, and you were saying, but how about in this particular case, right? And you used a great example, of course. If the what's that?
Thalo was one who actually
Thalo started it, but it was you as her and Thalo. But the argument that Thalo and you used was same thing I have used before. Is that look at if the baby is not viable, okay, and there's no chance of that baby being successfully born, right? We'll say they're literally missing their brain or polyploidy. They're always 100% death fatality for polyploidy. So in those conditions, should we allow for abortion? And I noticed Antonio was trying to make the case, well, you know what? We won't call it an abortion. But he didn't want to answer that would be an exception to the rule.
Yeah, he kind of filibustered. He went on and said, there are these arguments, and this one guy could say, but then you might say, but other people could say what this other guy would say, and he would say to that what the other guy. Well, what the fuck is your view? I'm here to talk to you, not to some book you skimmed. And the bigger issue is that I was actually a little annoyed with John F. McDropout. That's right, I'm calling you out, John. You didn't leave in solidarity when they booed me, so Gur.
I would have, and I've done that before. I've actually left in solidarity. I think I left when you got kicked from a hangout last time.
I get the reasons either way, and I don't mind. John's cool. But he did jump in when Zulu said, let nature take its course. He wanted to jump on. I went, hold on. I wanted to say that this is a view I've heard. This is not unusual. He is a Seventh-day Adventist, which is pretty extreme on the Christian side. And I've heard the view that no matter what, if the baby and mother are going to die, you let them die and go to heaven. I've heard that view before. This is not unusual.
I
And
have
so
as well.
I was
It's a very, very, very though rare and very, very fundamental point of view.
I was gonna let Zulu go with that if that's his position. I was gonna let him, I guess you'd say, get away with that without question, and ask Antonio if he agreed that even if both mother and child would die, that we should just let nature take its course and not dare to try to have an abortion and save one of them. To which, well, I never got there because Antonio went, grr, 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 suck it, suck it, suck it. You have to be my bitch if you're going to be in here. I thought the title said bring it, pro-choicers. I fucking bring it. He couldn't deal with it. He closed it down. So,
well, it reminds me though.
Middle fingers in the air. There you go.
It reminds me though of the other day when he had challenged me. He was like, "Okay, I'm calling Steve McRae out," and I'm like, "Okay, fuck it, whatever. I'll go in there and I'll set you straight there, Antonio." And what did he say? "Oh, I don't want to give you the link." They want these myopic conversations. They want these one-sided, dominated conversations where they have control. They get to dictate the questions, and they don't let people really try to suss out the argument because they know they're going to get backed into a corner. And I'll give a perfect example how somebody will actually do the right thing for a change, and that was actually that new kid Alex. The other day, I had actually backed Alex into a corner, and you know what Alex did? He did the honorable thing. He said, "You know what? I never thought about that. I don't know much about what you're saying. I don't know how to answer it. Let me take some time, and I will get back to you on it."
That's a good thing. He actually, if there's the Alex I'm thinking of, he's a 15-year-old apologist. He messaged me, but he wanted to have a conversation. He said 15 yesterday, so maybe.
No, 16. But I got this.
I always give people the benefit of the doubt. However, to jump back for a quick sec, did anyone, and I mean anyone, think that I was taking control of the conversation?
No. No, not even remotely so.
Anyone? I did my best to avoid over talking Antonio, even though Antonio says stupid shit at the very beginning of a long spiel, and it's hard to go, hold on, Antonio. That first thing you said is fucking stupid. We need to correct the stupid shit before you.
Yeah, but JD, that's not over talking.
Basis. Well, apparently,
over talking is what I'm doing right now.
Talking. You were trying to ask him a question that he really didn't want to have to answer.
Well, I made an appeal to force. I'm sorry, is that a fallacy? I'll have to.
Well, hang on. What's funny is there is something called appeal to force, and I pointed this out in the live feed. It's called argumentum ad baculum. And appeal to force is basically saying, you need to do this, or I'm going to do this. So
using threats.
Believe this, or I'm going to excommunicate you from the church. Ergo, that what you believe must be true, right? So, like they use argumentum ad baculum when back in the day with Galileo. Right, when you're talking about the center of the solar system and all this, not being the Earth and Copernicus, they use argumentum ad baculum. It is a legitimate thing called appeal to force. You weren't using that argument.
No,
you were trying to explain that
he thought
the opposite.
The word force. I used the word force. Therefore, it's an appeal to force. Until this is it's again. We just have to remember despite the bias to just overestimate others, Antonio has limitations, and they're pretty clear. And in fact, I actually messaged John. He didn't respond. I messaged him. I said, dude, I feel mean. Antonio isn't really equipped for this. Because I feel like I hammered some hard points, and he went, no,
I think you were spot on your assessment just when you first got here. You said that Antonio didn't follow the conversation. He doesn't understand the topic.
And I don't know if he's capable. And I don't mean it to be mean. I'm upset with him for other reasons. That part I don't mean in an insulting way. It's just, I tried. This is my second attempt to talk with him about abortion, and it's going nowhere. Oh, and for the record, yeah, that one where I was going to join Antonio and have Carlos be the moderator and be on Antonio's channel, middle fingers back in the air, baby. Yeah, not doing that shit. Yeah,
well, he's running off everybody.
Yeah, by the way, I banned from the outside chat as well. I noticed I went with another account, went, oh, look, my stuff doesn't pop up. Fuck you again, Antonio, you censoring little pussy. Come on. You know how many comments I've censored permanently? Like 2 people, because all they did was yell faggot over and over again. And I'm like, okay, that's my limit, yelling faggot.
So have you had your limit with these guys? I mean, I've warned people not to go in there anymore because this is what happens. It's entertaining. I'll watch it. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I would happen to be up. And I was like, fuck it.
Antonio can be reasonable, but not in his own room. In his own room, it's like he feels like he's got a pillow fort, and he's defending it with a little wooden sword. And so you've got Antonio peeking out of his pillow fort with a sword going, no, away, invaders. And you have to get over, you can't have a conversation under those circumstances. Because he'll be like, I'm going to throw you my pillow fort. And he hits you with a pillow, and you're like, what are you, fucking 5 years old? And so you give him another.
I don't think it's mean to say that.
Like, hi.
I don't think it's mean to say that Antonio's ill-equipped for these kinds of conversation, because he is ill-equipped. He wasn't following what you said. We all noted this, right? And we're like, come on, Antonio, you're not grasping what is being said to you. And I wonder if he just needs to move on to some other type of topic he might be more familiar with.
And I never said that in the chat. I was polite. It's his room. I'm not gonna say,
you didn't, but we all knew it.
No, you're fucking stupid. You can't understand the shit you're talking about. Didn't do that. Was polite as can be. But apparently, trying to get him to answer a question is taking over the hangout. Bring it, pro-choicers. How can we bring it if you censor us?
Hey, you try to take over my hangout, JD. Say it. Say who's the master of this fucking place. This is my domain, bitch.
Always you.
Oh, let's not get into a master and commander debate here.
Don't forget the tip. But no, I mean, I think it was hard for him. I mean, didn't he say that he was going to try to be more like Darn's deity in these types of conversations?
But did he really think I was going to cry, Uncle? Like, Uncle,
I almost first thought for a second you would.
I'm so sorry. I will say it's your hangout.
I almost thought you were going to capitulate. Yes, I'm using that word now because it works. To his demands, and you didn't cave to him. So
of course not. I mean,
good for you.
The thing is, I wanted to keep talking because, from my perspective,
I know you did.
Right or wrong, from my perspective, it was a slaughter. He was presenting positions he couldn't defend, and he had to avoid defending them by bringing up, by trying to say like, well, you say like, hold on, what are we talking about you a second ago? Why is this back on us now? So from my perspective, it was a slaughter. He was doing terribly. But so I wanted to continue kicking his ass. But you know what? I'm not gonna say that. I wouldn't say that to anyone unless it's a joke. Like it's like I heard the point, but he wants me to read it. He wants me to say it back to him. Clearly, his parents have done that shit to him because there's no reason to do that to another person. Does he not get how rude it is to do that? Now say it back to me. Say it. Who does that? Who in their right mind does that to another person and expect them to just go, oh, sure, you're master. Sorry, not a slave. Not going to be yours. Anyway. So, oh, boy.
But to actually get back on the actual topic, because I do want to talk about abortion and stuff like that. But as I said, I'm a pro-choicer, and I mean that as in I don't advocate to go right out and go get abortions. People think that pro-choice means, oh, you must want everybody to get abortion. No, that is not what a pro-choicer means. A pro-choicer means that it should be kept legal for the obvious reasons that Phthalo Blue, and yes, I got it right, Phthalo Blue.
About time.
I know you've been beating me over the head enough, but you know what? I like that. But you made a point that there are exceptions to the rule, and
this is what I'm trying to get him to just concede.
He didn't understand.
Just think of the circumstances where somebody could have an abortion, the worst possible case scenario, but he just couldn't. He couldn't think of it. He was thinking it in a flippant way. He was thinking of somebody getting $1 million, and it was. I just wanted him to concede that one point that there might be a reason.
He didn't even want to deal with the point.
He cut and dry with them. What's that, Jay?
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. Antonio has cognitive issues, but in this case, I think he knew where you were going and didn't like it. He knew.
I think it's both.
He knew he was going to have to retract his previous statement of no exceptions or sound like a monster. Let them die. It's cool. He didn't want to say that, but he also didn't want to answer. So he went on this deal that had nothing to do with it.
And then it was going from a medical issue, which is, I can talk about that, but then it went to the biblical issue when G-Man came in, and it was like, oh, I can't cope with this. I
didn't even watch the G-Man part. The minute G-Man comes, you're like, oh, it's over.
Yeah.
Yes, for a decent conversation has ended. He's just like,
I do like talking to Antonio. Antonio's is a nice person to talk to, but I just couldn't cope towards the end, so I had to go.
Did Antonio ask you to take the pledge? It is my hangout. They're all my rules.
No, he didn't. No. He was very nice. He's been very nice.
Here's the funniest part, and let me run this by you guys, because this has always been my position, that if anti-abortionists like Antonio want their position to be the law of the land, do they honestly think they're going to be able to do it in a single swoop? Do they think it's going to be such that they're going to get their way instantaneously? Absolutely freaking not.
I think
there has to be concessions. Would you agree, JD?
I'd say they have to understand that a secular argument is what they need. We live in a secular democracy.
I agree with that as well. I agree with that as well, but baby steps here. Baby steps.
God loves babies isn't going to cut it. It might rile people up, but when it comes to the vote, you need a secular one if you want to bring most people in.
I absolutely
Your poster is at the
100%.
No?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. But here's the thing. You've got to have a rational and reasonable approach that's going to be beneficial to all of society and going to satisfy the most of the people, right? We live in a very moderate country. I think people have pointed out numerous times that most people are a little bit center. They're a little bit to the right, they're a little bit to the left, but the most of America, and this is the country we're talking about for having abortion laws, is pretty much center. So when you have these extremists like Antonio or Zulu in this particular case too, because he was espousing a very, very extremist position, where you say, you know what, we're not going to allow abortion in any circumstances, including endangerment of the mother, there's going to be a backlash. And there's going to be a backlash for the moderates going, you know what, no, we can't have that. Therefore, we're not going to even allow you guys into the conversation anymore, kind of thing. Do you see my point on that?
I think though when they talk about it, I don't think they care sometimes about the endangerment of the mother, because
they don't.
It's the mother that's had the sex, so she has to be accountable for the sex that she's had.
I agree. But what do you think about my point though, that if they want to start changing laws, they need to have some compromise. They can't just go full bore and they're going to get their way.
Well, no,
right?
I think they want it flat done. That's it.
They do, but that's the problem. That's why they're not succeeding.
Yeah. But I think when you try and spin it is the wrong word, but to say the child will not survive, the child will die, but I couldn't make any headway with that.
Well, he wasn't grasping that. You were positing a exception to his position. You were doing an exegesis on his position, and his position was there should never be abortions. Well, clearly, you, Thalo, gave a perfect example of what has to be an exception to that rule, because there's no common sense reason why you shouldn't have exception. If the baby's not viable and if the baby's going to die anyways, do you let the mother die as well? The Zulu, yes.
Well,
yeah.
I think
that's abhorrent.
Hilarious was kind of saying, I think he was kind of saying that the baby may be born. Will be born, but they might survive. I think he was going.
If you got a brain, you're not going to survive.
There's always that teeny tiny, super tiny chance, because we don't know everything. So you can just go to the fact that not everything is knowable to 100% and say, well, we should just let
that's scary.
And the will of God is the will of God.
Die in agony, because who knows? Maybe a miracle will appear.
Miracle will save them. Until then, they scream in agony and have a horrifying death because of sepsis.
If I might want to quote Christopher Hitchens on this is the last paragraph in his little bit. He says, the only proposition that is completely useless, either morally or practically, is the wild statement that sperms and eggs are all potential lives which must not be prevented from fusing, and that, when united, however briefly, have souls that must be protected by law. On this basis, an intrauterine device that prevents the attachment of the egg to the wall of the uterus is a murder weapon, and an ectopic pregnancy is a human life instead of an already doomed egg that is also an urgent threat to the life of the mother.
Right. So,
Yep.
so wait.
Silence.
Hey.
but I mean, Christopher Hitchens was also pretty. He was pro-life too. He was pro-life. I mean, because I hold a very similar position to Hitchens on that, and I understand what he's saying. Is that starting off with like the moral argument along that lines doesn't really get you anywhere, and I agree with that.
Yeah, I could read actually I have the rest of his bit on abortion here, and yeah, it's very much he's against a lot of the views of some atheists. That he doesn't take the liberal approach to this. You know, the words "unborn child," when used in a politicized manner, describe a material reality. So yeah, he was definitely he had a nuanced view. Like anyone who's thoughtful on this issue, his view had some nuance. It's the religious nut who says it's always bad that God has decreed. Where you just get, okay, you're not part of this conversation anymore. Go away.
But
one of the really sorry, fellow.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, just a quick point, that even if you bring it down to very, very early on in the pregnancy, where it's just a group of cells, it's still a baby, and you can't make headway again. It's like a group of cells. No, it's a baby. It's hard. You can't make any headway.
I think one of the problems comes down to their emphasis on strict, objective moral laws. That by simply decreeing something, an act as wrong all the time with no exceptions, that they put themselves into a problem, because we don't think about things in this scope. Like any example can be brought up that you realize that reasoning in the justification for an act comes into play when we evaluate any action as moral or immoral. So when you ask the question, like, and I think JD, you did this, was that you brought up examples of times when the reasoning would justify an abortion. There's you could provide examples like this, just like you could provide examples where stealing something might be a morally right action. You can present arguments like that, and it shows that.
Antonio called it a red herring. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
That's a red herring. The thing is, he accused me of at least like 4 fallacies and didn't get a single.
And he gets them wrong every time, though.
Like,
Well, I wouldn't say that he gets them wrong, but it's.
I have a poster. I can do
Well,
it.
he does get him wrong, Sokka. I mean, he does get him wrong. He accuses him of argument to force, which is a real argument. Argumentum ad bacchum is a very real argument, fallacy. But JD wasn't committing it.
But he switches the dynamic of the conversation, because what he's doing now is he's presenting an argument that absolute moral laws exist. Well, at that point in time, it doesn't really matter what we're talking about, whether it's abortion or mixing fabrics or eating shellfish or, working on the Sabbath. It doesn't really matter at this point in time what particular act we're discussing here. We're using the vehicle of abortion here to kind of push the argument forward, but he's arguing for absolute moral facts. And JD's not.
But that's a whole different argument.
I wrote that when I got booted.
You're right. That is a whole different argument, and that's not the argument that they're having.
No,
because
JD couldn't get there. He got booted before he could get there.
Well, because there at that point in time, the discussion has gone has been has gone so far out of off the topic, because you can't even get to a point where you can discuss whether or not something is right or wrong, because you guys are both approaching this conversation with 2 different definitions of what it means for something to be moral or not.
Well, and that's another whole, like you said, a whole different problem. I mean, if you don't even have to get into the abortion issue to talk about morality differences between what JD's versions of morality would be and Antonio's. You don't need to get into any kind of specifics for that, do you?
I like
no, you don't. You don't. But that's the point, is that's what they're actually arguing for. They're not over there having a discussion about abortion. They're having a discussion over there to try to assert that absolute objective moral laws exist.
If I may,
I agree with you.
I have a funny bit. I like the non-cognitivist approach, where Antonio says abortion is always wrong, and I say all I heard was abortion.
you pull the ichtheist approach. What do you mean by abortion?
G-Man,
I don't know what that word means.
Bad, because all I heard was you go abortion.
Well, I think Sokka makes a good point, though. Look at if he's over there trying to make this.
I'm not actually a non-cognitivist, by the way. I just think it's funny.
No, I know. I am in some regards. I'm a partial. I call myself a partial theological non-cognitivist, and I actually worked it out with Alex. I was Ozzy, one of those guys. Is it really that fucked up to say what I'm saying? And they're like, but I'm trying to make an argument for it, so I'm not
it's a legit view, even though it's a bit of a minority, but that's okay.
What's that?
It's a legitimate view, even though it's in the minority. Just I don't think
I know.
Moral non-cognitivists out there. There's there's some. I mean,
more non-cognitivists
realistic nihilist is a great example.
But that's different. A more non-cognitivist is quite different than a theological non-cognitivist.
I was referring to moral. If he said,
moral.
Abortion is always wrong. They go, all I heard was abortion.
Well, here's the thing. That's what I might want to say. If he's having this position that objectively abortion is always wrong, and Thalo or you, JD, had point out there, you know what? Here's an instance where it's not wrong. Doesn't their whole objective argument go fucking flying out the window?
I think it's all or nothing, isn't it? It's all or nothing. There's there's no middle ground.
Right, and this is actually. I'm sorry. Who's talking?
Oh, I just wanted to make sure you heard me for one thing. Yeah.
Yeah, your mic's a little light, but
okay. Well, I can turn it up. Yeah, hang on.
Just the quick point though, but this is illustrated in G-Man's argument, where he's just listen, if you think that God is wrong for killing babies, well, then you hold to a position that it's always wrong to kill babies. Well, no, because again, Because again, our moral system, or most moral systems that aren't based within some type of theological basis, take into consideration that the reason behind an action should be perfectly, allowed into the conversations to justify an action.
Well, did you notice that Antonio changed the definition of the word abortion?
Yes. Are you referring to when he said, "Oh, for the medical type thing, it's no longer an abortion"?
Right, but it is an abortion.
Wait,
he said that
Yeah.
If a doctor decides that both the woman and child are going to die, and they have to perform a medical procedure, that's not an abortion.
Okay, that's fucking stupid.
I caught that.
I know.
I caught that. Yes, I did.
I missed that.
He's trying.
Oh,
yeah,
I didn't.
So did I, because I would have jumped on that. Like, why? Well, I'm trying to think of a good white on rice. White on rice works.
And yes, yeah, but yeah, that's So that's let's redefine things so they're okay. It's stupid. So when an abortion needs to be performed, and he agrees that the certain standards need to happen, it's no longer an abortion, and that's how he's getting around his absolutism on abortion.
But isn't that mental gymnastics?
Because he can be totally against abortion. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. He's totally against abortion, except there are those other things that aren't abortions. So that's
Except
okay.
it just happens to be abortions to everyone else who discusses abortion.
Yeah, that's like just saying, you know what? I'm going to relabel any.
That's slick.
No, it's
Exactly.
well, it's Matt Slick. It's like I'm going to label any exception to the rule something completely different, so it doesn't be an actually exception to the rule.
Yeah, it's like I am avidly against murder, but I'm not against me killing people that piss me off. Because that's not murder, okay? Because you don't understand. They pissed me off.
Yeah, it's always wrong
So-
objectively to murder somebody unless they piss me off.
Yeah. Oh no, I am avidly against murder. But if you piss me off, I'm going to kill you. That's not murder. I mean, because you clearly pissed me off.
Well, we even have that standard, that screwy standard in law here in different states in the United States. Because in many states, if a burglar flees your house and you shoot him, you've just murdered him. In other states, if a burglar flees your house and you shoot him, it's okay. Don't have an absolute standard.
Hey, it was just Jenya that just popped in and out.
JD.
That's me.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I knew that. Oh, yeah.
Apparently.
Yeah. Okay.
Isn't
Sorry,
G-Man-
I just didn't recognize the name.
Sorry. Isn't
Go ahead.
G-Man doing things on kill with the difference between kill and murder now as well? Isn't that his?
Yes.
His thing, and he's trying to get on Skylar Fiction's back about the difference between kill and murder and.
Oh, he's always trying to make some kind of argument with semantic word games. I mean, that's all they
I can't
really
bear
have
that. I can't
anymore.
bear that.
But that's why you can't have conversations with them like this in their room. And I've been saying this forever. JD was nice enough to say, okay, you know what? I'll take you on. Let's go have a discussion. It fell flat. Antonio cannot have a decent discussion on anything. I don't know why anybody would ever go to his room. The other day, though, we had actually a somewhat interesting conversation for about 15 minutes with Arcane Logos, and he progressively got higher and higher. But I mean, it didn't end bad. I mean, he actually said he enjoyed
wasn't
himself.
high.
Oh, he was high as fuck toward the end. Are you kidding?
Oh no.
Dude.
He wasn't
Dude,
talking about flat Earth and aliens and pyramids
Yes, he was.
and Ark of Covenant energy.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Yes,
Okay,
he was.
okay, then I left before that happened.
We're talking about
It
arcade.
was a 5-hour hangout. Did you hear what he was into in the last 5
No,
hours?
I probably left.
I
Okay,
left at the
okay.
46-minute mark when he said, "There's no ID model per se." Like,
That's
okay,
awesome.
done. That was the whole point of fucking hangout. What's the model? Oh, well, let me talk for 40 minutes, then end with, "Well, there's one."
But that made it all worth it, right? For him to admit.
Yeah, it's like,
ID
at that
is
point
a
you should have
model.
said, "Okay, we're done. Bye-bye." Click. Just end it there. And then you can cut that little segment of it. The whole hangout can be 10 seconds. Hey, what's the
I do
model?
it like-
kid? Well, there isn't one. Thank you very much for coming.
No, do it like Ronnie. ID isn't a model. Isn't a model. Isn't a model. You know, he likes to do that reverb.
No,
thing.
it's an abductive argument to the best explanation of the sea from my mind to your mind. And you see ATP mayonnaise combined with the degrading in water.
You know what? You just need to stick with your inner solipsism.
Okay, JD, the pickle goes on the bun, or you get the hose again.
2 pickles. It's 2 pickles. How many times did I explain this to you? Even I know this. My God, you
Well,
fuck up the
Well,
presentation.
so Blue sleeps faster than Wednesday, and you just refuted yourself.
Oh, by the way, we'll get back to the abortion discussion because it is something I really want to talk about. But did you guys see that ridiculous thing that Ronnie posted this morning? That video?
Yeah,
It
I
was
was staring at it.
fucking
Wait, hold on.
absurd.
The ridiculous thing that Ronnie posted.
Well, I mean, they're all ridiculous, but this was exceptionally stupid.
Why
Well,
was he
Okay,
still with
you're
his
still
hands?
going to have to
Why?
narrow it down, Steve.
He didn't address a damn thing about my video. He still asserted that Sean taught water chemistry, and he asserted, Jade, get this. He asserted that he had to correct me on the differences between a hydrolysis reaction and a condensation reaction.
Oh dear God!
Think about this when I have a video going back.
I
don't
missed
know,
that this morning.
ago.
I tend to read first thing in the morning.
You haven't seen it yet?
Oh my goodness!
Jade, most
I
people
had a
tend to get
video
up and go to
with
the toilet.
Dragnot,
You get
and
up and read.
I was asked by Dragnot to explain glycosidic bonds, alpha and beta glycosidic bonds, and how simple sugars become more complex sugars.
Yeah.
Dimers basically by glycosidic linkages, and of course that's a condensation reaction.
Mhm.
And Ronnie said they're going, "Oh, I had to tell you what they were." I'm like, "You're out of your fucking mind," And I was talking to Alex Malpass this morning. And Alex is like, "Well, I'm not sure what those are either," And I'm like, "Okay, Alex, let's put it this way: telling me that he had to correct me on this, me saying that, hey, Alex, you don't know the difference between Monans tolans and Monans ponens,
Yeah.
because I do know the difference between a hydrolysis, water breaking, and condensation to form water. It's not fucking that complicated." But this
Well,
we're gonna call we're gonna call Ronnie a new name. It's gonna be Retcon Ronnie.
Yeah,
and
That's
let's
the new
go back to abortion for a
clue.
sec.
Yeah, we will.
A clue
We'll
to
get
the
in
whole
there.
thing, if you forget about it, is that the word lysis means breaking in biology and in chemistry. So anything that ends in cis or lysis
Yeah, hydrolysis.
is probably right. It refers to breaking of bonds.
Yeah, well,
It's
according to Ronnie,
really-
he had to correct me on that. And I was like, you're living on a fucking different planet, dude. But anyways, back to the abortion thing. Go ahead, Jade.
Yeah.
Well, real quick, Dragnot had pointed out a very good argument against. Oh, are you making chips, or is that your mic?
Oh, is that me? Sorry, I'm
No,
cooking.
I think it's.
No.
I don't know who it is.
Chips.
I just hear
I'm
crackling.
cooking at the minute. I'll mute. Hang on, sorry.
No, I don't think it's you though. I think it's Jade's mic, but I'm not sure. Go ahead, Jade.
Making me hungry. Stop it.
Hey, do I gotta remind you who's in control of this hangout, JD? Are you trying to take over my hangout? I will
I have
mute
to
you.
say uncle again. Let me get on my knees. 1 sec. I got it here.
You do that anyways, but Jade, finish up what you're gonna say.
I sort of forgot what I was going to say.
Your age,
wanna
that's not a good thing.
I did
You're
want
never
to.
gonna
Oh,
back.
shush.
We've
I
her
did wanna-
imagination's running wild now. So yeah.
It wasn't important. But I did want to say something. It's on abortion, but a little off the main thing we're talking about. I've actually had people say to me, "Well, what if you were aborted?" Well, I'm adopted, so hey, going back then, my mom could have made that choice. But
You would have never known.
I would have never fucking known.
Yeah, how is that an argument?
But they use that argument. I didn't hear it tonight, but I've heard it many times before, and it just always floors me because it's.
How would you have felt about it if you were never born, Jade?
Yeah,
if you were never born, how would you have felt about that?
Well,
Yeah.
here's one of the different difficulties with this argumentation, like with all these things, is that I think that they know the objections, but they don't actually provide any type of rebuttals to the objections. And even Jonathan McDropa brought an interesting point out there, and that is the world famous violinist. You go to the hospital, whatever, but there's a world famous violinist gets into a car accident. You wake up from your surgery and you find that you're attached to him because he needs access to your kidneys while for the next 9 months while he's healing or whatever. Now, has some part of your autonomy been violated by having this? Now, I don't think that this is necessarily a good argument, but I think that it presents a kind of a question about bodily autonomy that you could present to somebody who is a pro-lifer. And the way that they rebutted that argument was to say, essentially that's stupid. They say, okay, no, I know that example. There's replies out there for it, so we're not going to address that. Like, what the fuck are you guys even doing here for? See, I personally, me myself, like I'm probably closer to the pro-life camp than probably more than most people in this room. But I can probably defend the pro-life camp better than these guys can. And you
yeah,
listen,
probably
to this,
make
and
an
you're
argument to them.
and you're like, this is fuck. What is wrong with you guys?
Well, I want to bring up Dragnot's argument against this. Dragnot uses the argument and see what you guys think about, because you're already talking about objective morality kind of thing. But if you use the argument where you just don't have any value, intrinsic value to human life, where do they go from there? Like his argument would be, I personally do not have intrinsic value for human life. Therefore, what would you say to somebody who doesn't have any intrinsic value in human life for the argument of placing value for the life of the fetus? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't.
You can't. Yeah, you can't.
Yeah, you have to have an inherent, before you can have this argument with anyone, you have to have some value on human life.
Yes.
Yeah, so it doesn't.
See, and again, I've got to reiterate this: is people love to say, well, if you're pro-life, you're pro-abortion. Those are two totally different stances. Okay, they don't mean the same thing.
No.
And I do believe that first semester and second semester before there's a nervous system should be completely unregulated. Should be you need an abortion, you want to have abortion is your choice. Do what you want. Now the third semester, I do find there's some problems there, and that's where I may diverge from like a complete pro-lifer. Now obviously I believe that for the life of the mother, absolutely. But I don't think it should be used at, I'm 7 months pregnant and I decided to change my mind. I don't want to have it. Yeah. See, I do have an argument against that, or I could give one, because I don't think that is what the people should be using as birth control 7 months down the line, right? At that point, you've already committed to having that baby, and that baby at that point, I think should be brought to term. Would you guys agree with that, or do you think there should be unrestricted?
No, I agree with that.
Okay.
I do think, again, there have to be some certain circumstances. For example, if someone finds out that there's something really seriously wrong with their child, and that child is, and yes, some people may not like this, but I do think quality of life needs to be taken into consideration. There's a particular disease, and I can't remember the name of it. If Fiona was here, she could probably remember it. Maybe one of you guys know, where the slightest touch causes someone's skin to break.
There's a kid that actually had that.
Yes.
I just saw that.
It's a terrible.
He can't be held. He can't. They just slush off.
Yes, and they spend their lives wrapped in gauze, and just can barely do anything. They're in constant pain. But you can tell genetically whether or not the child is going to have this condition.
It's called epidermolysis bullosa.
Right, and it's a horrible, horrible thing. And if you were confronted, the genetic tests were done, and you're 7 months pregnant, and the doctor says, well, guess what? Your child has this condition. That should be the parent's choice, because
I agree.
That is a horrible thing to consign that child to a life of pain. Now, if you find out your child has Down syndrome, I would, again, I don't want to tell people what to do, but as someone who's worked with the developmentally disabled and has friends who have children disabled, I would really encourage someone to get an education and find out what great lives these people can have. And if you personally don't think you can handle that, give the child up for adoption, because there are people who adopting Down's kids. As a matter of fact, frequently someone who has a child with Downs will often then adopt another child with Downs. So, I don't want to put restrictions on people, but I think that an education needs to be done. When it was discovered their children had Downs, the doctors came in and the first thing they did, oh, by the way, here are these nice institutions you can put your child in. And they were horrified by that. that what are you talking about? I'm not gonna what? I remember there's a group, does these well, they do these movies and everybody in it is disabled, including developmentally disabled. It's a great group, but one of the stars is a young man with Downs, and with his mom, she said that when he was born, that she was told he'd be nothing but a vegetable. She was shocked that they would tell her that they just right up front. And she looked at the doctors and she said, "Well, I'm a vegetarian, so I'll take my vegetable home with me. Thank you."
Yeah, no, I think you're right though, Jay. That it does depend on the parent's decision, but I think the quality of life is extremely important. I don't think Downs is enough to cause for somebody to have an abortion, but obviously, that skin disease, yes. But Fiona, you were just in there. I wasn't listening. I'm sorry, everybody just kind of came over here because they realized they were not going to have a fair and open discussion on this topic over in Antonio's room. But he did say something about redefining abortion before. So what was your thing with him?
Okay. As I was leaving, it seemed to be that what they're defining as abortion is killing the baby in the womb. If the baby is born alive, or if the baby emerges alive, then it's not an abortion. That's what they're going with. Okay.
That's their definition. Okay.
Yeah, because what Antonio is trying to say that with the Irish case, that some doctors do not consider that going in and removing the fetus would have counted as an abortion. And I'm not getting that at all. I don't understand that at all. It is a termination of a pregnancy. But it seems to me that what they want to do is they want to stick with their blanket ban on abortion, and to get round this difficult case, they want to redefine that as not an abortion. So they can say, well, we'd allow it in that case, but it isn't really an abortion. But it is a termination of the pregnancy. It would be taking measures to terminate the pregnancy.
That's why we were saying before that they try to redefine things in order for the exceptions, right?
Exactly. So this by redefining that as not being an abortion because it was to save the mother's life, then they can still say they're totally against abortion. And they can then also say, but there's never been a case where an abortion was required to save a mother's life, because if it's required to save a mother's life, it isn't really an abortion.
I can imagine other exceptions.
It's a no true Scotsman fallacy again.
I can imagine other exceptions that we brought up. God, like, what if God committed the abortion? Oh, well, then it wouldn't be abortion because it'd be justified because it's God. I mean,
see, I didn't want to get into that because I wanted to pick a case.
Oh,
yeah,
but
I was picking a case. It's clear cut.
Right.
It's really clear cut. What decision do you make in that case?
Exactly.
And their decision was that they would save the mother's life, but they would change the name of the procedure so that it wasn't an abortion anymore.
How stupid.
So basically, I think that was it. But anyway, I've got to go, guys.
Okay, Fiona, before you run off, I said this to Jade privately, but I'm just going to say it out loud. It sounds like what they want to do is, if you don't want the child, you have to take it to term, and then when it's born, they'll club it.
Or they're dashed against the
right.
rocks.
See, that way it's not an abortion. The child was born, but if you don't want it, they'll whack it with a club now. Like,
it is.
I'm not sure what they were getting at.
But it is amazing.
But anyway, I'm going.
All right, thank you, Fiona.
See ya.
Yeah, appreciate it. But it is amazing that they wanted to redefine these things, though. I mean, given the example that JD had of when the mother's life is, or I'm sorry, I don't know if it was JD or Thalo. I think it was actually both, but Thalo brought it first. Yeah, but when the life of the mother is endangered, what are they going to make? What are they going to say? You know what? We're going to call that. We're going to call that something completely different. But you know what? That's not Ferger.
That's a
Hergerfurgers. So, we give it out to have a Hergerfurger because that's not really an abortion. That's their mindset, right? Because they can't get rid of that. Oh, the objective morality standard is such that there's no exceptions. So we're going to make shit up rather than to submit. that there are exceptions.
What?
Yeah,
So
and I wanted
let's let me.
Well, hold on, Sock. Actually, one sec. Jade
Please.
really wanted to respond.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to what JD said, because according to their way of looking at things, then God is the world's biggest abortionist. Over 50, at least 50% of all pregnancies end up in spontaneous abortions.
But that's
Right, but
fine.
they're not,
That's
that's
cool.
God,
But-
yeah, that's God doing that. That's
but-
not.
But
Yeah.
it's still an abortion. So
Yes,
it's okay.
spontaneous
when
abortion.
But it's
God-
godly.
It's
So
okay.
let's forget the theological issue on this for a quick second. I think that you're going to be hard pressed to find anybody here that's going to force someone to carry a child to term if the pregnancy presents a clear danger to the life of the woman. Okay, same thing with the case of, you've done some genetic testing. If you find that a fetus would be will not live out of the womb, for an extended period of time, or their quality of life will be such that they have no shot at actually having a good life. Well, again, arguments to be made there. Now, right now, the positions I hear from a lot of pro-choice people is that they feel like to be able to include those categories into the category of abortions for everybody is that you have to have the first off caveat that abortions are free from, that should be eligible for everybody. Now, the cases
including
where
G-Man.
well, no, so the cases
So
where
G-Man can get an abortion.
Yes, sure, why not? So in the cases of, first off, where the child presents a threat to the mother, that makes up
Sokka,
a very
one moment.
small. Hold on a second.
Okay, let Sokka finish because now
Is that
we're
a
gonna
pet
find some
bird
lines.
or
We
is
gotta
that
get
bird
back to
The
Jade.
outside?
bird is
So,
doing my
the
head
bird
in.
is driving me fucking nuts, though.
Is it a
Sokka.
pet or is it an
I swear
outside
to God,
bird?
I'm gonna make that
What
thing into
is
fucking
that?
Thanksgiving turkey dinner.
It's an outside bird. Sorry.
Okay,
I'm outside.
Shoot it.
Or get off the deck. If I find out where you live, I'm coming over there and shoot the damn thing with a pellet
Close
gun.
the
Kill it.
window.
Kill it with fire.
Okay, sure.
I've got a samurai
Okay.
sword. I could use my
Abort
samurai sword.
Okay, guys, let him finish.
Anyway.
I
All right,
wasn't
go on.
done.
Okay. So, do we need to make abortions readily available for everybody? Is that the only way that we can fit those categories in, or do you believe that there is a good argument against abortions that most would deem unnecessary?
Well, we're gonna have to get back to that, Sokka, because JD wasn't. I mean, Jade wasn't finishing her
Yeah,
train
I
of thought
wasn't
then. So
finished. Because the point I was trying to make is that if God is the world's greatest abortionist because over 50% of pregnancies end in a spontaneous abortion. But as Thallo and others said, yeah, that's okay because God did it. The problem with that argument is, again, we live in a secular society. So you can't use it for a secular excuse, for denying abortions.
no,
that
but you can say it's
doesn't work.
natural.
It's a
You can
perfect.
say all those are natural abortions.
But
Mm.
But if you're going to care about a fertilized zygote, right? Well, zygote is fertilized by definition, but if you're going to care about a zygote, you have to care about them all. It just that's the logic.
That's their logic.
No, I know.
Yeah.
Is that I looked this up as we were talking about maternal mortality, because if I remembered correctly, it has increased. And yes, since 1986, maternal mortality, in other words, that is due to pregnancy and its complications, has increased 3 times since 1986. So this is not some crazy, it's not that this doesn't happen. It happens, and it happens more than people are aware of. And there are times when and there are times when there are specific reasons. I looked at the CDC website. If you want to know about it, look at maternal mortality at the CDC website. For example, 1 year, apparently a lot of deaths due to pregnancy were also involved with a particular type of flu virus. A pregnant woman caught the flu, couldn't handle both of those things at the same time, and died. So a woman's death due to pregnancy is no joking matter. It happens. It's happening more here in the United States for various reasons. And yet deaths due to having an abortion are almost non-existent.
I agree with that. Jade, but within that, I mean, you bring up a lot of other issues that anything between the attitudes that Americans have developed towards vaccinations, attitudes people have towards their own personal health, accessible health care that they might have. The reason why maternal mortality rate has gone up, it has to do with the degradation within the healthcare system that the U.S. has.
Well, it also has to do with certain things like a flu outbreak. Yeah, but it also has to do with the fact that people are not getting prenatal care and the fact that we have a large number of immigrants. There are a lot of factors involved, in women's mortality.
Right. So in those cases, if you truly held to a pro-life position, and you wanted to rule out maternal mortality as an argument against something, it would behoove you to go out and invest in the things that decrease the maternal mortality rate. And there you've sidetracked the entire issue of whether or not abortions ever become necessary to begin with.
Yeah, they should address, if you really care about mothers and babies being born healthy, we should have free prenatal care for every woman who's pregnant in this country.
I wonder how Antonio would feel if, and God forbid, hang on. Hey, Kev, and again, I would never wish this upon anybody, so I'm just using a hypothetical. But I wonder how Antonio would feel if he was married, love of his life, she got pregnant, the baby would not be able to survive after birth. It would definitely be, brain dead, not viable. And if you didn't abort, it would kill his wife. I wonder if his position would change at all. I mean, these are hypothetical questions and they're rough questions, but they need to be asked when you're dealing with this types of situations where you have somebody who literally thinks there is no reason for abortions or no reason for something that's objective.
Can I just say?
Yes, Blue.
Okay, I want to bring up a real case, but go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah, can Blue go real quick? Because she hasn't talked yet.
Just quickly. This is why I try and make it about the child that is born and is going to die rather than the mother, because I do think they've got a hang up about the mother. It's the punishment for the mother for having sex. I do think it's like an ingrained thing where the life of the mother should be expendable to the life of the child.
What if they're married? If they're married couple, though.
But if we bring it to the life of the child and say the child will die as soon as it's born, therefore termination may be necessary, I think that's more of a point than the life of the mother, because I think they don't care about the mother.
Well, that's what I'm asking for,
everybody.
Thalo. But Thalo, that's what I'm asking. The questions that need to be asked, they won't answer. That's why JD got kicked, right? Because either one, they're not following the conversation.
If it's their wife,
or they don't want to answer the hard question. So I would like Antonio answer that, or Zulu, if you were married.
Well, he can't answer because he's about 14. So
he's 16. But I mean, still, Antonio sure the hell can. But do you think he will?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No. Antonio's a coward when it comes to
He may need coaxing. He might need.
Wait a minute. So is this discussion for the justification of abortion by arguing the small?
It's about abortion.
Yeah.
And it's about why.
My question is this: according to statistics, what percentage of those abortions are actually as a result of the life of the mother being threatened?
Not many.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Can you be a little bit more specific, please?
Well, let's, for sake of argument, say that it's 1%.
Hold on, Steve. I'm talking to you, dude. Can you give me a specific?
I don't have it. It's not very many. I'll admit.
Now you can pull it up.
My choice.
If you was arguing about something else, you'll Google it.
I mentioned it in Antonio's hangout. Most abortions are done simply for whatever choice.
Can you give me a percentage, please?
No. I think I said that already. No. I think stats in front of me. I'm saying most abortions are done.
Okay.
Most not enough.
Of a choice.
All right. If I say most, hold on, Kevin. 1 sec, Kevin. If I say most abortions do not have a medical reason, is that enough for you to continue whatever argument you're
presenting? That means the minority are not.
99.9%.
Let me tell you why. No, it does not. Let me tell
99%. Then there, you have a statistic. Go with it.
Well, yes, it's 98, 97%.
Sure, 99. We'll go 99.
And I said 1%, and you balked at that.
Right. So my thing is this: should you justify the 99% of why people have abortions according to the 1% of cases? You cannot.
Well, here, I'll answer that.
Kevin, failed logic.
Kevin, we're not talking about the justification for it. We're saying if you disallow any abortion under any circumstances, which is what they're advocating for, that 1%, you let the mother die. Are you not?
Right. So my thing is this.
And you agree with so you're saying because of that one, you're saying because there's only 1%, you're fine with letting a mother die to justify not having any abortions.
No, not at all. That's not what I said at all.
Well, Kevin, maybe
guys, hold on. Can we let Kevin answer? Because I like Kevin's point. Kevin's point is
he was answering, then you guys started talking over him.
I heard Steve's point. Let me respond to it. Now, as a pro-lifer and as other pro-lifers, we agree that abortion is wrong. We think that is genocide. We think that is murder. So if we were to say, yes, those who perform abortion simply because of birth control, we cut out 99% of the cases right there. For that 1%, this would not be an issue. If we were dealing with abortions in the sense that it was the mother's life or the child's life, or them dealing with the health issue in the hospital, it would not account for the type of abortion that we're against. What we're against is Planned Parenthood in minority areas for women who have sex without using a contraceptive such as a birth control or anything of that matter, and then having the ability to go in a clinic because of their irresponsibility and kill the child for no apparent reason. That's not.
Oh yeah, and it's all the woman's fault.
So
hang on.
This is why it's punishment for women.
Hang on. I agree. This is what we were saying before as a punishment to women, but it doesn't answer my question, Kevin. Are you or are you not? You're okay with letting a woman die to have 100% across the board, no abortions?
That's a different conversation.
But I'm asking you the question.
That's a different conversation.
Hold on.
Hold on. Let's use our brain.
Kevin, hold on.
Based on what I just said. Hold on. I want you to add to this.
Hold on.
You can respond to me, but I want you to add to this.
Kevin, just 1 second.
You can respond to me, but I want you to add to this.
That's fine, Kevin. But hold on.
What I just said,
Kevin, please, Kevin, I'm begging you.
What is the main problem with
JD is not going to let you stop.
Kevin,
he's not going to let you interrupt. Okay, everybody stop.
I have a simple question that will make this easy.
No, JD, everybody stop for a second. Listen, when you guys, hang on. When you guys ask,
quiet. That was
everybody shut up and let Steve speak.
When you ask for a break, it is kind of customary to say, you know what? Yeah, go ahead, or say, let me finish. Now you guys are just talking over each other, Kevin and JD. You're saying one thing, and Kevin's talking, and JD's saying, let me interrupt. You have to acknowledge the other person wants to have an interruption.
Okay.
Kevin.
All right.
Okay.
Listen,
so you say, no, JD, I'm not going to let you interrupt.
Pretty please.
But it's most customary to allow somebody to interrupt. Like I'm going to say, okay, JD, obviously what you have to say is very important. So go ahead, JD.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. All right. Rather than asking very specific questions, why don't we just start with Kevin? What is your overall position on abortion in your own words? And
my overall position on abortion is, I already stated it, but I'll state it again.
Okay.
The overall a problem with abortion, as I see it, is that it is more so used as a form of birth control and contraceptives because of one's irresponsibility, rather than it being a case.
Really?
That's
brilliant.
Let me finish. Rather than it being a case of a sense of the mother's plight, whether it be her life or whether it be a case of rape or incest.
What about married couples?
Wait, let me finish, man. Come on. He asked me a question. Let me finish.
Although obviously you haven't really gotten anywhere near
the percentage, right? Because people have been interrupting me. Right, you're right. Because people have been interrupting me. But let me.
He thinks we wear all those T-shirts.
Well, wait a minute. Rather than say what I think, why not just finish? Then you will have the whole idea, right?
Maybe I should pare down the question because, like I said, it looks like you're not going to get anywhere near it.
In my own words, what problems do I have with abortion? Did you not?
That's actually not what I asked.
What did you ask?
Let me rephrase it then to make it more specific. Under what conditions would you say abortion is okay, if any?
If the factor is that, let's say a mother has cancer and she needs immediate treatment for that cancer, but yet she is pregnant, and the byproduct of her receiving that treatment for, say, chemotherapy will abort the baby, unfortunately. So in a case where someone's life is on the line or they're receiving treatment or something needs to occur, whereas the body will reject the fetus or the zygote, then that will be a case of unfortunate events. But as I stated, 99% of the abortions that occur by Planned Parenthood and other clinics are because of one, irresponsibility as a contraceptive or as birth control. So if we were to just focus on the person's ability to do that based on their irresponsibility, you cut out 99% of the cases right there. If it was the 3% that you guys are discussing and arguing for on the behalf of the 99, then that wouldn't really be an issue with pro-lifers. That would be an issue of life or death and what the doctor has to decide in order to see what's best for the life of that mother or child in that situation. But to argue, every time I talk to somebody that's pro-abortion, they always got to argue that 1% case to justify the 99 when that's not what pro-lifers are really about. So y'all need to stop with the foolishness.
Okay, I didn't even really see.
Come on, yo.
On that, Kevin.
Well, I'm sorry. Hold on a second.
Hang on. Sam wants to go next.
Kevin made.
Sam wants to go next.
Hey.
And I told Sam he can go next.
Okay.
So
Yeah, but
Sam,
you're okay. You're
Sokka, go
misrepresenting.
ahead. Yeah, Sokka, go ahead, and then I'll go next.
Okay, no, I don't understand. What do you mean he's not really addressing the point? He's completely addressing the point. He makes a very legitimate point. If your argument against abortion has to come down to the minority cases where it's used as a tool to save the life of the mother or whatever along that lines there, then okay, fine, sure. He's conceding to that. That's a good cause for it. He's not coming here saying that there's an absolute standard where it's wrong in every single case. He's actually giving you exactly the case where he's going to say it's acceptable. What he wants to talk about is the other times now, because he's got a problem like with the using something like abortion as a birth control when there are alternative measures out there that people can do. So he wants to address what is your view on those things there. And this is goes back to the question I asked you. Does just really taking the maternal mortality rate and the small number that happens there really justify the use of abortion as like Kevin said, as a tool for contraceptive after the fact?
Okay, that was a whole different topic though. And we could get to that.
No, that's what he said.
Oh, it's exactly germane to what is said, and I have to question whether Steve's listening if he didn't.
I am listening. But my question was, and I understand.
Okay, I forgot that that was not actually what I was going to say.
Sure, go ahead, Sam.
Jesus Christ. I mean, I think that the problem is, and this is a problem with the U.S., is that this is not that abortion, and this is why I wanted to pop in, is that we can debate and talk about all of the different situations of, rape, incest, maternal health. You can argue plausibly that, any risk to, of death that, pregnancy inevitably presents. Right, at what line do we say that, oh, that's too much of a risk and just abort at that stage of life? Like, we can discuss all of that, but ultimately what this comes down to is a woman's ability to control her reproductive process. And this is the biggest problem with the U.S. abortion debate, because it's about bodily autonomy and about intent, right? So the issue being, right, is, does a woman have the ability to choose who uses her body as a life support? And I stand on the side of this, that within reason, a woman has the ability to choose whether or not her body serves as life support. If we're going to treat a fetus as if it's a human being, then we have to treat it as if it's autonomous. And if it can't survive autonomously, well, tough shit.
Yeah, Kevin, I agree with you that would be a bad argument. If I were to say, well, since 1% are for medical reasons, that therefore, abortion should be legal across the board.
And I want to agree with that too, by the way, JD.
I don't think anyone's made that argument though, so we were kind of puzzled why you brought that up.
Yeah, so Sam was saying I wasn't listening to the argument. I was listening to every word Kevin said, but he didn't allow me to finish. I agree with what Kevin's saying, but it didn't really address where I was trying to take the direction of the conversation. But Kevin wanted to take it to the next level, which I didn't think we're there yet.
Yeah, I also don't believe that you should be allowed to murder someone because you're wearing an orange suit. I didn't make that argument though, so why would you argue against it? I mean,
we're not saying
because 1% are for medical reasons, they're therefore all the ones for no good reason, as far as we tell, for any reason are okay. I think they should be, but for different reasons than the fact that some are for medical reasons. The issue we brought up with Antonio was that Antonio was saying that all abortions under all circumstances were fine, but then he defined abortions for medical reasons as not abortions, which semantically makes no sense.
That's what we were talking about when Kevin got in here.
Yeah, he wants to say, Antonio and I possibly want to say that they're against all abortions when they're actually for abortions for what they consider to be good reasons. And that is where the issue was.
And that's exactly where the conversation was when Kevin came in, Then when he started talking about something else, which I do agree with Kevin upon with his argument, but that's not where we were at during that conversation.
So, Kevin, do you have any follow-up?
So,
What, that if the case of the mother, such as a health issue, would that be considered an abortion?
Yes.
I mean, yeah,
One of the
it would be
basic
considered an
definitions of
abortion. I
abortion,
mean, the word itself, abort, means to cancel, to bail out, to stop.
Yeah, exactly.
So if one is pregnant, and like I said, in the case of a mother receiving chemotherapy while she has a cancer or whatnot, she aborts her pregnancy, whether it was intentional or non-intentional. But I'm sure the suggestion would have been informed by a doctor. They will say, yeah, we'll give you chemo, but because you're pregnant, the case will be that you will have, your child will not be born, or you'll abort your thing. So that's a decision for her to make. She would say, okay, do I want to get the chemotherapy to treat my breast cancer or a cervical cancer or whatever so that I can live? Or should I go ahead and go through this, let the child be born, and take the risk of this thing metastasizing and going through my body? So she has a decision to make. She has a decision to make, which is a hard decision, which is a decision that she should make on her own.
Now, I've been kind of silent. I've been trying to get my voice together, but I've been listening this entire time. I know people in every category, whether it's for the kind of caricature that people describe as like a drive-through abortion when it's most convenient for them. And I know people like my mother who had an ectopic pregnancy that would have killed her if she wouldn't have gotten an abortion. So let me just kind of lay out what I see. And I have to agree with Saka that the conversation gets kind of mired down in rhetoric and not the practicality. And also with Sam in that we should actually discuss bodily autonomy. Let me first say that a woman should decide what she wants to do with her body, period. End of story. And I say that being a pro-lifer married to, a pro-choicer being married to a pro-lifer. Yes, my wife is actually pro-life. She will not get an abortion, and I can't force her, even though I may think that we may not be in the best financial situation to support another child, but I respect her bodily autonomy enough to not allow my personal beliefs to undermine her will and her bodily autonomy. And I think that's something that all of us forget in this conversation when we start describing what other people do with their body. This on top of people's, urge to try and save every single human life that's out there. I think that it's, and that's me being funny, but it's not your choice. You can love all the babies and whatnot that you want, but it does not matter. You're not going to be raising that child. You're not going to be carrying that child to term. And so if someone wants to have 0 children or 50 children, that is their choice. And that's really what this is about. It's not pro-abortion. I hate that term because I don't like abortion. I would rather people have access to ample contraceptives so that this can be avoided, but that's not the reality that we have here. And we already know what happens when you have a mass ban of abortion. People are going to have abortions through illicit means. So a good kind of intermediary would be to provide a easy access to contraceptives for people, not just women. It takes 2 to tango. A woman just doesn't decide one day that she's going to hump a tree and get pregnant.
Right.
So I totally agree with that.
So right. So with that logic, though, if the woman can't do it on your own, and you just acknowledge that it takes 2 to tango, why is it then that after the 2 tangos, it's her decision whether she aborts the baby or not?
Because it's her body.
Because it's her body.
Right. That doesn't make sense, though.
Sure, it does make sense.
Really?
Wait, hold on for a second. Go ahead.
Why didn't at the end of your statement?
Because we're not seahorses, Kevin.
Do human males carry fetuses?
No, they don't.
Okay, then it's not your choice.
They contribute to the zygote.
Okay, great. So if you give someone a sexually transmitted disease, do you control how they treat it?
You want them to keep that herpes.
That's not the same thing.
It is exactly the same.
That
is actually
what you're saying, Kevin.
So here's the interesting thing. When you actually transmit, hold on, let me speak. When you transmit a sexually transmitted disease to another person, you are inadvertently also transmitting genetic material from yourself to them. Do you know that?
No, see, so what you're trying to do is
since you don't know that, since you don't
make a comparison, nah, bro.
Since you don't know that, this is something that you need to keep in mind.
Your argument could be whittled down to somebody saying, "Oh, if I spit in your mouth, you could choose whether to swallow that spit or to spit it back out."
It doesn't matter. Yes, it doesn't matter.
Same thing.
It's
it doesn't
biological
matter.
material. No, You're trying to equate it to say that it's biological material that came from me. Therefore, once it gets into your system, you can do whatever you like with it. No, that's not the way it works. With the child, because I am also a father of 3 and I have a wife.
Okay.
With a child, I gave up my chromosomes, my DNA, to build what's inside her. What is inside her is me and her.
That's absurd.
Well,
Okay,
it's not
so
absurd.
I think
That's
that
absurd that you have
science, man.
No, I'm not saying that the science is wrong. I'm saying that you have some kind of legal right to say what she does to her body.
Okay, but legality will be in whatever it will be legal in that government.
But
correct?
then, hang on, she's a blood donor. She's a blood donor. She donates blood to you, and she gets to tell you what to do with your life because her blood is in you.
That's a bad logic.
Can I weigh in here again?
That the person who gives me any biological material, I'm able to do whatever I want with it. That's not the case with abortion. I mean, with pregnancy. Okay. With pregnancy, I am giving her 23 chromosomes. She's using her 23 chromosomes. The baby has 46. It's going to choose off of those stem cells are going to be induced or influenced by those genes from those 46 chromosomes to choose its own 23 chromosomes in its sex chromosome. It's not the same as somebody getting a blood transfusion or spitting in your mouth or somebody throwing some crap at you.
Yeah, you get 46 chromosomes.
With Kevin, hold on. Can I finish my point here?
Come on, yo.
Jeez. I understand what Kevin's saying. He's not asking for a legal right, saying that he has completely equal say. But I think that it's again, like I'm a father of 2 with another one on the way as well. I understand that I don't have control over what my wife does with her body, but I like to think that my input is appreciated, that I am allowed to weigh in on this issue. And I think that's what Kevin's trying to say too, is that he has an obligation towards this. He has a position that he can argue from, and to disqualify from him from even putting any input into this because he's not the one carrying it, I think is ludicrous.
Well, I think it comes down to how receptive the woman is to that. I don't determine how receptive my wife is to my pro-choice position. It's strictly up to her at the end of the day. So, I can try and coerce her all I want, but it's still up to her.
Well, so have you heard of people?
There's no legal way to
enforce.
Women,
have you heard of women who become surrogate mothers?
I have. Yes, I am very familiar with that.
Okay, so what would you think the legality term should be in that situation?
It should be based on that contract that they have between the parents.
Okay, so
I don't determine that.
See how the situation changed based on a legal document?
So
you went beyond what her right is as a human being to a legal document. So if a surrogate mother is bound to a legal document, why isn't the mother within that marriage not bound to her creed when she married that man?
Do you know that they took a creed?
What she should do with her body?
Did my wife take a creed to me?
You said what now?
Did my wife take a creed to me?
Good.
Yes, she did.
No, she did not. No, she did not.
Health, for better, for worse,
didn't say any of that. No, she did not say any of that. No, she did not say any of that.
Oh man,
it was filmed. So before, hold on. So let me finish. So that you made all these assumptions. So since you made all these assumptions, how about you start based on the contract between the individual?
Okay, you guys are talking over each other. Kevin, you made it. Kevin,
you made the point.
You made you said something directly about his wife, and he has a right to address it. You said she made these commitments or whatever things you said for most people were saying in a marriage vow. Now, Jag, did you not have the conventional marriage vows? Did she not say those things?
Okay. She did not say those things. We had an atheist marriage, actually.
Let me explain that. In society, the reason for marriage, as you want to put it probably in this modern sense, maybe like a tax benefit or something, which is not really a tax benefit. People under marriages under tax benefit or from a financial perspective are actually more screwed than those who are single. But if you want to look at marriage in a sense of society, it is a declaration. Marriage itself is a declaration to society and your government that whatever that comes out of your household of you two becoming one, you are responsible for the offspring of those that come from under your house. This was the reason for marriage in the first place when society first began. Human beings got married to make a social statement that whatever that comes between me and her or her and me is our responsibility and our declaration. That's why you had the name of the house to the child for centuries, or I say for millennia. this has been carried out as this is the reason for marriage. So when you marry someone, you're making a declaration to society that you are to take care and you are the stewards of those that are produced among you. This is seen in any society, and this is easily provable. Now, when I say that she made a creed to you, when you got married, this is the declaration you made to society. If you say that you just got married for tax reasons, then I'm sorry, but the obligation is much more than that.
Did I tell you my reasons for marrying my wife?
Brother, it doesn't matter what reason.
Okay, it actually matters a lot. So it actually matters a lot. So let me explain something to you. Let me explain something to you real quick. So you don't know jack shit about my marriage. You don't know jack shit about what me and my wife go through. You don't know jack shit about me. So before you start telling me what my marriage is like, you need to educate yourself on something real quick.
Kevin,
And
let me explain something to you, Kevin. Hang on, Drag. Kevin, when I ask somebody to stop butting in and lets me finish, that directs across the board to everybody. I moderate very equally here. You're over talking, you're on a phone or something, nobody can barely hear you as it is, and all you hear is this noise when somebody else is talking, Kevin. Okay? So let somebody finish their conversation. You've had plenty of time to speak. Okay?
All right, well listen. Can you hear me better?
Yes, you're much clearer now. I don't know what you did different.
Okay, let me explain.
Drag was still talking, and he's going to be able to finish, and then you can address it.
Go ahead,
I mean, you do a whole lot of talking, but not a lot of listening. So let me explain something to you real quick. I made a vow to my wife. I did, to listen to her and to let her be my better half. That is one of the things that I did promise her upon marrying her. That included me not forcing my will upon her. And that, as me being a pro-choice person, not forcing that upon her bodily autonomy. I have input, yes, and she will take it under consideration. But at the end of the day, it is her choice. So all this extra shit about the history of fucking marriage and this, that, and the other, if I cared about that shit, I wouldn't have had an atheist marriage in the first place. So you need to stop assuming all this shit and actually ask me a question to better qualify what's going on.
All right, let me respond to that. Now, what you do with your marriage,
Kevin, before you respond, can I add something in?
No, hold on. Let me respond to him. Now, what you stated was that this was the type of marriage or declaration that you made to your wife. Fine. But the idea of marriage in the first place, what it is, that is his basis. I'm sorry. There's no getting around that. So if you're saying that I'm making an assumption, I'm not. I'm going based off of history and what the thing actually means. Okay? That's the definition of it. I'm sorry. That's just what it is. Now, if you made some type of other deal with your wife or personal or whatever like that, then that's between you and her. But what I'm saying is that's the declaration you make in society when you get married. Which was between you and her personally, that's one thing. But the declaration you make to society, that's what it is across the board. That's
Go ahead. So are we saying now that males paying child support is completely wrong at this point in time? Because I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, okay, you separated. Why do you have to support the child anymore? It was her choice completely to have the kid, right? It completely lies within her realm of responsibility. It was her choice. If she couldn't afford to get to have a child, on the case that they might get divorced sometime in the future, why is there a legal entitlement now for her to get money from the father to help support the child?
Exactly. So it's funny how it switches around. Mother has the choice to keep the child or to terminate the child. You don't give her a choice of her body. But once the child come out, complete responsibility is put on the father. That's why I asked you the question about the surrogate mother. I said, if a couple made an agreement with the surrogate mother, and she has, they paid her $100,000 because that's how much they pay. They paid her much money, and she carries that child. If she goes and abort that child, then what legal grounds should she be sued under, other than the fact that it's bound to a document? So it's funny to me how her human right is now undermined over a legal document.
I'm not going to make the argument that law doesn't supersede certain rights. What's legal is not always moral, and I think you're kind of meandering in and out of that.
Well, wait a minute. But do you believe that it's a moral stance that the woman has rights over her own body, or that's her human right?
No, I said the moral argument that you're trying to make is meandering in and out of the legal obligation that a parent has to its child, regardless if it's the male having the child or the female.
But the logic that you guys were using was saying that the woman has control. Well, that the woman has control over her own body, and any biological material that's given to her should be her choice.
God forbid.
Yes, I know it's a crazy.
What's the problem with that, Kevin? I'm not seeing the issue here.
No, I mean,
It's just control.
because I presented the counter examples. No, I brought up the counter example there as well. Is that if we're going to say that it's completely down to the woman's choice. It's the woman's choice, woman's responsibility. She's the one that's responsible for carrying the child to term, and that's fine. It's her responsibility. The father has no input in this whatsoever. Then why is child support a thing?
Why? Yeah, why is child support a thing? That's a good
That's
question.
after the child is born.
That's
That's
after the
talking about.
we're talking about.
Hold on for a second.
That's beside the point. That's beside the point.
That is exactly the point. Saka, we can't choose whether a male carries a child to term. You know
Right,
that.
a woman can.
So, I mean, we have the choice after the child is born who takes care of it. That's completely separate scenarios.
Exactly.
We can't control who gives birth to an individual.
Yeah, you can't conflate the two, Saka.
I'm asking why can't you conflate the two? You're saying that you can't, but I'm asking why.
Because we have no control.
Why can't you?
Because a woman can do whatever she wants when it's still in her body, right? But once it's exited, once it's a living human being, that is basically biologically both parents' responsibility. That's how it is. That's how it is in society.
So
yeah, okay, I don't care about society. You're right. It's society in the sense that there's laws written about this. But I'm asking for the argument on this. I'm asking for why is it the case that you can say that the man has no input on something like this, on whether a woman's going to carry a baby through to to birth. But yet, afterwards, you take away the man's autonomy, the man's choice whether or not he wants to support it or not.
Well, let me clarify. Input, yes. He's always going to have input. The final say, no. Man should not have the final say. So let me actually clarify that point. I think I said it earlier, but I want to reiterate that.
Yeah, so I think that the man should have final say as well on whether or not he wants to support that child.
That I disagree with. Just simply based on the grounds
I don't understand.
Because
I don't understand why.
I'll tell you why, Saka. Because once that child is born, that child has needs. And those needs have to be satisfied by both parents, because one parent usually is not enough to do it. Okay, so you have to put the child first at that point. Prior to that
should have been weighed in with the woman's choice, right?
Doesn't matter. No, it's not weighed in with the woman's choice. What that baby's born, the choice has been made. The baby is born. It's here. It has to be provided for.
Look, listen.
Sorry. So in that case, right there, you're saying that the choice has already been made from the female to what contribution the male is going to have towards it. So you're okay now with the female making the choice for the male.
Well, she didn't make the choice for him.
Yes, she is. Yes, if in your argument, if she's going to be collecting child support, she's making the choice for him.
She made the choice that will result in, after the baby's being born, both parents being responsible for that child. She made that choice.
Well, listen,
he's not responsible. He has no choice.
Any girl or male, I'm gonna be real, that I know, most of them, I would say 99.9%, just like what you see on the Lysol bottle. Okay, will know that once the dude sleeps with her and he lays the pipe and she gets pregnant, they both know the responsibility. No, I'm being real. They both know responsibility. They both know that a child will come out of the situation. They know what they're getting into. It takes two to tango, right? It's gonna take two to tango. So when I lay down with that woman, I know what I'm getting into. If I'm not wearing protection, I know what I'm doing. And if she doesn't have birth control, she knows what she's doing. So let's just stop playing games. If she gets pregnant, we both are responsible for it. Now I'm gonna be real. In the neighborhoods and stuff, I don't know that concept. It only exists among liberal debaters. I'm gonna be real, because when it comes to the real world, if you had a daughter and you found out she was pregnant, you're not gonna be like, well, baby, it's your choice, and not tell that boy he better be responsible, do what he got to do, step up, find a job, do something to get ready for this child or get ready for the situation or support her. You ain't gonna find no father not be concerned with that. So
I know real world, from my own life, actually, that's not true.
What's not true?
I know of an exception to that in my own life. No.
So wait a minute.
No, that's Kevin.
Can I get on the list?
I don't want to be too specific, but a relative got pregnant, and the father did not want the vision. They didn't want him in the picture either, so he's not. Clearly not an all or nothing kind of proposition. I don't even know what the majority would be. I haven't seen statistics. Have you? Do you have statistics?
I have statistics.
I can't tell you.
No, this is for Kevin. Kevin, you're big on statistics.
No. I don't have statistics. You're right. I don't have statistics. But the matter is that it is still a responsibility of the male, I feel, because he laid down with her, he had sex with her, he knew what he was getting into. So he has equal say. That child is his. It has his chromosomes, has his DNA. Although it's in the mother, she also knew what she was getting into as well. She got pregnant. She slept with that dude. She knows.
I just wanted to say that I can't tell you the number of women that I've known in my life who have had to raise their children alone because the men decided, I don't want to have anything to do with it, and split. In some cases, going completely out of state to avoid the responsibility for the child. So yeah, all men don't step up, and women know this, which is why they are very hesitant to give birth to a child, especially when the man says, I don't want to have anything to do with that.
So are you justifying the woman's choice now because of the man might split after the pregnancy?
Well, the justification remains personal autonomy. We said that at the outset, right?
Right. No,
personal
I'm not.
autonomy is primary. We're just kind of talking about minutia now, but
I'm responding to what you said when you said the man knows that he has to step up. That's bullshit. A lot of men.
No. I didn't say the man knows he has to step up.
You basically
that there will be.
Is that it?
I said there will be a pressure that he has to step up.
Yeah, and a lot of them fail. Let's just be real.
Right, you're right. But what I'm saying is that are you saying that
have a choice not to
a
go
woman
through a pregnancy?
Yeah. So a woman who's faced with that, she tells her boyfriend she's pregnant. This in the chat, and I want to mention this again, out loud, that oral contraceptives don't always work. A lot of doctors, it seems, don't bother to tell women that certain antibiotics cancel the effect of oral contraceptives.
Oh crap! I went through that.
A woman is taking oral contraceptives. She gets sick. A doctor gives her antibiotics and doesn't bother to tell her that one potential part of that is that it will cancel oral contraceptives. Then she gets pregnant. And then her boyfriend gets really mad because, I thought you were on the pill. Well, guess what? Women do get pregnant on the pill. So that actually happens. But then, so she tells her boyfriend or even her husband in some cases I know of, well, I don't want a child now. What are you talking about? You need to have an abortion. And the woman says, no, I'm not going to have an abortion. I'm going to have the child. And then the man says, well, I'm not going to support it. And at this point, the woman has a very serious thing to decide. Is she going to go ahead and have that child and then have no support for it? It's very expensive to raise children. It's very difficult.
Let's not forget the issues during the pregnancy, all the things that men don't have to deal with. Like, I'll let a woman in here who's been pregnant answer that. If there aren't.
Yeah, okay. Just FYI, we have a lot of people that want in. This is obviously a very hot topic. So if anybody's a packing peanut that wants to drop out,
can I say one thing? I'll get out.
But hang on. Don't drop out right now. Don't drop out right now. Jackie, you had one thing you were trying to say. I want you to say it first because you said you just wanted to say something real quick, and then Tony, you can say something. That's made enough room. But Jackie, what will you make a good point in the group chat? So if you want to say that.
No, you guys already covered it, so I'm fine. I'm just gonna drop.
Okay.
All right. Hey, but Steve, if you would allow me, Steve,
Bye,
I want to say something. I want to say something to Drag right quick. Now, Drag, you a good brother, man, and I ain't trying to make a personal claim on what you've been doing in this area. But my thing is this, though: we have to admit that we have to admit, though, that there is an outstanding amount of abortions that do occur based on, I'm gonna be real, people's foolishness, people's irresponsibility. So I mean, because the neighborhood that I'm from, it's like, sure, a 14-year-old girl or a 13-year-old girl that gets pregnant and her parents is like, no, you just started high school. You need to finish. And then there's some girls who go through it, they have the baby and it's difficult for them to go through school. Like, those are some cases. But then you have like a lot of these grown people that go out here, they know the deal, they know what's going on. They just want to enjoy sex. Let's just be real. And they go out there, they enjoy it. They're like, well, I'm too young. My life is too precious. I can't be held down by a child. And they do this a lot. I mean, a lot. So that's the cases that I'm against. But I'm gonna go ahead and roll out of the panel so that fresh faces.
Well, we have enough room now. But
abortion person here. It'd be very boring.
Yeah, so stick around.
Well, I'm actually going to drop out and listen, but I want to respond to that. I want to respond real quick. feel kind of itchy. So I understand what Kevin's saying. I know people in almost every category. I know someone who had an abortion after weeks of considering it with her long-term boyfriend, who she's now moved in with and plans on marrying, but she already has 2 children. She made the decision because strictly of financial reasons, and I don't blame her for that. It is her choice. She can't financially support another child, even though she was on contraceptive. They're not 100%. So that every time a woman does have an abortion, there is the risk of them not being able to carry children in the near future. So it is not simply, that they don't understand the risk, which is, let me rephrase that. Some do and some don't. That's why I stated beforehand that many people should be on board for massive contraception. That's what we should be focusing on, because I don't think anyone here is a pro-abortion advocate. I don't think anyone hears that. But I don't want to, other than JD, he's stupid. I personally told my own mother that if she decided to abort me, I wouldn't care, because I wouldn't be around. Like, that is her choice. And if I was holding her back from what she wants to be, then it is what it is. That's me personally. I can only speak for myself. But
she's been trying to abort you for 3 decades.
Yeah, she tried and failed. But it's like, I can't tell you how many women I know that are swooped in and seduced by these dudes who are just slanging dick like it's nothing, and they get their lives ruined and wrecked because they don't want to have an abortion. I know way too many women, and I know women who do just exactly the same thing as you said. But I don't think that's the core of the issue, because we're not going to stop having sex. That's never going to happen.
And I want to say, Kevin, I do agree with you, and I don't think a woman should use abortion as a form of birth control. I guess morally, I don't think it's right. Right?
But do you want to pass a law to make them stop, though?
Yeah, but again, I don't want to make a law to have it stopped. So just because I don't agree with something, and I personally don't think they should be doing it, I don't want to have a law to stop them. And by the way, JD, I just want to say you're a good brother, man. So just
well, I actually like to discuss the practice.
You're not my brother.
I'm concerned with making abortion legal under only certain circumstances.
But you got to.
I mean,
we really want women to have to go through an interrogation before they have a legal procedure. Like, tell me all the reasons why. Tell me, is it medical? You have a good reason? Can you not afford it? Are you just doing it for birth control? You better tell us. You better tell us the whole reason. You better tell us now. Do we really want women to have to be subjected to that?
See, in reality, there's only 0.3% of.
Sure, why not?
Only 0.3%.
But don't they ask that?
Come on.
I don't like the idea of women being seen, Like, here, let's tell you all the reasons. I mean, it's not just that. In other states, you have to be sat down and talked to for X amount of time, so they give you all these other options you can take. Well, how about they just make up their own minds? It's their body, it's their decision. Let them make their decision.
Well, let me ask you something on that, JD. Is that I understand what you're saying, but I mean, it's the same thing with prescription drugs. Why can't you just go in and legalize marijuana? Places where marijuana is allowed for medicinal use, but not for recreational use. Why? You can make the same argument there, and I mean, I probably would that they have the right to do whatever they want, but yet we. Right, but what I'm saying is that we, in the places where this, this difference does exist, there is a method that people go about to, find out whether or not they're eligible to, to get this or not. And we do this with a lot of medical procedures.
I think my
you'll sit down with a doctor, you'll sit down with whatever, and they have a method. There is a method in place to find out whether or not you're a candidate for whatever medical procedure or treatment or whatever.
Well, I guess here's my main issue. Maybe I'm dancing around it too much. To ask those questions is to imply that if she has the wrong reasons, she should not be allowed to have control of her body, and I disagree. I think she'd have control. I think she could have completely shitty, selfish, narcissistic reasons and still be allowed to do it because it's her body. Until that umbilical cord is cut.
Yeah, I agree. But that doesn't mean you're saying that you agree with her choices, but you're allowing.
I mean, there's plenty of times you line up the last 20 abortions you've ever heard of, and I'll say I would have done that, I wouldn't have done that, I would have done that, I would not have done that, I would have done. I could give you I think she probably shouldn't have done that. I can look at the outcomes, I can look at her reasons and say those were bad reasons. But I'm not going to write a law that says if you have those reasons, you should only have an abortion when I think it's okay if you have an abortion. That's not I don't have that right to take over one's body and say, listen, Our government says that because you don't like that reason, you can't have an abortion for that reason. No, it's still her body.
Jay, do you believe in unfettered access to abortions?
Yes.
Okay.
On top of unfettered access to birth controls of all kinds.
Can I just really quickly?
So, anything have to do with, birth control and abortion should all be completely legal and completely easy to get.
Oh, I believe birth control should be readily available. Absolutely, no question about that.
Do that, you have less issues with the abortion stuff.
Yes, there's no doubt about that. But I think no offense to Jade, the Catholic in the room, and I think she kind of even agrees with us on this. The Catholics, unfortunately, are the ones very much pushing against anti-birth control, and I find that to be a very strange position.
In first world countries, they're not anymore. They used to.
Yes, Christopher.
Yeah, sorry. So what Jade was saying about antibiotics and birth control, the only antibiotic that is known to actually interfere with the effectiveness of birth control is rifampin, which is primarily used for tuberculosis. There is no other demonstrated link between antibiotics and a reduction in the effectiveness of birth control, even though that is still said by a lot of people.
So tetracycline still have
no, there's no evidence.
I just posted a link to a paper.
Let's see here. She did post a link. I just saw it.
Yeah, I heard tetracycline does.
Yes, tetracycline.
I've heard something to the effect too. This is a paper, Tetracycline and Oral Contraceptives. Abstract. Several female patients with acne have asked me if they could take tetracycline along with oral contraceptives. I checked this information in the physician's desk reference and found that all manufacturers of OCs, except for Park, Davis, and Company, state that many drugs, including tetracycline, may make the OCs less effective.
Yeah, but so that's not an article. That's a personal.
That's an abstract.
Yeah. Well, no,
yes.
it's like a letter, and it's from 1981. So if you scroll up to the article that I posted a link to, it's from 2002, and it's a meta-analysis of actual studies on the effectiveness of concurrent treatment. So
does it include tetracycline?
Yes, it includes all common oral commonly prescribed antibiotics.
Does it tell you? But does it address tetracycline?
It addresses. It addresses all of them. I mean, it covers an antibiotic that again is only primarily used for tuberculosis. So I'm sure it covers tetracycline.
But I'm saying, does it have the actual stats on tetracycline?
I'd have to try and find the actual articles that it's referencing, because again, this is a meta-analysis. But so you'd have to give me just a few moments. But
well, there is.
I may be wrong. Okay, let me just say.
Okay, wait, I did find this, Jade. Antibiotic and oral contraceptive drug interactions. Is there a need for concern? As a PMC article, and the conclusion was rifampin was the only antibiotic to date that is reported to reduce plasma estrogen concentrations. So the only one that, according to this paper, CRISPR is right that's the only one that's shown for that.
The one that I realize that's just. But the point is that the physician that was talking when I said he checked the physician's desk reference, and the manufacturer said that it could have a problem. Now, I'd have to look into that, but my knowledge, and yes, my knowledge is from a while back. I freely admit that I'm talking from a couple of decades ago, but, that tetracycline was supposed to oral contraceptives. Now, this also depends on what kind of oral contraceptive you're talking about. There are different kinds.
Okay.
And in reality,
quickly,
right now,
I'm heading out. Thank you, Steve. Thanks.
Thank you.
I will speak to you again. Bye.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Jade, I just found it. It did indeed. It checked penicillin, tetracycline, sulfonamides, erythromycin, metronidazole, several others.
Right.
And the only one that's actually been demonstrated is rifampin and its derivatives.
Okay. Well, I'll accept that. That's fine. I guess that all the stories about tetracycline, which came. But what the point I was making well, the point I really want to make is that the literature from the drug manufacturers said that there was a potential problem. Be just hedging their bets.
Yeah,
Or-
have you ever actually like seen literature from drug manufacturers? They list everything they've ever even
That's
heard
true.
suggested because they're covering their butts.
That's true. You're right. Okay,
I think we're getting a little off topic though. But good to
thank you,
know.
CRISPR. But let me just say thank you, CRISPR, for correcting me. I will no longer use that argument.
Yeah, sure. It's such a common thing that I heard that growing up. I heard people tell me that they'd been warned by their doctors and everybody else that you got to be careful with this. And it's just like there's no clinical evidence for it.
Well, that's good to know.
Unless you're being treated for tuberculosis, right?
Yeah.
Hang on a sec, guys. Hang on. We seem to have an audio problem. Hang on. We seem to have an audio problem. They can only hear me for some reason. Is that? Let me ask the live feed. Could you guys hear the other people in the conversation? And how long was that going on?
I just wanted.
Hey, how long has it been going on that they can only hear me?
Hey guys.
Yes, Jackie.
I was just in the live feed and we can't hear anyone.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. So the last 3 minutes,
okay.
for some reason, they can only hear me. I'm not sure why.
Reload. Everybody reload. I'm watching you on my Xbox.
Everybody has to reload. So if you're in this hangout, go ahead and reload, and that should fix your audio. By the way, last 3 minutes, you guys didn't miss much. It was just some stuff on recycling and stuff.
Okay.
But it's been resolved. So,
Reload.
So people are reloading right now,
Mm-hmm.
and hopefully they'll fix that problem.
Oh, crap. I can't do
Rats
this the
on
normal
Line,
way.
We know that you can't hear Jackie. First, so when you come in, say something and let.
Hey, can you hear me?
Can you hear
Can you guys hear
Sokka?
Tony? Can you hear
Tony,
Sokka?
Tony.
Tony, can you hear Tony?
All right.
No, I didn't. They're like we thought we thought you put them all in timeout. No, I didn't put them all in timeout. By the way, you guys may have noticed. I might as well throw this out there now. I have enabled super chat. Honestly, guys, I don't expect you guys to use it that often. I really want to only really kind of maybe use it for two folds. One, when I have the bigger events, and two, when somebody. There are some people that want to donate, but they have a problem with some technical reasons, and they need an alternate way to do it. So they still can only hear me. But okay, let me finish what I was saying, then we'll figure it out. But anyways, I do have the super chat enabled. But like I said, don't utilize it that much. It's nice, but I mean, I said it for very specific reasons. But if you feel like using it, by my guess, I'm not going to tell you to stop. But somebody had actually
super chat?
A super chat is where you can click for like a $1 or something, and your chat the message in the live feed gets really, really big, and I'll read it out on air and address the person who donated the money. It's a big thing. That what happened was they got rid of fan funding. Fan funding was you have on the video page, your YouTube page, a little blue button, and they got rid of that. And a lot of people have asked me, how do I, where did it go? And somebody the other day was like informing me that blue button was gone. And I was like, shit. They're like, yeah, you may want to check into that. Well, I did. I found that they had replaced it with a super chat, which I did.
That money goes to you?
Yes.
That money goes to you? Oh,
yeah, like what Sarah just did.
Yeah.
That goes through Google Wallet.
I'd be doing that.
Yeah. And I do appreciate, like I said, I just
say
want, Jay, nobody can hear you, by the way, just FYI. But let me finish this real quick. Go ahead, Jay. Is that important? Go ahead.
Yeah, Jay, no one can hear
Nobody
can hear me now?
I can hear you, but they can't hear you on the
Fucking son of a bitch.
Nobody can hear anybody on the outside. Which she just reloaded for no reason. But anyways, to finish my point, thank you, Sarah, for your donations. And but somebody had asked me why I had mentioned earlier about the fact that I had 72 viewers or something, and Antonio only had 7. It wasn't to compare dick sizes. What it was that Antonio wants to have these fair and open hangouts about topics like this. And every time he does so, they're never fair. And he kicked JD out when JD was asking very legit questions. And my point was that if you want to have a room and you want to have successful chat and people listening, you have to be a little bit fair. And Antonio showed no fairness whatsoever. In fact, he got back into a corner. His argument was exposed. And because of that, he kicked JD.
Yep, he'll call people stupid. And
The bigger issue was, he had gone on for a bit and was not actually responding to the point. The point was, we'd got him and
I'm gonna reload too next, so maybe it's me.
we had Antonio and Zulu.
Okay,
both
can I?
saying
JD,
that
Jade, it's not your audio. It's not your audio, Jade. It's
You're
the
fine.
outside chat. Cannot hear anybody else but me for some reason.
Oh,
I'm gonna reload myself.
But could people? Well, I just reloaded.
Not you.
I just reloaded. So how do we that?
Yeah.
Well,
Can
Yeah,
anybody,
that didn't help.
can everybody
it
hear?
didn't help.
in the
No,
chat
they still can't hear you.
But can people here in the chat hear me?
I'm hearing you fine.
Yeah, in here, yes.
I guess not.
Yeah, and here we hear you.
Okay, so but let me yeah, Jim says give me okay, let me ask, can hear me now?
But they can't hear me
Okay.
either.
Just to double check.
Okay, they're in the live feed. They're saying they can't hear anybody but me. They can't hear Jade. They can't hear JD.
Well, I just Psycho still says, oh, so this is us.
So I've seen this problem before, but I don't remember how we fixed it.
I guess
Can
you gotta start a new one.
1, 2, 3.
Reload, Steve?
I just did reload.
We might need to start a new hangout.
Oh, wait. So now they're starting to work? Oh, okay. Now magically, because of prayer, it works.
Yep. Atheist prayer.
Oh no, it's the delay. It's the delay.
Oh,
remember,
yeah,
there's a
because
delay
you're
between
25
us.
second delay.
and
Yeah.
hearing.
Okay.
Oh.
So, okay.
Okay, now it's
All right,
working.
so them
So I just
reloading did
wanted
fix
to
it.
say,
All right.
if I just wanted to say to everybody out there, first of all, Michael, you didn't miss much. CRISPR's right, I'm wrong. Okay, the data I had was incorrect. The manufacturers said that there was a problem with recycling and oral contraceptives. As CRISPR pointed out, the manufacturers put freaking everything on their literature. CRISPR brought a meta-analysis that shows that there is no problem with oral contraceptives and antibiotics, except one specific one that's rarely used, and I think he said only for TB. So just to make it clear, I was wrong. I'm not going to use that argument anymore.
See, even Jade can be shown wrong.
And I just wanted to say that there's only 0.3% of the U.S. is actually having abortions. It's like 900,000 abortions a year out of the 330 million people that we have.
Yeah, and another
did you-
comment.
yeah.
Another
And
comment.
did you know that in?
Go ahead.
Okay,
Jay.
go ahead.
Oh, Ocean said he'd like to be.
It was just a short one. A comment I want to make, because Kevin G was talking about like 98% of the women are using it for, contraceptive. Well, I was looking up the statistics, and 54% of the women that do get abortion were on and using contraceptives that month, but they failed.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a failure rate on them. Yeah, absolutely. And Kevin didn't address that, by the way.
I'd like to jump in real quick, and I'm going to pretend like I'm G-Man for a moment. Let me hold on. I need to hit myself with a brick a few times to get my IQ down. So Ocean has come in and said no one's defending pro-life, so we'd figure out, well, in that case, please tell us why you hate women's rights.
Because
come on, part of the patriarch system.
Yes, because girls are mean. Girls are mean. And
I bet girls been mean to you, Ocean.
Basically, women are meanie faces. And,
Oh, wait, Ocean, you're responding. I was going to tell you what your response would be and then comment to that.
Total meanie
Your
face,
response
yeah.
would be that you just
that would definitely be the G-Man way of having the discussion.
I mean, let's face it, you're functionally an atheist. You just hate women because that's what atheists are like, right?
But atheists don't exist, so their ergo Ocean
Right.
doesn't exist.
Hey, you trying to take control of the room again? Huh? Are you?
Yeah.
Two Live Crew said some stuff about women. Two Live Crew.
But anyways, can I finish my thing real quick about the super chat because people are still asking about it? Like I said, the little thing on the bottom, send a buck or two if you think there's something's going on in the hangout that you like. That's fine, But like I said, it's bigger. It's for kind of bigger events, kind of thing. We are getting like 100 people joining us every so often, and so the chat does go by really fast. So that is a good way to get your thing out there. And I'm going to make it, if people do the super chat, they do get a kind of priority to come in, even on the bigger events. Just I got to do something. So, anyways, just thought I'd throw that out there.
Jeez, I'd have super chat on everything. I don't care what it was.
Well, it's not. I don't. You know what? Once you enable it, it's on every video. You can't just turn it off. So.
Cool.
Yeah, I just wanted to make the point that we have seen in places where oral contraceptives have been freely available, like Colorado, the abortion rate drops considerably.
Well, that'd be great, right?
But I wish we would have got to the more nuances of like, for example, the pro.
Well, we did start with Antonio's hangout, so nuance was really never in the cards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, again, when you start finding things like pro-life and pro-choice, I mean, I think there needs to be. I think it needs to start off. What do you mean by it, right? I mean, when people say you're pro-life, they they mean it to mean something it doesn't mean, right? They mean it to mean that you're anti-abortion when it really shouldn't mean that. Pro-life just merely means that
pro-choicers, right, or anti. It's honestly, they hate when I phrase this way, but really it comes down to, at what point do you believe the government should intervene and take the decision away from the mother and doctor?
Yeah, I agree.
No one likes it when I phrase that way, but I think that really is what it boils down to. At what point do you want the government to be the one making the decision rather than the mother and doctor?
Yeah, and you know what? And that's very important, because see, in our society, again,
at what point do you want the government to recognize life?
But we give doctors that ability. That's one thing we infer upon to them, or confer about to them, the ability to make those kind of decisions.
Because JD, I would reverse that and say that, like, at birth, you definitely take the decision away from the mother to kill her child at that point.
That is true.
So
I'm not sure I'm okay with that. I think we should extend to at least maybe 17 and a half.
JD, you're evil. I didn't realize
No, I just hate children.
See, this is the reason why JD is pro-abortion.
Just let our species die out. It doesn't matter.
They're smelly and icky, and they throw toys
Yes,
around.
Jackie, if JD allows you to. He's trying to take over my room. Do you see this? Do I have to remind you, JD?
I'm going to talk about why I hate children.
I'm sitting here willing to defend pro-life.
I want to talk about why children hate you.
I'll defend pro-life too, because I'm torn on the issue, so I can always take the pro-life stance if you guys want.
Jackie's doing it. I'll do it.
I don't have to take it. I am.
Okay. But someone was talking to me the other day, and they gave me a really good thought experiment, and that was like, what if like we gave birth like kangaroos, right? So because their fetuses grow outside of their womb. They go into their pouch. Like, if we were able to see that process with ourselves, like, would we be able to have the heart to allow abortion to happen? Like, if our fetuses grew outside of ourselves.
Well, that's why I try to limit it to the first trimester, right? I mean, I said at the very beginning that I think during the first or second trimester, it's great to have a policy that a woman can make that decision for herself. I don't want to limit their decision-making ability to do that. Third trimester, that's a wholly different story. Thank you, JD. JD says, I believe Steve's hangout is worth $2 in the super chat. And I think it is as well. And you know what, JD, I'm going to give you something I don't do often. I'm going to give you mod control. But here's the one rule. Here's the one rule. You got to announce at random intervals that you have mod control. That's what you got to do.
Are you sure? I'll give the mod controls back in exchange for money. All right. Well, thank you.
But you got to randomly say, by the way, I have mods. I have mods.
I have mods. MK, please. Oh wait, I have mods. Never mind.
Don't go DD on this.
go full Darwin's, man.
Ocean, did you watch any of Antonio's?
Well, hold on a second. I mean, before we go back there, I think this is going to a really good spot there, where JD asked a question. At what stage do you want the government to come in and take away choice? And Ocean replied was, well, what you're really asking is, at what part do you think that the government should come along and recognize life? And I think that's right there. Let's start off with there as a good distinction between the 2 points.
I don't think the life part matters.
Sarah has a super.
I don't think the life part matters.
Sarah has a super chat.
No, I don't. I think it's
a bigger dick than mine. Well, I got to say this. Sarah Rodriguez donated $10. And actually, I think it's the second or third time she has in the super chat, so I got to put it out there. She put a penis in the comments. So
$10 dick.
So it was a $10 cock. She gave me a $10 cock. Thank you.
Well, that's just a tip.
The pipe.
So Steve
That's
is
just a tip.
interrupting the flow of conversation.
I never trust a woman when she says just a tip. Okay, just bear that in mind.
You just got a one shot what I get per month on.
She says she's laying the pipe.
So are we going to address that question or not?
Sure.
Yeah, as I just said, I don't think the life part matters. It has to do with how much do we value particular lives? And I think ones that are not conscious and rely on a mother for sustenance, in that they're not born yet, are still part of it, are still growing, have not completed becoming anything, and would not notice if they were killed. I think the mother's autonomy trumps that. I think the mother's rights over her body trump any rights we would give this particular life form.
How many people?
I would argue. I mean, I would argue with that point, JD. That well, I'd say that maybe a fetus doesn't have a rights in the same sense that we do. When we define rights, we're generally talking about some type of action that we can act upon. A fetus can't act upon their rights; they have none.
Yeah, that's kind of my point, actually. I
mean, that's great.
Born as targets of moral concern.
That's fine. So then it goes down to like concepts like animal rights, because animals wouldn't have rights under the same type of criteria that we're putting on rights now, because they can't act on them. But the point then is that we still will shy away from cruelty to animals, because I think that the argument can be made that we have a moral obligation towards them. And I think the same thing is the case with any unborn child, is that we have moral obligations to them.
I mean, what moral obligation do we have against, I don't know, partial birth cow abortion? There's no laws on the books for that.
Partial birth cow abortion.
Partial birth.
Oh, it's almost like they're stuck in
I don't know how often JD.
So, I mean, that thing is alive, but it's not a human life.
Right, but I don't know how often partial birth cow abortion happens, because like the cow is more valuable later on.
Oh, that's true. Well, then there's veal.
Yeah, it's a problem for the veal.
You haven't had. You
at least got to wait 6 months, JD.
You haven't had steak until you've had partial birth cow steak.
Oh, that's
wow.
It's the best thing.
But here's the question. I mean, do we have a moral obligation? Now, I can understand when we talk about, but I understand, like when you're dealing with a dilemma like the life of the mother over the life of the child, then you definitely have a moral obligation to the mother as well, and you have to make an argument can be made to why we might value the mother's life over the child's life in that case. But in the case where there is no moral dilemma, the moral obligation still lies within what we have towards the unborn child.
All right, let me ask you, Saka. By the way, Annabelle donated 20 pounds, which I think it's like $24 in American things or something. But thank you very much. But I got to read her comment. I'm not going to do this because she loves you guys. but I got to read it, Ocean. I'm sorry, because she loves you guys. She says that
I'll read it.
$20,
It's $20 to boot JD and Ocean.
Yes, $20 to boot JD and Ocean. That's how much she loves you guys. That's
bitch.
funny, actually. I got to admit that's pretty clever.
Oh, please! I'll just come back with the sock. You can't stop me.
Well, you know what's funny is JD. You can go to Antonio's. He'll do it for free. Done.
Oh Lord!
I wonder if Annabelle would pay $20 to get you booted out of Antonio's.
By the way, did you watch that, Ocean? Did you watch that debacle over there?
Yeah, I mentioned that. Do you?
No, I haven't. I was on Antonio's Hangout like a couple of days ago, and I can only take so much of like Antonio's Hangouts, to be honest with you.
He was lost. He was utterly lost. And then
what was he saying?
When he's letting DD ramp, you don't want to go into those. That's for sure.
He wasn't understanding the argument that Thalo, Blue, and JD were kind of doing a kind of exegesis on his beliefs, and they were just trying to come up with examples of when they were.
Can I, Steve?
Of examples of when what?
I was there.
Yeah.
God.
Go ahead, JD.
So
Steve keeps explaining something, and then JD.
It's okay. JD likes to have the mic. Okay. Whatever.
I have mod controls.
He gave you $2. Go ahead, JD.
So I joined because I saw he said, "Hey, here's pro-choicers," and we have it. Antonio and I were trying to get a debate on abortion going, which never seemed to have materialized. So I was like, "What the hell? I'll just do it here." I go in there and I say, kind of what I've already said, that abortion's about value of the thing, and I think women's autonomy trumps it. And I did my spiel, to which he starts going down the line like, "Well, I think you're doing a fallacy there." And anyway, it continued a bit. He wasn't really saying much. He accused me of a fallacy every so often, but never really followed through. Got mad when I interrupted him.
Wait, Antonio was in here doing this?
What?
No, in his room.
Oh, in his room.
I was dumb enough to go into Antonio.
No, the Hangout title was Bring It Pro-Choicers.
Yeah. So that continued. Now, we then finally asked him, like, well, what do you – well, or actually he just offered this without being asked, that he believes abortion is wrong under all circumstances, period. To which Thalo and I said, well, hold on, all? And so we brought up an example, like what if, let's say, you know for near certainty that both the mother and child will die. Zulu said, let nature take its course. Now, that sounds awful, but I've heard this position before. Let them go to heaven. Don't let one of them risk their soul. I get that from the theological standpoint. I still think it's wrong. John jumped in. I wanted to actually ask something else, but Antonio started talking, but not saying anything. And this went on for about 5 or 10 minutes. And at the end, when I was finally able to talk, I said, Antonio, I'm sorry, but I heard you talk for a bit, but I still don't know what your position is. All right. And he got really mad. He said, no, JD, no, stamp. You're not going to take over my hangout. Do you understand? Like, what's the issue? He says, no, you have to say it. You have to say
that's why you're being rude and taking over this hangout.
Yeah. He started saying, you have to say it. You have to cry uncle. To which I said, yeah, I came in here for discussion, not to be your bitch. And that's what I knew he was.
We were cordial,
but here's
one another, and then we're removed from the room.
So this is the problem, though, is that with some theistic views, and I brought this before, so I want to talk about like absolute moral standards there. And one of the problems they have is that they believe that if they do not start off with any type of Christian foundation, then, if Christian God doesn't exist, then the only logical position after that is complete moral nihilism. That, there's nothing that stops any action, that distinguishes any action from being right or wrong. Now, I mean, I've come into this room and I think that there's other people that have presented, pretty good rebuttals from a completely secular worldview to why, I'm, pro-life. And I haven't had to make any, absolute moral claims on these things. And like that's how you have to talk about this. But his rooms fail in that sense because they don't have any arguments. What they have is a belief. Their belief lies completely within their Christian theology. And even within that, if you try to bring up the part that there's contradictions about abortion within their own Christian theology, then they're left in a position where they can no longer defend what they want to believe. And that it's a real weakness of the position. It's really not worth talking to them there. Now, when Kevin came to this room earlier, I really liked what Kevin had to say. He brought up some good points. And I think that those are the type of points that we need to address on this issue, because I share some of the same points that he has.
I want to make a point as well in response to what JD was saying. Because JD, like the typical response in the abortion discussion that I see from pro-choicers is, hey, look at this extreme situation in which both the mother and the child can die, or look at this extreme situation in which a rape is taking place, or this other extreme situation with incest or whatever. And sure, okay, these are all horrible situations in which maybe abortion should be considered, but these aren't the majority cases in which we're dealing with abortion. The majority cases we're dealing with abortion are elective.
Yeah, I mean, those are the points that we brought up here. And
right.
This gets into
we should have the discussion of whether or not the elective abortion is wrong, rather than the discussion of whether or not these extreme situations are wrong. If we can get to an agreement on the elective situation, then the rest of it kind of follows, right? Where we can either talk about a negotiation regarding the other cases, or the other cases just wind up falling in. If elective is okay, obviously these cases are fine. But if elective is not okay, then these other cases become a question. So it seems like the pro-choicer, when dealing with these arguments, often abandons that argument and goes, okay, well, of course abortion's wrong. It's hard to defend, but we'll talk about these crazy situations.
Yeah, I mean, they appeal to the 0.1% to try to justify the other 99.9.
Well, and the thing with Antonio, the reason we brought up with Antonio in the first place was just because he said all abortions are wrong, and the whole point was we were going to do a very quick internal critique if that actually held. That was it.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say about that and then go back. The reason that's usually brought up, at least the discussions I see, is because someone is taking an absolutist position that all abortions are wrong. And that's when you bring up, okay, if that's your position, what about this, this, and this? You have to realize that absolutist positions have really serious problems. But what I want to do is I want to go back to what Sokka was talking about moral obligation. Does the fetus have rights? What kind of rights does it have at what stage in its development? Because even with humans, children do not have the same rights as adults. So we acknowledge that there is a different standard of adults. And depending on your age depends actually on what rights you have. For example, here in California, if you're 14 years old and your parents are divorced, you get a much larger, the word I'm thinking for. Anyway, you have a much larger ability to choose which parent you want to live with, all things being equal.
Nobody's
You are
asking the fetus whether or not it wants a beer.
Shut up
right?
for a minute. Shut up for a minute. Shut up for a minute. You know, it's nice to let people finish. And if you're 16, you can become an emancipated minor. But the point I'm making here is we understand that there is a schedule of rights for humans that are born. So is there a schedule of rights for humans that are not born? And I think that's an interesting question to decide, because there's a difference between a fertilized zygote. Well, I always do that, and the zygotes are automatically fertilized. There's a difference between a zygote, a fetus at 3 months, and a fetus at 6 months, and a fetus at 7 months. So that's knowledge that there is such a thing as a schedule of rights. So should we also perhaps acknowledge that there should be a schedule of rights for the unborn?
Well, the response to that, I mean, like I said, is that whether you want to call it a schedule of rights or not, I'm fine. I'm perfectly okay with saying that any agent that doesn't have the ability to act on their rights doesn't actually have rights. We give and take rights all the time. My argument would be more along the line of, like you said, you bring up the kids for a good example. Like, kids don't have rights in the same way that adults have rights. They have a few rights, that are given to them at that point in time. But they don't have the full set of rights that a full-grown adult would have. But yet we wouldn't think that it would be okay to act on children in such a way, because we believe that we have moral obligations to children. So when it comes down to, like, okay, the moral obligations, the same thing with a baby, like a brand new newborn. They have no rights. They can't have no sense of self. They have no conscience, no anything, but we have a moral obligation to them. So what changes between the exit of the birth canal and, that they're born now, that all of a sudden we have more of a moral obligation to them? I think that the moral obligation could be stretched back to a conception. I believe that can be an argument made that once a baby is conceived, then at that point in time, we have a moral obligation towards that child.
Can I ask I want to bring up a much, much larger, different point. Does the Super Chats thing seem a lot like the tokens from My Free Webcams?
Yeah.
I was thinking that.
I'll only show my
dance for us.
my ass off air. That's all.
For real, you're a cam girl now.
Well done. You're just like, oh, I'm not actually going to bring that up. Never mind. I'll put that in the side chat. That's not for broadcast.
I'll put it in your mom's side chat.
Well, you want to see my ass? I'll show you my ass off air. I don't give a shit. It's pretty nice, actually. It's not too bad.
But Jay, did you?
I won't respect you in the morning.
Jay, you had a question in response to that, right?
Yeah. How much of a moral obligation? I mean, we have a moral obligation. I think we have a moral obligation to dogs, to cats, to chickens, because I think we have a moral obligation to life forms. I think we have a moral obligation to trees, to not randomly just rip out every tree in a forest. But obviously that's a different level of moral obligation than I have to my cat or to another human being. I think that.
Would you? Sorry, I thought you were done there.
Go ahead. I'm just thinking.
Would you say that you have that a woman who's pregnant, even within the first trimester, has a moral obligation not to drink or do drugs while she's pregnant?
Yes, I would.
Okay, why?
Because
it's her own autonomy, right?
Yes, but and of course she can choose to deny that moral obligation and say her moral obligation is to herself rather than to the child. But I think it's a decision of if she's made the decision to continue this pregnancy, then she has a moral obligation to that fetus. If she's decided she's not going to contribute the pregnancy and she wants to drink, then she has no moral obligation to something that's not going to exist anymore. But yeah, we have.
We'd say that.
It's a complicated. It's a complicated issue, and I don't have any simple answers. I don't like abortion. But I do realize that there is a difference between a zygote, something that's just, boom, you've got this single cell that then makes 2 and 3 and has no thinking matter, has no brain, nothing, that has a functioning brain. It may not be completely functioning, but neither is the brain of a newborn baby, right? But there's a difference. We do define life today by whether or not a brain functions. We pull the plug on people because there's no brain activity anymore. So that is how we're defining life, at least with those who are living. Those who are out of the womb. If there's
Also
no brain activity, we pull the plug. So
pro-life people are against
do we
that.
want to take that same standard into fetal development? Or we're going to say if there's no brain yet, no functioning brain, is that not a completely functioning human being? And therefore, there is a less moral obligation to that functioning human being.
Yeah, but the difference between those two
Pro-life
examples,
people are against
the
the
difference.
unplugging thing. So if you want to take the same standard that pro-life people are against and then apply it to, pre-birth life, then that's taking the position that pro-life people are like, no, and then saying, is this fair, and applying it to the main thing that they're fighting for, right?
But the difference with that as well is that there's a difference between somebody whose brain no longer functions, like that there is no potential for them to come out of that state. There is brain cancer or whatever. Like something is going on there. There is the process is not reversible. In which case, the argument can be made that we no longer have the same moral obligation towards them because they're never going to be in a position where they can act on it. Now that's completely different to somebody who's in short-term coma, where it's entirely possible that they can recover from that. If there's a potential for recovery, if there's a potential for the brain, the activity to come back, then I would be against pulling the plug at that point in time. In the same sense that within a fetus, well, it's not developed yet, we're taking away the potential that it can develop, that it will be there. This isn't an end of life issue. This is a beginning of life issue. There is a future. There is something coming from this. Now, if there was a fetus that was going to be born that was completely brain dead, then that would fall into the category where I would be pro abortion in that case, because there is no quality of life to come from that. So I think that these are two completely separate questions that we're asking here.
Well, I look at them as how are we defining life? And that's the big question I have here. How do we define what a life is, and what would we consider a person? Not just a human life, because you get into problems when you say human life, because a tumor is a human life. And I don't want to go down that road because it's not really particularly relevant. But potential. Yeah, that's it. Potential. But that potential may or may not be fulfilled if the pregnancy continues. We don't know that. Are we going to make law? Well, and again, there's a difference between making a law and a person's individual position. I would say that's position. That's fine, but I would say that we can't make a law on some potential that may or may not exist. Then I would say that we cannot determine that is actually a human being if there's no brain there or no brain function.
I think that part of the issue with the coma thing, when one of the major arguments for unplugging is that it's not going to, the brain isn't going to grow back or fix itself, or it has a very low rate of doing it, ridiculously low. So, but in the case of an unborn child, if there's no brain activity there, it's not like it's not going to happen eventually. It's that argument doesn't apply in that situation.
But it's not there. That's my point. I'm talking about what exists, not
that's
what
avoiding the valuable point of the fact that it's going to grow.
Maybe not. We don't know
viable
that.
Life here.
We don't know
if you're in a situation in which it's not going to, that's a different situation than your typical zygote, right? Or at the point where you have, by the way, you don't really know that you're pregnant at the point of a zygote, but at the point that you do know that you're pregnant, there's something going on. And if there may not be brain development yet, but there's a point where that there's not going to be brain development. We have the technology to be able to do that. And it happens less often, or more often than not, a brain develops.
It should be pointed out, though.
I don't think that there's a reason to say, well, it doesn't have a brain, therefore it's worthless. Get rid of it.
Well, I just want to point out that we had a discussion on whether a zygote's a human way back. Remember that whole fiasco? And Sam was arguing that it was. Well, I just want to point out to people we did have PZ Myers come in.
So was I.
Yeah, so you. And we did have PZ Myers come in, who is an embryologist, said it is not a human. So I'm going to go with him. He's an expert in the field.
PZ Myers is also a liberal nut job.
Well, yeah, I didn't ask him about his political stuff.
He may be a biologist, but I think that biologists are capable of being dumb.
Well, of course, but this is his field.
But the argument that PZ Myers uses to defend that a zygote isn't a human would be the same argument that somebody would use that a caterpillar isn't a butterfly. It's just that, yeah, you're right. A caterpillar isn't a butterfly in the sense that we have these two separate classifications. So he puts this arbitrary thing that after birth or after a certain stage, therefore becomes human, while ignoring all previous stages to something. And that's the thing. He said, okay, that's fine. You don't
biological standard as well.
Yeah. So if you want to say that a zygote isn't a human, that's fine. It's a larval human. I don't know, whatever you want to say. The point is that it's still, it's still a potential human.
Sure.
And and if that's the label that he wants to use for it, I don't think that it changes the argument, because then you could just push back and say, what moral obligations do we have to potential humans?
So you think that if we just have a zygote, it has all the rights of anything else, and you can't?
No, I never said rights. Did I say rights? Like I said, I was clearly defined when I talk about rights. I'm talking about conscious agents that can act upon said rights. Okay. So my argument isn't for rights. My argument is for moral obligations.
Sure. So a zygote, do we have a moral obligation to treat that zygote like a potential human and not terminate it at the zygote level?
Yes, absolutely.
That's ridiculous.
Okay, let me give you this scenario, which happens more often than not. 2 eggs are fertilized. So we have 2 zygotes, right? So we have a moral obligation to those 2 zygotes. Then they fuse into 1 zygote. Now you only have 1 zygote. Well, we still have a moral obligation to that zygote, but we've lost the other zygote, so to speak. That simple that we can go from 1 person splitting into 2, combining to 1. We can go from 1 person splitting into 2. We can have a parasitic twin whose brain never completely develops. It's just too complicated for me to say that we automatically have now, if you want to say we have a moral obligation, that's fine, but I don't think we have the same moral obligation to a zygote than we do to a.
This is the same thing
that
I was talking about earlier. That you're taking like the extreme situations and then trying to apply it generally. And
no, I'm just saying
Saga's doing is talking about the general situation and saying, look,
it's not extreme.
We have a moral obligation here. If we can at least resolve whether or not we have a moral obligation in the general situation, then we can talk about all these exceptions.
It's not that extreme, by the way. We've recently discovered that twins combine far more often than we thought, and they also split and then combine far more often than we thought. Yeah. So it's not quite that. We don't know how.
Is the mother doing anything that's causing these things?
Well, the mother's body is causing them to divide.
Well, no,
consciously. Is there any decision that's taking place?
No.
No, the cell's doing it on its own. It's just something that happens.
Using the host, but it requires the host.
Process is doing their thing.
But it requires the host.
I don't see why it's being brought up as far as like the moral dilemma of abortion.
Why? Go ahead, Steve.
I was just saying that. Well, because to me, a zygote, a group of cells, is nothing. It's just a bunch of cells. Who cares? As a potential human, that means nothing to me, morally or ethically or biologically. Now, when the argument starts to get into play is when that cell gets more developed down the line. But just to say that a group of cells has any kind of importance, no, it's not.
We could also say, like, look, sometimes zygotes don't implant and they get washed out in a period, right?
50% of the time, something like that.
Yeah, I think it's fairly common that takes place. Do we have any moral obligation to that? Probably not. But in the situation of the when we're generally looking at a pregnancy, when someone becomes aware that they're pregnant, which is when I think the moral obligation starts to become a question, is when someone's aware that they're pregnant. Usually we're talking about something that isn't a zygote that's splitting and rejoining and all this stuff, because those are like really early stage events.
Well, they can find out 2 days after pregnancy, if not earlier sometimes now.
It's possible. I don't know if that's.
Yeah, I think the earliest systems
chemicals start showing up until later on. Anyway.
Yes, it's like a day or two. It really is pretty quick. Jade, may know when that, but isn't it about a day or two they get the hormone precursors that these earlier pregnancy tests will detect? Yeah,
they're very early now.
Yeah.
They're very early now. So basically, what you're saying, then, we have a moral obligation once the implantation occurs and is successful.
Yeah, I don't see why there's a moral obligation there.
Because before then, well, and is successful, I added that because at least 50% of pregnancies just flush right out of the woman's body. Most times she doesn't even know it. And sometimes implantation occurs, but then the timing is off, the lining lets go like it normally does during menstruation, and including the zygote. So I'm saying once the zygote has implanted and the implantation is successful, that's at that point a pregnancy can continue. You just have the zygote.
So how far along is that?
Don't remember, I'd have to look it up. And especially the successful part, because the implantation can take place, but then sometime later successful. So there's a time period in there, and I'm not sure what exists, I forget, but that's why I'm clarifying, saying the zygote implants and it's a successful implantation. It doesn't release.
So
there are even problems after that. But, I mean, there are even problems.
I know, but if you're using that as a standard, would you agree that that's something that happens? I can't remember, but isn't it within like the first 3 to 4 weeks?
Yeah, that happened very early. Yes.
Okay, so if you maintain that as a position, then are you okay with abortions being restricted to anything after 3 to 4 weeks?
Nope. I think that they shouldn't be restricted at all because I don't have the answers. For law, I mean, my personal opinion is different than what I would call my legal opinion, because I don't know.
Yeah, I think 2 months is reasonable though. But here's the thing, Jade. If you had to pace an arbitrary thing, and again, I don't think there's a right or wrong answer here. Okay, but if we had to make concessions that make everybody kind of happy, I think 2 months would be a decent amount of time, or maybe a little earlier.
3 months.
I think it's 13 weeks.
I would
all the way to 3. Okay. All right. Well, okay. First trimester.
Yeah.
Okay. I wouldn't have an issue with that. Yeah.
And I
wouldn't have an issue with that at all.
After the first trimester, and this is actually usually the way it is in most states. After the first trimester, there should only be certain circumstances where it's allowed. This is to me the strictest legal standard I think that should happen. So after the first trimester, there should be only particular reasons for it to be allowed. And same thing with that in the third trimester, although those should be a lot stricter, because we know that women have sometimes, somebody can wish Fiona was here. There's a condition where a woman's blood pressure goes completely out of control when she's pregnant. And they may be able to get it under control, but dangerous. And that's a point where the woman and her partner, hopefully, have to make the decision. Are we going to, and I have no idea, by the way, if the drugs that bring high blood pressure under control would have any effect on the fetus. So I'm not considering that because I don't know about it. But they have to make a decision as to whether or not they're going to continue with the pregnancy and take the appropriate drugs and hope everything works out okay, or they've decided it's just too dangerous and we've opted.
I think you're thinking of preeclampsia, right? By the way, Jade.
Yes, preeclampsia. That is, to me, that's a personal decision people have to make. Yeah, I can't make that for them. I can't say, and there are also, of course, probably other risk factors. But just even assuming that other than this preeclampsia, is really, really perfect health, it's still her. And again, hopefully she has a partner in this. It's still their decision whether or not to continue with that pregnancy, because there is a greater risk involved for the mother's life and any other children they may have.
I think you put kind of an interesting thing.
Just, give the pro-choice side all the extreme situation arguments and just say like, yeah,
sure.
That's fucking extreme. Do you understand this isn't that fucking extreme? This is a real life situation. I've known women who've had to go through with it.
Great.
Who've had struggled with this and tried to have the baby and they finally couldn't do it because their life was too at risk. So don't give me this fucking extreme situation. This is a real life situation. And
I think that's something that happens most of the time.
My point that I'm making here is that at a second semester, I'm talking about a second trimester abortion, at this point, there are certain situations that need to be left up to the woman. And again, as I said, I hope her partner. This is one of those situations. I'm not.
Great. I'm willing to give you in any of those situations. Fine, you can have an abortion. I'm more interested in talking about the general elective situation.
Yeah, I mean that's the issue that we're bringing up. And I mean, even within your even with what you were saying, Jade, is that you perfectly conceded the point that you think that it should be restricted after a certain point. And I'm just wondering, why did you choose that point?
I chose that point because it's the generally considered point that we are using in law right now, and I'd have to research it to say why we have considered that. But we have as a society, we've divided this into trimesters. But the point I was trying to make, and you seem to be going off it, is Steve was talking about restrictions and when they should be implemented, and I was giving my opinion about when they should be implemented and why. If put restrictions, when they should be implemented and why they should be implemented, and what kind of restrictions there should be.
Yeah, if we had to come to a compromise, I mean, you're never going to get rid of abortions all the way, right? It's never going to happen. Let's be realistic. That's not the pro-life movement is never going to. They're never going to get that. So I think for all sides to have a compromise, they have to come together and say, okay, these are the times we allow it, these times we don't. When what is it, the first trimester, second trimester? That's the kind of conversation I think people should be having.
Great. Okay, so
let me finish. It's not so much should people have abortions from birth control. I don't think anybody's going to argue people should go out and have abortions as a form of birth control. The question is, should we allow them to? And I believe yes, but morally, yeah, I don't think that you should go out and do that. But that's not really the argument we're really need to be having.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so and I've said this before, I'll concede the point. In any situation where the mother's life becomes a risk, or that the quality of life of the child will not be good after the birth, then I will concede that an abortion in those cases, I would actually say, are morally necessary at that point in time. That not legally necessary, but they're morally necessary. Great, I will concede that point. Go abortion, yay, whatever. Okay, now let's get back to the main argument that we're talking about here. We put the restrictions on there. Now we put the criteria out there for when we think that an abortion is okay. So I'm totally within your camp. Great, let's make that the standard. If you want to go out and if you want an abortion, that it's got to be from a doctor's recommendation based on the health of the child or the health of the mother, and that's fine. I will concede that. Great. Now, if you agree with those, awesome. So why should
bodily autonomy argument no longer?
So now why should we allow someone to get an abortion in any other scenario? Make that argument.
Well, what if like I said, 54% of the women that do have abortions were on birth control. They were trying, whether it was condoms or the pills or whatever, we're trying not to have children because of their economic reasons or whatever reasons they need. Now, those things failed, not because of their fault. So now they should have to carry out that birth.
Yeah, how do we determine that? How do we go about saying, hey, look, in this particular case, your condom failed, we'll let you have it. In this particular case, you just don't want the baby. How do we go about
in those cases? I think that adoption is a perfectly legitimate option.
That's not the argument. The argument is
the argument's completely for that. The argument's if you can't fiscally care for a child. Great, you give it to somebody else.
So you impose your sense of sensibility that you have to, the woman has to take it to term and give it up for adoption, and you think that's okay?
Yes, because I believe that we have a moral obligation to all potential humans.
What about her moral obligation?
Her moral obligation is towards the potential human as well. If she can't, she's also more.
If she doesn't have any morals.
Oh, great! So if someone's a complete moral nihilist, they should be able to go out and just start shooting random people on the street. Well, so who cares? It's not her morals.
That's a slippery slope.
Okay, what about the situation? What about we've got all these discussions about? I mean, I've been through the situation where an ex-partner of mine many years ago got pregnant. She didn't want to keep the child. I'm not pro-abortion. I wish abortion didn't have to happen, but they do. We live in the real world, and for whatever reason. So I've been through that situation. I've also been through the situation of having a child that was wanted and we lost through a late miscarriage. And I'm also a single parent. I've got 2 children. So all that being said, all the other stuff seems to be avoiding the main issue about these they call themselves pro-lifers. They're not really, they're pro-birthers, because a lot of them don't give a shit what happens afterwards. They only care about the mother giving birth, because that's a way of controlling women. But how are you going to force this issue? How are you going to say, right, we're going to bring a law in that says abortion is only acceptable in the circumstances of where the mother's life is at risk or the child is going to be brain dead? We haven't touched on rape, but that's another issue. How are you going to implement a law and then enforce it, and force a woman to go through carrying a child and then force her to give birth? Because that's what you're going to need to do.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, and let me address that because that's actually, yeah, that's a good point, Mark, and I completely sympathize with that position as well. So first off, I would say that bringing up the situations of rape, or incest, we put those in the same category as the extremes. Like that there might be a reason for a woman to have a choice in those cases there, but we're not talking about those ones. We're not talking about the minorities on these ones. We're talking about the overarching. Hey, I don't want to have a child, so because of that, even though I'm perfectly healthy, I can carry the term, I can put it up to adoption, I can do all these other things. I have options available. I got pregnant because birth control failed. Whatever. Would those be a legitimate option for an abortion? And my position on that would be that to carry the term, and I don't think that we should necessarily force people. But I think that one of the main problems we have is that the accessibility to abortion have made it that it's changed the dynamic. We've tried to change it to tell people, to kind of convince people that we don't have these moral obligations, that we don't have to do these things, and that because of that attitude, people approach this as in like, I have nothing to worry about, or I have no responsibilities in this. And I think that that's the attitude that I want to change. I don't want to force a woman to do anything. Okay. But what I want the attitude of people to realize that abortion.
You're going to have to force women, because you can't control women, and so that they all say, you know what, you're right, I'll carry that baby that I didn't want for whatever reason. Let's put this reasons to one side. I'm not saying to the situation now where all the discussion is over and the government of whatever country you're in. So let's say America, for argument's sake, Canada. You're a Canadian, I presume. Let's say Canada introduces a law that says, unless it's in these three extreme circumstances, abortion is now illegal. How are you going to implement that law and enforce it? Because you can't convince every single woman by your reasoning and argument alone. There are going to be women that say, I want an abortion. And I don't care what the law says. I don't want this child. You cannot force a woman to carry a child to term and then give birth. You can't force it. What are you going to do? Imprison women that have backstreet abortions? You're going to imprison a woman?
No, I'm not saying that we have to imprison them. I'm not saying that we even have to force them. That's what I'm actually trying to respond to.
Isn't it an odd problem?
Yeah, the issue, and like it's presented there, is that I don't want this to be an issue where we have to force people. What I want to change, I want to change the attitude that we have towards it. Yes, we'd
all like to change.
Hold on. So I'm not avoiding the question. You take something. You take an example like something like
sky though.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'd like to answer the question pretty directly.
Yes, that's what I want. A direct answer. Yeah, how are you going to enforce this new law?
Okay. So, well, I mean, fairly directly, it might come off as avoiding at the same time, though, because I don't think that it's necessary to create a law that abortion is now illegal in order to have the moral conversation of whether or not abortion is moral.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Completely different subject. I'm fine with
I agree with you. Oh, yes. I mean, Ocean, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. But who cares about the morality? You guys, who gives a shit about the morality aspect? He's asking a very direct legal question about how do we enforce this. You guys want to talk about this morality stuff. I don't think Mark is even questioning about that. Are you, Mark?
No, I said, let's put all these other bits about, is it a life? Has it ever, put all that bullshit to one side for a moment. So let's just say, the question I asked was, we've gotten past those arguments, and the government of the day, even let's say a worldwide government, to stop any silly little get-outs. We all decide as human beings that there are only 3 circumstances where abortion is allowed. The rest of the time it's not. My question was, that's being danced around like fucking river dance, is how are you going to force women to carry children, carry zygotes, whatever you want to call them, fetuses, unborn? How are you going to force women to carry to term and then force them to give birth? And the secondary question is, those that go and have backstreet abortions with coat hangers or whatever else they decide to use, how are you going to punish those for breaking the law?
All right. Well, if you're really looking at a hypothetical civilization that believes that, say, abortion is murder, for example, then people that have abortions would be subject to murder trials.
Wow. So you're going to apply that?
In those nations that have the death penalty, in those nations that have the death penalty for murder, you're going to put women to death for having an abortion, are you?
I'm against capital punishment.
I didn't say that. Well, you're going to imprison women then, are you? You're going to put women.
Are you asking about my position or not? What are you asking about?
Okay, sorry, I apologize. Okay, you're against capital punishment. I said, what about in those states where murder is punishable by the death sentence, irrespective of whether you're against the fucking thing? If it's in Texas at the present time and a woman is convicted of murder, she probably gets the electric chair.
Sure.
Right. So you're going to sit by while women are electrocuted for having an abortion?
No, I'm against capital punishment.
You want to force them to do what you want.
No, okay. So, Mark, I think that the thing is that you think that
laws, Mark.
Whether you're against it or not, that's not the point.
Okay, so here's the point there, Mark, is that, like, I'm not just asking for any type of legislation to be passed at this moment here. I think that the first step to all these this issue is that this attitude of society has to change towards us. And I think
you're ignoring real life, Soccer. I'm sorry, but you're really ignoring the fact that you can't sit all women down and have a nice cozy chat with a cup of fucking tea and a biscuit and convince them that actually
why not?
Because it's not the real world. It doesn't work like that.
Why not? Here's the question: Why can't you have discussion? Why can't you have? Hold on a second, Steve. Why can't you have discussions like this to try to change people's minds? Why can't that be a pro-life position? Why do I have to argue for legislation to come in to try to?
Because we live in the real world, Soccer. Because yes, as much as we would all like to sit every single potential parent down and say, look, this abortion thing's not very good. I'm not pro-abortion. I wish they didn't happen. I've already said that. But they do. We live in the real world. We live in a world where we're not all the same, where, yes, with the best will in the world, we'd all like to sit everybody down before they even have sex and say, these are the dangers. This is what is likely to happen, what could happen. And that if you get pregnant, you know what? Perhaps abortion isn't such a good. We'd all love to have those conversations, but that's not the real world.
Yeah, you're living in an idealized society.
People get pregnant. And women get pregnant, and not all of the women are going to want to keep their children and pass them over to people that don't really give a shit anyway. There are millions of children waiting to be adopted right now. And
yeah, it's like even saying, hey, I would love to be able to feed the world. Okay, so hey, let's try to get everybody fed. But reality, it's not going to happen. I mean, you have this very high expectation of what you think is idealized. But as Mark said, this is reality. You have to deal with.
My point was, yes, I agree with Soccer. I agree with you, Soccer. I agree with you, Soccer. That yes, these sorts of conversations should be had, and they are being had, and we should be able to try and convince people to do the right thing. But who's going to decide what the right thing is? And ignoring all that, my question was: once we've gone through all of these discussions and discussions that you would want, and clearly they don't work, we could sit people down and say, do you know what? Taking drugs isn't a good idea. How well's that gone? You know what? Murder isn't a good idea. You know what? Child molestation isn't a good idea. Those things don't work in the real world. So once we've gone through all of that, and the situation comes down to, my question again is, the situation I'm asking you to answer is, we've now got legislation in place because that's the only thing we've got that forces people in some ways. Or where there is a punishment. So we've got to the point where there is a law, apart from 3 exceptional circumstances where abortion is illegal. How are you going to implement and enforce that law?
Well, enforcing an implementation of a law is pretty easy. It's that you restrict the access to people to have them in the first place. You set the regulations and you have it monitored by whatever governing body monitors those things. In the same sense that you
enforce. How are you serious? Let's cut down to the chase because you want to keep dancing around in circles. Are you going to imprison and punish women by imprisonment or any other method? Fine, imprison, I don't know, lash, flog, put to death. I'm being facetious, but How are you? You are seriously saying that we should punish women in that circumstance for having an abortion?
Well, I would say that I'd be arguing that we should punish women if I had made an argument saying that there should be legislation passed that should imprison women for that. But as I've not made that argument, that's not something that I am saying.
That's not my question. Again, you're not answering my question. I said, apart from all the sitting down and talking with a cup of tea, which you'd like to do, which I'd like to do, and convince everyone, we'd all like to convince everyone not to do bad things by sitting them down with a cup of tea. That's not the real world, because we have laws for things like murder. Okay, so we can't convince everyone not to murder people. So we've implemented a law that says if you murder someone, there is a punishment. So I've already said to you 3 times now, taking all that into account, we're now at the situation where there is a law that says abortion is illegal unless it's one of 3 extreme circumstances. My question to you was, are you going to be happy with punishing women by whatever method for having an abortion?
Well, you're asking how do you enforce it?
Hold on. Okay, hold on. The question keeps changing here because am I going to be happy with that? Yes, no, it has, because the first one was how are you going to enforce it?
Are you now going to fucking ride around on the word happy?
Yeah, I noticed that, Mark.
Oh, hold on a second. I'm sorry.
Wait,
Steve, if you're going to accuse me of being
I'm gonna say something first because you keep interrupting me, Sokka. Mark has asked the same question 5 or 6 times.
No, it was different.
No, he didn't.
It was different.
It was not different for the fact
he's asked 3 different fucking questions, Steve.
The same thing. How do you
dancing around like a
No, it doesn't. No, it hasn't.
You know the question I'm asking.
Yes, I know the question you're asking. The question is very simple, Sokka. If the law is in place, what do you condone for the legal ramifications of somebody who breaks the law? In a nutshell.
Yes.
I think that Sokka was answering that question by saying that
he never answered that question. He started talking about, will I be happy about it? Who gives a shit if you're gonna be happy?
Here, Steve, let me answer. Let me answer all 3 questions. Okay. First question: how do you enforce it? Okay, that was one of the first questions. Yes, we enforce it through restricting access. We restricted by having strict guidelines on what constitutes a legal abortion in that sense. Okay, so first off, that's one question. Second one, how do we enforce it? Well, that's going to be designated by whichever governing body decides the punishment for a violation of that law would be. Now, it is an answer because I have not. Yes. Okay, hold on a second. Let me answer the question, and then you can tell me after I'm done whether it was a non-answer or not. Okay.
I'll ask. I apologize.
Hold on a second.
Okay, I apologize if the English language gets you in a knot. I'll ask you it very simply. What punishment would you give to women that break that law?
Oh, okay, great. For that case, I don't know. Would it be a fine? Would it be jail time? I think arguments can be made for what the severity of the punishment. I wouldn't suggest death penalty. I wouldn't suggest 10, 15 years in prison. But I think that if a law is in place and you break the law, that by definition that makes you a criminal, right?
So essentially, okay, let me get this straight. So you can break hang on, Mark. You can break the law, pay a $25 fine, and get the abortion anyways.
$25.
I would disagree that
criminalizing women for having an abortion. You're fucking sick.
I would disagree with that.
I'm just saying if there has to be punishment, I think it should be trivial, like a $25 fine.
But Shard,
that's fine.
If you really want to, why have a fine? They're still going to get the abortion. It's like, okay,
I'm answering if there has to be punishment, I would make it trivial.
But let's look at what happens at the ramifications.
Why have the law in the first place if there's no?
Why have the law in the first place then?
But that's why we don't. Canada doesn't.
Mark.
Yeah, but nobody's arguing for a law right now. Like Mark, I'm not arguing for any type of legislation to be passed.
It's the natural consequence of the way you're going. You're trying to.
No, it's not. It's really not.
With their bodies.
No, I'm not.
You are. You're trying to tell
no, I'm
women
not.
Have abortions because
yes,
you don't.
I'm telling people that they should consider the option.
Not yours, not any man's.
I'm telling people that they should consider the moral obligations that they have. That's all I put up there.
All right, so Sokka,
what about the moral obligations of the future?
Sokka, you agree there should be no laws against abortion then?
Oh, absolutely, there should be laws against abortion.
Oh, they were back at square one again.
Where the status quo with that?
No, but hold on a second, Steve. Steve, hold on, stop for a second, because you guys got to be very careful with your language. Would you agree that you could have an abortion at 8.5 months?
No, we're not going there, Sokka.
No, hold it. No, Steve, we are going there. We are going there, because you said you just made the claim. You just asked me whether or not there should be laws against abortion. I said absolutely, because I don't think that anybody should abort at 8.5 months.
The following question would be: what are the violations? If you have that law, what should be the consequences of violating that law? What are the ramifications? What's the punishment?
If you have an abortion of 8.5 months, I think that's a murder charge.
Okay, then that person should be going to jail or be executed.
At 8.5 months, yeah, I think that going to jail for something like that, yeah, because I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure that's what
doing it at 4 months is trivial, and that shouldn't carry.
Yeah, that's going to be the next question. But this is where this is the questions Mark is asking. And this
you guys, but you guys are making these comments here. So let me just go back and retrace this, okay? Hold on a second, Steve. Hold on a second, Steve. We're not making progress here, because the question that I put out there was that because we asked this earlier, because JD asked the question is that hold on a second, guys. Because JD asked the question: at what level should we have the government regulate? When an abortion can happen or can't happen? And the question reply was: at what point in time does the government recognize something as being a life? Now, those questions were not answered. I answered it. I answered it at conception. You guys never answered that question. You guys didn't come with a position there. You guys put it. You put an arbitrary thing at 3 months. So now you want me to argue for what? Like you guys haven't even put out a position on this. I've told you my position. My position's pretty clear.
No, it's not, because we're gonna suss it out a little bit more.
Okay, great. So
we established that at 8 months that is it having a phone problem?
No, he left.
But yeah, Mark, he was dancing around that left and freaking right. I'm sorry, he really was, because I know what question you were asking, and he finally got to it. And then we said, okay, we'll have the law at 8.5 months. Okay, so Sokka, we have a law at 8.5 months now. Now, what should be the law at 4 months?
I still think that at 4 months, I don't think you should be allowed to have an abortion unless under extreme circumstances.
What's the law? What's the punishment?
No, what's the punishment at 4 months? I don't know. That'd be for whatever the legislating body is.
That's my point. Why is your punishment at 4 months different to your punishment at 8.5? What's the difference?
Why is my punishment different at 4.5 to 8.5 months?
Why did you say earlier that if a woman I gave you the scenario that we brought in a law that said abortion was illegal, and if a woman had abortion at, say, 4 months, your suggestion was a $25 or a trivial fine.
I never said that. That's not what you said that.
Under the existing law, if a woman has an abortion at 8 months, she's prosecuted. Why is there a difference in the punishment?
That's a good question. Why is there a difference in the punishment?
No, I'm asking you. Why don't you fucking answer a question?
For a moment.
I'm curious. Why is there a difference? Should there be a difference?
You sound like fucking G-Man at this point. You're asking. You're answering a
position at this point.
Answer my fucking question.
I think
Go ahead, Jade. Jay was trying to get in.
Sokka and I are starting out making a moral argument, and then it's being transferred into this legal thing, and where we have conversations about how to enforce this.
Because I don't think we're interested in the moral aspect. I think we're asking for the real world practical aspect. I'm a practical person.
I can answer the legal question. I've been offering to answer the legal question for a while now.
Please.
Jade,
I
go
just
ahead.
wanted to point out that guess what? We technically do abortions all the time at 8 months and 8.5 months, except they're not called abortions. They're called inducing birth. And it's done for various reasons. Because the baby is in distress. 8.5 months, the baby is in distress, they induce labor.
Yeah, but we're talking about the terminating the life
Same
of the
thing at
child.
8 months. So unless you're talking about actually going in and like destroying the baby's head or something to bring it out, it's not an abortion.
I think that I wouldn't consider it an abortion unless the baby dies as a result of the operation.
These arguments get bogged down in the mire about, is it a life, is it a zygote, is it, well, technically the term for it is this, and technically a miscarriage is a spontaneous abortion, and technically a birth at 8 months is an abortion. We're not talking about that. What we're talking about is whether we force women to carry a zygote or fetus to term and force them to give birth, or we don't.
Right.
We're talking about overriding another human being's choice about their body. My question was because it is ignored for most of the time. Get rid of all the, once we're over the argument, how are you going to force women to do what you want them to do?
Can I answer?
Yes.
All right. So the way I would do it is make no punishment for women that get abortions. None. But life imprisonment for those who perform them.
Wow.
You know that one. I pulled up a statistic there. And it says a woman dies every 7 minutes around the world due to an illegal abortion.
Oh, that's a good reason not to have them then, huh?
Well, that's why I don't think Ocean's suggestion makes any sense, because if a woman can have one but a doctor can't perform it, then she's going to go out and have unsafe ones.
Yep.
Back
Right.
alley ones.
Unsafe ones should have life imprisonment as well.
Well, yes,
Any-
that's great.
any
There are people
illegal abortion.
What a shit argument! Because how are you going to catch all the men all women that carry out the illegal? How are you even going to know that they're carrying out illegal?
Do we still have murder despite murder being illegal?
Yes.
You know what I don't understand.
That just shits on your own argument, then, doesn't it?
Catch all the murderers.
But there's still going to be abortions, though.
The point
Right,
is, we
there's
don't
still
want.
gonna be
The
murder
point
to
is,
make murder
the point
illegal.
is, Ocean, we don't want women going out and having these
Still
back
gonna be
alley
murder.
abortions.
Same with abortions.
Wait. The point is, we don't want
people break the law is not a reason not to have
Right.
a
So
law.
then your point about stopping abortion fails, then, doesn't it?
Yeah, we don't.
Well, how are you stopping
yes,
murder then?
Steve.
Come on.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're right.
guys
Yeah,
are
you know what?
bogged down.
Look,
They
yeah,
want
the murder laws aren't stopping murder, so we should bring in the purge.
Okay, that's just. You guys are so bogged down.
That's what your argument is. That's what your argument is.
No, it's not.
That's not my argument at all.
Listen
My
to
argument is
anyone's
the
argument.
opposite of
Steve,
that.
No, your argument is saying that that because if it's illegal, people are still going to do it, so we should provide. No, you said that because hold on. You said.
No, Sokka, wait. I'm gonna hide you. I'm tired of this. Please don't stop in here. Start. Nope. I don't care. I'm pointing at Antonio. You keep on talking over people, Sokka. When I'm trying to interject and give you my argument, you keep on saying that's my argument. That is not my argument. And if I say it's not my argument, give me the opportunity to redress it of what my argument is, so you don't straw man me. Understand? Thank you.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, am I broadcast again?
Yes.
Okay, great. So you said that if we're going to outlaw abortions, people are still going to do it illegally. So therefore, we should just allow.
That was Mark.
Okay. Is
I'm
pretty sure that you said that.
I said we don't want women to go out and have back alley abortions. And so by not having laws, I didn't finish, by not having laws that prevent them from having abortions with medical doctors where the safety of them is taken into consideration, right? Because there are women that will die from these back alley abortions. That's been my argument, that it's better to have a legal procedure for it to be done than them doing it in their own selves, right? And potentially being maimed, killed, whatever. Right, that's my argument, because I think it's much.
Okay, so you say so because
that's the reason.
No, it's funny because when I said you don't want people to get illegal abortions for whatever reason, therefore we should make them legal. That actually was your fucking argument, and you just wanted to get out the rest of it, like the little nuances in it. But at the end of the day, that was your argument, because people are going to go out and get it done illegally. You think that it should be done legally. So therefore, because people are going to go, that's your argument. That is exactly the argument that you made. I knew that was the argument you made.
Very simple. I don't think they should be illegal. Period. That's it. That's my entire argument. That they should not be illegal.
It's not really an argument, but okay.
Everything else is accidental to that. Okay.
I think Psycho's point in the live chat was good. He mentions if you're giving out a few months punishment and a fine, women are going to do the maths. 3 months, $25 fine, or 18 plus years, and endless amounts of money for a child I don't want. What do you think they're going to choose?
Yeah, well, I don't understand why I pose a law and then say, oh, we're going to fine them $25, or we're going to fine them and make them have less money that they could help raise their child with.
Yeah, but here's the issue. Okay? And this
Fucker, calm the fuck down, man.
The problem.
I already said right at the start, I'm not pro-abortion. I wish there were none. I wish we didn't need to have any abortions, and every child was wanted, and every child was born into a wonderful, loving, healthy relationship where they were wanted and loved forevermore. But we don't live in that fantasy world.
Right.
We don't live in that world. And so this idea that yes, women are going to want abortions because they're individual human beings, and there are millions and squillions of circumstances where they may not want a child. My ex-partner years ago, we were both very, very young. She got pregnant. We both made the mistake. Contraception failed, but I was irresponsible. I didn't wear a condom. It was both of our responsibilities. She ended up being pregnant. We sat down and chatted. We chatted to family. In the end, I said, I don't want you to have an abortion, but we'll manage somehow. But you probably wouldn't. I didn't even know to take care of myself, let alone a child. So she decided, we sat down at the end of it all, and she said, I want to have an abortion. I don't want to carry the child. And I supported her decision. That's all there is to it.
Okay, so this is the problem, and I understand that. You know, I've like I said, we're expecting our third now too, and like this is not the most opportune time for us. But you know, we have our own beliefs and views on it, and of course, you know, like if our life gets inconvenienced for a year because my wife has to, carry a child, we're going to make do. We're going to get by, doing this. Okay.
Shot.
Okay.
That's such a cheap shot.
It's not a cheap shot. I'm not critiquing your position here, Mark. Okay, I'm saying that my wife and I sat down too.
Fuck you.
Okay.
It wasn't an inconvenience, you piece of shit. How
I
dare
never
you?
said it was an inconvenience for you.
You used the word inconvenience.
I never said that. I'm talking about my wife and I. Okay.
You said
I'm sorry. Can I not tell an anecdotal story about all my experiences? Okay.
No, you have to dig at me first before you say
No, I'm not having a dig at you. I'm not having a dig at you. Okay.
Fucking did.
I'm not.
You mentioned inconvenience.
Okay. All right.
Deliberately.
Yeah.
Oh, me and my wife were inconvenienced for a year after I just.
Yeah. So if you want a further detail, I can tell you exactly what I meant.
Go fuck yourself.
The point is that I have to. Okay. Great. All right. Great, Mark. The point was that I'm moving. Okay. My wife and my kids are staying, out on the West Coast. I have to move to Quebec. I'm taking a posting there for 2 years. I don't want to move my entire family. So, this is a posting that I want. This is something that I want to do. All right. So this is a choice that we made, prior. Then we found out that my wife's, pregnant. I already have this posting. I got to go away and do this. And this is a posting I want to go for 2 years. Now, we were willing to make the sacrifice in this one that, I'd only be home every 3 months or so to visit the kids that we have. But now, hold on a second. Now I have a newborn, that's expected. Plus my wife's in school full time. So now we have to make this choice. So am I going to cancel this posting? I can't, because they've already sent me, they're already sending me out there. I can't really go back on it. So there's a lot of things that we have to take in consideration with this. So one of the things that we have to take in consideration is the fact that I have to take this posting that I really wanted, that is going to advance me in my career, but I don't want my wife to lose out on her schooling. So now I have to take 9 months of parental leave. So she doesn't take any of the maternity leave at all. I'm taking it all. I'm coming back here, while I'm out in this posting there to take care of the kids for 9 months until next summer so she can take over the kids. And then, once the youngest is a little bit older, we can probably put them in proper childcare or have my parents watch them or whatever. It's an inconvenience in that way because we had a plan and it changed. Our plan changed, but now we had two options. Are we going to, go about and be like, okay, well, this, screws everything up. So we don't want the child at this point in time. Or are we going to go and say, okay, well, you know what? Regardless what this is, we have our own beliefs and views on this. We're going to just work around them. Of course, it's an inconvenience. Not every single child is a blessing in the sense that it comes at the perfect, most opportune time. And if you thought that this was a dig at you, I apologize for that. But I'm expressing clearly, how it affected me in this point and how I reacted to it.
Don't address me. Fuck
okay.
off.
So even then, so going back to the actual main point of this there was that I have my views on it. My views on it is that I think that we have moral obligations and I want to try to educate people on this as well. And from what I understand, most people feel kind of the same way, but people take this position where it's just like, okay, well, we shouldn't even just make it an issue and we should just accept it because it's going to happen, and it might, whatever. I don't care. I don't think that we should I don't think that we should legislate it. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. Hold on. The problem is that you guys are yelling at me now.
Yeah, I'm fucking yelling at you because you're being a cunt. That's why.
I'm not being a cunt. I'm sorry.
You're misrepresenting. You're trivializing what someone else told you. You had to have a dig first before you said it. Like, my situation was just an inconvenience. That's why we had the abortion. But you, of course, because you're a well-established family man, it's exactly what you meant.
No, I never said that. I mean, if that's how you took it, then I apologize for that. But I just
you did it deliberately. That makes you a cunt.
Okay.
What I would like to know is this. I mean, I think most people agree that it's okay, well, not okay, it's understandable to have an abortion because of medical reasons, right? Because the health of the mother is at risk. What I'd like to know is, like, why do we overlook her mental health, right? Like, because yeah, it might she could die or whatever, sure, but what about, like, if she were to spin into like some deep depression? And I mean, like,
no, I agree. I think mental health is just as important as for their physical well-being. But I'm the one advocating that that I am someone that believes there shouldn't be any restrictions or minimal. But I mean, I have to understand that there's a compromise, right? And I've said from the beginning, the compromise for all parties, pro-choice and pro-life, you have to say, okay, let's come up with a working plan. And my plan was, okay, for one trimester. I think Jade agreed on that. One trimester would make sense. Some people don't seem to think that's a good idea, and I'm not quite sure why. It's the best of it for all bad situations. Is the best possible result you're going to get. You're never going to idealize society and say, you know what? Yeah, we're going to make everybody happy by teaching everybody not to have abortions, and everybody's going to go around going, I'm never going to have an abortion. That's not reality. You can't even go there, Sokka. That's not
okay. So great. So when I say that people agree with this abortion is an issue that we should try to educate people on, that we should try to say advise people on the moral obligations that they have, but most people say, hey, we can't do that, so we're just going to go with abortion. Again, that wasn't misrepresenting what you said, because that's exactly what the fuck you just said. I mean, are you guys even paying attention to?
I know you never.
Oh my goodness! Like that's exactly what you just said.
No, it's not what I said, Sokka. Jesus fucking Christ!
From the one you suggest is. You think that apart from the ones you mentioned,
Mark, I'm sorry. If I can't address you, then don't address me. All right.
He misrepresented me. I did not say you should not try to go explain to people not to have abortions. Mark has sit there said, "Hey, abortions are not good. I don't particularly like them." I've said the same thing. I'm not a big fan of them. Go explain to people why they're not good. Do what you got to do, but you're not going to convince the entire world, Sokka. And so you have so you have to deal with the realities. We have to come with a compromise.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say that the compromise would be legislation. I've never said that. So when Mark comes into the room and expects me, so when Mark comes into the room and asks me to defend
laws.
Why is the
hold on a second. No, I never said that there should be laws. What I had said was that because he asked me about the laws that are in place. Okay, he said, in a world where there are laws, how do you want to enforce it? And I had to put that out there. And then I said, okay, well, so he put out the hypothetical situation that there's a world where these laws there, and he wanted to know how I enforce them in that world. I never said that the laws should be there in the first place.
Okay,
you
did. More than a couple times.
No, I didn't. And then in the next question after that, and then in the next question. Okay, but that was the. Yeah, and what I did was that I think that the punishment should be whatever the legislation is. I think that most places have it illegal as it is. And then I asked the question, well, what's the difference between 8 months and 4 months? And you didn't answer that at the time, because I was just presenting the question there. Like, we already have legislation against abortion.
I asked you very specifically. Very specifically. If abortion should be legal across the board, and you said yes.
You didn't. No, you did not say. Hold on a second. Hold on a second, Steve.
Yes.
You did not ask me that. You asked me, should abortion be illegal? That's what you asked me.
Yes.
Like, you asked me, should all abortions be?
Yes.
No, I didn't.
This hangout is Sokka's attitude.
The question that he said yes to was whether or not 8.5 months
decide what women do with their bodies.
No.
Yeah, that's what it said right there. No. The question that you asked me had to do with whether or not all abortions should be illegal. Okay, or that or should any abortion be legal? I said that yes, some abortions should be illegal. We already have laws against some abortions.
Okay, for voluntary. For a woman just wants an abortion, she's 5 months pregnant. Should that be illegal?
5 months pregnant?
Yes.
I think that is still in some places.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you, should it be?
Should it be illegal? I think that.
Let's make it the first trimester, because that's what Jade and I were talking about. The first trimester, should it be illegal to get an abortion at first trimester?
No.
Yes or no?
No.
Then that's a compromise that I've said from the beginning. What's the argument?
It's not.
Well, I mean, okay, that's fine.
Happening.
I know, Ocean. I see this. I'm not sure what the fuck they're doing.
I don't get it either. It's kind of frustrating because there's the moral conversation, there's the legal conversation, and then there's the legal conversation with respect to what laws.
You guys are keeping it back to the moral conversation.
Yeah, those need to
Mark's
be
talking about,
separated.
hang on. Mark's talking about the practical applications. You guys are talking about the moral applications.
Okay, great. So great. I'm glad that we acknowledge that we're having a moral obligation context. I'm really glad that that you can see the fact that we're having a question about the moral obligation, and then Mark came in and derailed to a different topic. That's great.
I think that's not derailing.
We're having a discussion about abortion and all that entails.
Yeah,
what I came in to say was
the practical side of the.
What I don't get is why the practical argument is being brought up. You have to have
because the practical argument is how you solve the problem, not the moral argument.
The thing is, Ocean, is that you keep having these moral discussions, and none of you have got the balls to discuss what you would actually do in the situation where what
I have been coming down on the legal side of this argument pretty consistently. And
you never have.
The part of that I find a little ridiculous about you guys' responses to the legal conversation is that it's either the legal conversation stops all abortions or it's useless, and that doesn't make any sense to me.
That's not what we said at all. That's misrepresenting
any legal system at all. Period.
No.
So saying it doesn't stop all abortions is meaningless to the conversation. It's whether or not there's legal enforcement.
Ocean, again, you're misrepresenting what I said, Ocean. What I came in to say was, okay, we keep having these moral discussions. Is it a baby? Is it a person? Does it have rights? Is a zygote the same? Blah blah blah. Add fucking sickness.
It gets nowhere.
What we never get to is people like you and Soccer that want to force women or control them and tell them what they can and can't do with their own bodies. Is that when it comes down to it, the only way to stop these things is legislation, because that's the only thing that having a penalty for doing
I'm not
it.
in favor of legislation regarding it.
So then how are you going to force women?
How do you enforce it then?
I'm not in favor of enforcing it.
Oh.
From a legal perspective, I'm pro-choice. But when talking about the legal conversation, I'm pro-life. Or talking about the moral conversation.
Well, I think we're all pro-life morally, except for JD.
Yeah. Can I?
What? Yeah.
What?
Except for JD, I don't know anybody that's not pro-life morally.
Have you not been listening, Ocean? Everyone else,
at the very beginning, when I was talking about pro-life morally.
Jesus Christ.
Steve said, I said it right at the start. I wish we didn't have abortions. I'm not pro-abortion. I wish there weren't any abortions in the world. But I live in the real world, and I'm not naive of my head up my fucking ass as to know what doesn't go on in the real world.
Sure, we have a very similar position.
May I?
Yeah, I think Osha's more in line with us than Sokka is. Trust me. But yes, go ahead, Jade.
Well, no, hold on a second.
I agree with Sokka way more than I agree with what's been going on with you guys, though.
I've been asking.
Sokka's been saying a lot of things that I agree with.
If I may. First of all, I want to say I agree with Sokka. I think we need to change the conversation because we all, I think, agree that we'd rather not see any abortions. At least everybody who's on the panel right now.
Sure.
But we'd rather not see any abortions. So we need to work towards that end. One of the ways we work towards that end is to change the conversation. And I think that's part of what Sokka is saying. Let's look at the moral implications here. Let's create a platform that we can assist women and their partners with this decision. Present that argument to them. I'm not saying, make them do anything.
We are, Hope.
Okay.
We are having those discussions in the UK. Before, this idea that women just having abortions being handed out like sweets is wrong. Not the case. Women are. Let me finish first. Let me finish. Women get counselling. Couples get counselling in the UK. So ask them to have exactly the sorts of discussions Soccer wants. But at the end of the day, it's still a woman's choice. My question was, how are you going to stop women getting that choice?
We're having the conversation. Fuck.
Can I finish my point?
Jay's been interrupted by several people, including me. Let her finish.
Let Jade finish.
Let me finish. So yes, but we aren't having those conversations here in the United States. Okay, it's totally fucked up here. And so one of the things we need to do is to let women know, to make sure that women who are pregnant have support, and let them know that they have support, including emotional support. And yes, that includes letting them know it's their choice. Also, I mean, if anybody wanted me to do, I would talk to someone about it if they wanted to have an abortion, because I would like to point out to them, I'm adopted. Now, if my mom had decided to have an abortion, hey, know about it. But I had a fantastic family. And my mom couldn't have kids. She had a miscarriage after miscarriage after miscarriage. Parents, I was this wonderful gift. And yeah, I was spoiled, and you can probably tell.
Okay, but Jay, but the problem is...
Wait, let me finish. So I would like to talk to people and encourage them the option of having a child and giving it up for adoption. And because we have open adoption now, when I was younger, we didn't have open adoption. And I knew women who did not want to give up a child for adoption because they were afraid of where that child was going to go. Were they going to get with some crazy people or what? And that is a concern. Nowadays, because we have open adoption, you can choose the parents for your child. You can get to know them. So I would encourage them to look at adoption.
Okay, Jade, and that's what Jade. This is wonderful, great. Everybody agrees now. I don't know why we spent 15 minutes on that. We all agree.
Exactly.
Abortions. Nobody really thinks abortion is a good thing. Adoption is a much better option. The conversation Sokka's talking about, we all agree. Sokka, yes. Here's all the conversation. Now that that's out of the way, can we get to the real life situations going on though, and how to deal with it in the real world?
My question, I'll repeat.
Before you go on.
We've had all these conversations. We've had all the counselling, and you've still got a woman that said, despite all the counselling, despite all the moral arguments I've heard, and yes, you're right, and yes, you're right, I'm still going to choose to have an abortion. My question again is, how do you intend to stop a woman making that choice?
Well, Emerson said she wouldn't.
Okay, can I answer this? Can you give me like 60 seconds to answer this?
Don't mention talking, sir, because we've already been part. I just said to you, we've done all the talking.
Okay, great.
All the counts.
Awesome.
All the moralizing, and we're still at the point where she says, "We're going to have an."
I would love Sokka to answer, but
that's great.
He hasn't actually answered the question.
How do you stop her doing it?
Okay, all right. So
we'll give you 60 seconds, but 30
holy
seconds
for fuck's sake,
dude, let him fucking answer. Jesus fucking Christ.
I want to clarify something. We'll give him 60 seconds. If 30 seconds through it, I want to know if he's actually answered the question or not. So go ahead.
Okay. So for the Cracker Jacks on the outside that don't know what my position is, okay, my position is that I believe that talking about the issue and putting out the moral obligation and then talking about it is the first step, okay? I am content right now, not happy, content in the least bit with the current restrictions on abortion. That most of the time, in a lot of places, that's restricted, past the first trimester. Okay, I would like more legislation to basically say that it can happen with under special circumstances past that. The only legislation that I want would be the ones that restrict past the first trimester. And how do we go about enforcing that? Well, just take away access to it. If somebody wants at that point in time to take the risk and go out and get an illegal abortion beyond that point, they're taking their own health and their own safety in their hands at that point in time. Plus, I think that that should fall under any type of law that somebody practicing medicine illegally will get whatever the punishment already is for illegal medicine. So that's my view right there. Is that right now, for the sake of this issue, until if we can even get to this position where we change people's mind on this thing. First trimester, okay, it's going to happen. I'm not happy about that, but it will. Beyond that, I think that we can regulate and restrict it. Anybody that wants to take that risk past that point, taking their own safety in their hands.
Okay, so you basically said you don't give them access after the first trimester. They go into back alleys, and we have back alley abortions again, and women die. That's great, Sokka. That's great. That's okay. That to me is morally reprehensible.
Yeah, actually, that's demonstrable in our history. That's what does happen.
Exactly what happens.
It does lower the number of abortions for sure.
Yeah.
But
well, it depends. Women, the women die. The baby dies. But the woman dies too, right?
Does it lower the number of abortions?
We're going to let you risk dying, and
Yeah.
if we catch up with you, we might even prosecute you as well.
Yeah, I mean that you talk about morality. I think that is morally just ridiculous.
And why? Because
Because I even said at the beginning, I want to eliminate the back alley abortions, right? And you want to contribute to them, Saka. You just said you literally want to contribute to back alley abortion. Is
that what I said? Okay,
Yes,
because maybe I think it's kind of misrepresenting me there, Steve. Is that I said that a woman can have vaccine? I'm sorry. Let me respond to this there. Okay.
Well, hang on.
Is
You're telling
cool.
Steve you didn't say what you did say, because you
Is it-
said
is it
women
unintended consequence?
have a backstreet abortion, let them do it and take their life in their hands. That's what you said.
You did say that.
Yes,
you did.
Yeah, I did say that part. Yeah.
Yes. So is it an unintended consequence by having them be not access to proper medical things? Is it an unintended consequence for them to have back alley abortions that you said you're fine with? Let them take the life in their hands, right?
I present the option that they have they have that choice within the first.
Yeah, that's morally reprehensible to me.
Why is that morally reprehensible?
That's the status quo in a lot of states.
Yeah, I mean, what have I said now? That's are you saying that the laws right now are morally reprehensible?
You'd rather have a woman go to a back alley with a coat hanger, and you don't see a problem with that from a moral point of view,
Steve?
Okay,
from the perspective of the argument that's being made, this is we're with certain areas of this, it's going to start equating to murder really, really easily. And when you say that, like, if you don't provide murderers a safe and easy access for their murdering, then they're going to go out and do it themselves.
that's a slippery slope.
What is wrong with
and they might
That's
die
what
in
he's
the process,
saying.
Steve. Murderers might be dying in the process of doing their
Bring
murder.
back the purge.
We're not talking about harming another person. We're talking about an
Well, we
individual.
can't really legislate morality on people.
I think that when you
I want to know why we can't leave the decision to a woman whose body it is. Why do we have to want to control it?
But this is
Why
what I
do men
say.
want to control it?
Even if they want to do something everyone sees as immoral, I mean, like, do we legislate against immoral behavior? Like,
Well, what is the mental state of a woman that is willing to risk her life to end a pregnancy? And you're not going to have enough compassion for her to say, okay, well then let's help you. Like, I don't like it.
Exactly.
We're just like ignoring.
I mean, the
them.
whole
It's like,
thing-
okay,
I
what do you
believe,
have?
I believe the counseling and everything should be brought in. I think that we should take care of the mental states of the mother as well.
We all agree with that.
You want to make the choice. You're ignoring the same question over and over.
I'm not ignoring the same question. I thought I was pretty clear. I thought I was pretty clear with this. Okay, Mark. The problem is that you're now opening up this discussion to, like, okay, well, it's a woman's choice the entire time. Now, I don't think that you're going to agree with a late term abortion. For no apparent reason. I don't think that you're going to agree with an abortion.
When did I say I agree with abortion? I said right at the start when I first came in, I don't like abortions. I wish there were none.
Okay.
However,
Do you feel that it should be legalized? That at 8 months, do you feel that like a late term abortion should be legal?
Late term abortion?
Yes, like 8 months, 7-8 months.
Third trimester.
Illegal or legal?
Legal or illegal? Yeah, not whether you like it or not.
I think it's a woman's choice.
I think it should be legal.
Okay. I find that position morally reprehensible, but okay, great.
Is that
why? Because I'm thinking of the woman.
What's
She
the law?
may suddenly. There could be any number of circumstances that come into play at the point the woman is 8 months pregnant.
I'm curious.
Why should she be
make the baby that late in a pregnancy? I think the baby can suffer.
Right,
I have an issue with that.
I'm gonna say
important question, Mark. You might.
Okay, wait. Before everyone jumps on, I've been quiet for a while. Saka, why do you think that's morally reprehensible? I'm curious.
Don't do that. Answer that question after I ask Mark, because Mark might have to look this up. Mark, is that legal in Britain? What you just said?
No.
Now, Saka, go ahead.
No, it's not.
Why do I think it's morally? Well, I mean, that's a weird question because my argument for moral obligation stretches back a lot further than that. I put that in the same category as why I think it's morally reprehensible to do it at 4 or 3 months. But I'm willing to make exceptions for the law.
Let me address this though, because I don't think women at 8.5 months are going out and have back abortions. How often does that happen? I don't think there's ever been a case of that ever happening.
Yeah, because do you know why? Do you know why, Steve? Because there's legislation against it.
There isn't.
No,
though,
that's
in
not the
Canada.
reason. That is
No,
absolutely not the
Not the only
reason.
reason. Fucking hell, how
So-
fucking
The laws have never. Yeah, people don't go. Oh, there's a law against it. I'm not going to do that. That come on.
See, what I don't
fucking-
understand is that Sokka just says it's morally reprehensible, and it's like, no, it isn't, and here's why: because you don't know what the situation is for that 8.5-month-old.
Yeah, I don't think it's morally reprehensible, but I will say this: that it should be.
It's situational.
You know what? CRISPR said it the best in the live feed. Can I just read what he said? Because I went back a few, but he basically said this: look, at first semester always should be legal. Second semester, most of the time. Third, only in special conditions. Because I don't like third-term abortions either, unless there's reasons
I
for
pretty
it.
much agree with that.
Right,
yeah.
I mean,
I don't.
hang on. I don't mean I don't like them as in I hate them or I like them. I mean, I don't think they really need to be. I don't think we should have them unless there's a need for them. Preeclampsia, for example, like what Jade was talking about before. Distress of the mother, distress of the baby, whatever.
Here, can I ask
reason,
my question now, Steve? Do you mind?
So unless there's a medical reason, then I don't think we should have late-term abortions.
Here, I don't have a ton
as far as eclampsia, I had a
wanted
that just
really wanted to know
eclampsia. She had several grand mal seizures, and it was pretty bad. If I could have spared it, I
what are
would've.
the moral reasons for allowing abortion? Maybe y'all have talked about it. What would someone argue that the moral reasons are to
It's
allow?
her body. That's the only.
Can I ask a weird question?
The woman comes first.
Yeah.
Well, all I got from the Christians was it's God. Like that's the reason it's immoral.
Is it even a moral question? That's my issue, because are the non-conscious fetuses a focus of moral concern at all?
When I draw a line,
just,
yeah.
I mean,
I draw a
especially
line at
early
brain
on when they're just
activity.
blobs. There's not much.
I draw a line at brain activity and being able to suffer,
Well, that's
not
what
just
I
being
was
in
saying
pain.
too.
But
I mean, consciousness
it
is
can
where, to
suffer.
me, consciousness is kind of the be-all, end-all. So if they're not conscious, I'm not letting
Right.
See that argument that
But hold on, here was my JD. This was my question. Even though I can draw a line where.
Okay, guys, both of you are talking over each other. Xbox, say it. Then Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, I can draw a line where I don't think it would be a moral problem, and then I think it would be. But then, when it becomes a moral concern, what would be the arguments that it's moral to do so, or that it is the moral right thing to do? Or, like I said, I asked the Christian, or I asked all the pro-lifers in Antonio's room, Indigo. The answer I pretty much got was, well, God says it's immoral. So,
okay. All right. Anyway, Mark, you were gonna say?
I get the arguments about, well, after a certain period of time, the fetus can feel pain, and they probably are obviously aware and aware of the mother's voice, and all these other arguments. But it still doesn't answer the question about the woman's choice. Well, that's what we're talking about at the end of the day. When no one seems to want to get to is that we are going to force our views on another human being and tell them that they cannot do X, Y, Z with their own bodies.
we do that with all the time.
Yeah, I brought up the drugs example earlier. We bring up a lot of examples where we do regulate what people can and can't do with their bodies.
No, we don't.
Oh, okay. I mean, you can go out right now and get a shit ton of cocaine. Just go and start doing it, and with no legal ramifications at all.
You're talking about consequences. I'm talking about there's nothing to stop me at this moment from snorting 2 grams of cocaine, injecting myself with a heroin, and smoking myself half to death in marijuana for the rest of the evening, then taking an axe and chopping up 3 or 4 of my neighbors. There's nothing to stop me doing that. There are consequences. Hang on, I'm not finished. I'm not finished. There are consequences from doing that. That's a big difference.
No.
Okay. So I agree with you there, Mark. So if we legislate abortion, then there's nothing taking away the woman's choice to have an abortion.
There is, because you're stopping her making the choice.
No, we're not. She can still make the choice. Of course not. All we've done is pass legislation, Mark. Yeah.
Yes. All right. Okay. I guess sorry, I misheard. Yes, you're quite right. At the moment, we can't stop anyone having an abortion. You're quite right. So that gets down to my original question: is how what punishment is fitting for women that do break the law? Because you have to put a law in place to make the consequence.
If you go with what many evangelicals preach, which is that its life is equivalent to the mother's, in which case, well, in this country, as far as the death penalty, I have issues with that because I don't think they have the same value. But if we go with an evangelical view where they do have the same value as anyone else, is like a 5-year-old and a 3-day-old blesses have the same value and same rights under the law, then yeah, we're
exactly. That was my
point.
Yes, JD, that's exactly my point when I came in. I may have made a fucking arse fist of it in trying to explain, get it across, was that we go through all these moral arguments and we dance around the elephant in the room, which is how are we going to punish?
Can I sum up your whole point?
We're going to have to put a law in place. That's what we don't want to deal with.
Yeah, no, okay. First, Mark, I want to apologize for being a little bit snippy with you earlier there, because you did ask 3 different questions earlier, that had different answers. One about my emotion, one about the legal aspect, and what do I want to do? Okay.
I apologize as well.
All right. I understand that. Okay. But I like Ocean's answer for this, is that the legislation says that it's basically this medical procedure is illegal under these criteria here. Any person that goes out and does that now, they're getting this medical procedure. I'm not sure what an acceptable punishment for that would be, but I think the punishment for people that do the procedure should be the same type of punishment for anybody that's practicing legal medicine or medicine without a license.
Right, that all that is doing is punishing the people that carry out the operation. Women are still going to have abortions, so it still doesn't resolve the problem.
Yeah, but people are still going to do cocaine. People are still going to murder.
I gotta agree with Soccer a little bit on this.
Hang on, Steve. Me doing cocaine is only
Well, Mark, hang on, because if you're gonna try to limit something, you have to give punishment somewhere. And if you give punishment to the doctors performing these abortions late term, especially unnecessarily, I think that is a reasonable cause to punish, to give them the punishment for breaking the law. If we decided to make it illegal at that stage, I don't see the problem with that, Mark.
No, I think that is answering my question in a way. It's answering the big elephant in the room. But if the moral thing is about women ending a baby's life, it still doesn't address it. It doesn't stop it, and all it does is forces women to go to back streets and risk their lives and take us back to the fucking medieval times.
Here, I kind of never really got an answer though. But what argument are you making that it is the moral thing that she should have the choice to do this?
Because we all got the choice what to do with our own bodies, don't we?
Yeah, she has sovereignty. She has sovereignty over her own body.
So but this goes back to the. Sure, can I add just one point real quick? Okay, this goes back to the example that I brought up earlier, Mark. Is that you're right, and the example can also be brought up that a woman who drinks during pregnancy, there's we don't necessarily have. I'm not sure if there's laws against that. I mean, there might be. I don't know. But anyway, the point is that if you go out, if you're pregnant, you have a moral obligation not to drink while pregnant. So if you can go on and you're a complete alcoholic and you keep on drinking during pregnancy and you're putting the fetus at risk, it was your choice to do that. Would you recommend putting legislation that would restrict her ability to have that choice to go out and drink?
No.
Okay. So in that case, but would you find it morally reprehensible?
Yes, I'd find it abhorrent that a woman would want to risk the life of a child that she wanted in that way.
Okay, so in that case, that's in a nutshell, that's my position. Okay, because there's a difference between what I would want to legislate and how I'd want people to act. So I have the moral obligation. Okay, and that's exactly my position there, and that's what I want to say. In an ideal world, I don't want any woman drinking while pregnancy. With the risk of FAS out there.
But I wish there weren't abortions.
Yeah, no, and I agree with that, and that's why it's like this point here. I mean, when you're asking me questions about what we do in this world where this legislation exists, I'm not really pushing for legislation to come at this point in time. I want to start off with what Jade was saying, with just making sure that we have the conversation, but we have the conversation for the right reasons. Not that we're going to be basing this off of like some type of theological argument over the sanctity of life or anything like that. But we start off with asking the question, do we have a moral obligation to the unborn child at that point in time? And I think that I think that's
when before a man sticks his penis anywhere.
Absolutely, and I think that these are the conversations. These
responsibility that it just that's when it all starts. It doesn't happen without
right,
it. And also,
my
point was you can't stop. The problem is that the only way to stop it all is by forcing women. Women feel under enough pressure.
But that's what you feel. That's what you feel with saying that that's the only reason to stop it. I'm not willing to go to that stage you left. That stage right now. What I'm trying to say is that these conversations are not out there. In fact, we present abortion as a perfectly legitimate option. That it's the first go-to position there, instead of trying to evaluate whether one should do it.
I think you're making the assumption that well, as you just said, women, that abortion is the first. No, it's not. I don't know what happens in your country, but that's not the case in the UK.
I think
that women are educated more and more in schools as girls, and they are, and abortion usually is one of the last resorts.
Yeah, it needs to be educated here, but even just being educated needs to be well educated. A lot of these places aren't educating them well.
In all the clinics, I mean, going back to when I was in that situation with my partner many years ago, we had counselling. We talked to our families, actually took some responsibility and did the family thing, and we all sat and talked. But even the clinic, they don't just say, okay, abortion, yep, sign here, second door on the left. It doesn't work like that. You have counselling first, then it's referred to your general practitioner, who then talks to you. They don't just walk in and have one.
Just remember the scale, though, here, like in the U.S., or the scale of the states and the people compared to the UK.
Can we go back to Xbox's question? So Xbox, what was your question? It was when is it the moral choice to have an abortion? Is that what you were asking?
No, I was asking. Well, that could be one. I was asking more. What is the moral argument that a woman should have this choice?
Yeah, so I can tell you, so I've never, to my knowledge, been pregnant. I don't know, maybe I have. So, but I never, ever wanted kids, ever. Like, that was a decision I made when I was very young. And I had always used 2 forms of birth control to make sure I never got pregnant. But I did have a couple scares. And it was the most terrifying week of my life, both times. Like, honestly, I spun into deep depression. I was really, really upset. And this was kind of back when I was still pretty evangelical, so I was really pro-life at the time. And I don't think I would have been able to handle 9 months of pregnancy, honestly. I think it would have been devastating to me.
Right.
And so my mental health would have been so deteriorated in that process that I think it would be that would be just like, the life of the mother's at risk. I think that should fall into that category to some degree.
Right. Yeah. See, I think you've heard my view, and I still don't have it completely fleshed out of natural law. I think self-autonomy is sacred.
Yeah.
I think and until it extends to what I would call, that's why I draw that line at being, not just being able to feel pain, but to recognize you're in pain. That's when suffering can occur.
Sure.
And being able to think. Once that's established, now you're dealing with your moral agency against another's moral agency. Like not a object of moral concern. I think
we're only dealing with the immediate act as well. You're not thinking about, well, if we push this woman to give birth, what about the ensuing rest of her life and the child's life? No thought seems to be given to can she afford the child? Is she in a psychological, emotional, financial position?
Well, and people always say, oh, well, you can just put it up for adoption as a solution, but. Yeah.
That's why it just seems to be a pro-birth argument. It's all right because it seems to me once the woman's given birth, no one tends to really give a shit. Then they move on to the next unborn child.
Well,
and
well, what I'm saying is prior to that being able to suffer and think, I don't necessarily think it's this moral question. I think she does have the right to choose, and it can be for convenience. It doesn't. Prior to that, doesn't really matter to me. After
Yeah, but
that,
we don't
I
consider
think
the
it
moral
gets more,
outrage of children
it gets
being
more
born.
murky. And those things you're talking about, the things you're talking about, I do think once I think those things come into play, and I think there
Yeah,
are
and
going to be
I agree with that, Mark. There's actually there's a really good point that and this is one of the first points that I brought up inside the hangout as well, is that a lot of these issues can be changed with how we approach different things, whether it's accessible to good health care, the support from work, school, whatever for people that do get pregnant, parental leave, maternity leave, all those things there. There are programs, there are things that can encourage people to keep a child. People will sometimes get rid of children for reasons that can be easily avoided if through proper actions in different parts of it. And I think that for me to be consistent within my position, I'd have to argue that all these other things should be in place as well.
Yes, Soccer, but what about the fact that by doing that, you're also putting pressure on and changing other people's lives? What about the grandparents or other extended family who we know from real life experience that perhaps a mother, let's say you've convinced this woman that not to have an abortion, she goes through the pregnancy, has the child, then that's putting immense and possibly unwanted pressure on her extended family, because it may be in 3 years' time she can't cope and her grandparents had to bring the child up. What about those people's lives?
I'm not sure how that's really relevant. I mean,
it is. If you're a single mother and you've been convinced not to have an abortion, you go ahead and have the child. 3 years down the line, you said, look, I told you I wouldn't be a good mother. I can't cope. The child is 3 years old. I just cannot, I can't do it. And then her grandparents are put in the position where they feel they ought to, her parents, the child's grandparents, are put in the position where they feel they ought to step in. So their lives are forever changed. It's like a ripple effect.
I'm not sure how that. It's just such a weird direction to go with that. I mean,
no, but that's the ramifications of it. That's what happens. It's a ripple knock-on effect for more than just.
Yeah, it might happen once or twice. There's some grandparents do raise kids. I don't know what that really has to do with the point that I was bringing up.
Because the point you're ignoring. What you want to do is give birth. We don't give a shit after that. That's basically it. As long as you get forced to give birth, we don't really care.
I'm sorry. Can somebody that's maybe like not me explain how this is not relevant to what I said?
Okay. Can I just say beyond that, I want to point out that my generation has been raising a lot of grandkids, and I know this from friends of mine. This is a fairly common thing. So yes, Mark is correct. This does affect the entire family, because my generation has been. And some of the people of the generation right after have been caught in the position where not only are we caring for our parents, but we're caring for our grandkids. Now, that didn't happen with me. I did have to take care of my parents, but I've never had any kids.
Yes, Jeff, exactly that. It's not.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. Like Mark, I understand. You'll have to excuse me if it's a phenomenon that I'm not really familiar with. Okay, so my apologies there. I didn't realize that this is something to take into consideration, because I have no personal experience with something like that.
Can I jump off the subject for a brief second? We'll get right back on it. Steve, do you remember the reason we started this hangout in the first place, right?
I do.
Well, we've been going for about, I see it's been at least 2 hours, maybe 3. I'm not sure. We can find out exactly later. How many people have we booted out for any reason?
I haven't put out anybody.
Yeah, any like serious mutings other than like a bit of overtime?
Obviously, I had it with Sock only because Sock, I love you to death, brother, and this is us having conversations. But you do have a tendency to
be
long-winded.
We've had a heated at times conversation about abortion, and no one's been thrown out, and everyone's had their chance to say what they want to. In case anyone wants to time step this or watch this, Antonio, this is how you run a hangout.
Yeah, and I want to point out something, because I was listening to Antonio's hangout for a few seconds there, and I know this is a little bit off topic, but it's not really, because there was the original point of the hangout. Xbox was over there, and MP was, and I've already kind of resolved this with Xbox a little bit, but they were both of them in some ways were justifying your eviction, and I do understand Xbox's point of view on this. I don't agree with him per se. He's technically right, and Xbox. I don't want to strawman you, but you basically believe, and I do agree with this, that the owner of the room has complete control, that he's Jesus Christ incarnate, and can boot everybody he wants. I get that, right? Would you agree?
Okay.
Just say yes, Xbox. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know your position. Okay, so I agree with that. But you know what? You have to be able to use moderation in a way to keep the conversation going, not to say, I'm going to use moderation because I don't want to answer a question. And that's
you don't have an environment for like intellectual conversation or anything to go on when you act that way. Like I was saying, I think you have the right to do it as the owner. You're God of that universe kind of thing.
Well, right,
but no
there's
one's
also
going to
some hypocrisy at play.
and it's not an environment for conversation.
But we're not talking about the right to do it.
There's an issue last night with Antonio and I believe Brojo, where Wayne had a hangout. Hogtie just made a post about this, where Antonio does care when someone else boots someone out.
Yeah, I was gonna get to that. This isn't about a right. Yeah, okay.
Hold on. Didi joined the hangout without being invited. Like I think Brojo might have invited Didi without asking if he would be invited, and Wayne, having not invited him, threw him out. Antonio and Brojo both made this heated little, "Oh, how dare you," and left because of it. So they care, but only in one way.
But that actually was funny because he was not invited. Darwin was not invited to the hangout. He got the hangout through Brojo, and all Wayne did was undo the situation. That's all he did.
You know how hilarious it is? Sokka saw me try to ream out by Brojo. The other day, Brojo asserted that I was giving links out to hangouts and giving it so that people would snipe it. He just started asserting it to me. And then I'm going to be banned from all his hangouts.
Okay, but
let me
finish where I was going with this because this is
irony. It's irony that he's giving links out.
Okay. All right. So JD was asking Antonio a very specific question, and I don't think Antonio was following along the conversation. And dancing around this question, dancing around. I was in live feed going, "Hey, JD, don't let him get away from this. Keep asking him." And you could tell that I felt that Antonio was being backed in the corner. Now he's laughing about that, and Matthew Ecclesiastes over there going, "Oh, he wasn't backed in the corner." Well, I felt that he was because it was a great question. It needed to be addressed, and instead of just addressing it, he just said, "You know what? This is my hangout, and you can't take it over, JD, and I'm kicking you out." And that was a cowardly way of doing it.
Yes, pretty much what happened.
And I called him a coward for doing it because I think he is a coward. Same reason why he called me out the other day, and I said, "Fine, I'll come in and talk to you." And he said, "Oh, I'm not going to give you the link." So MP, multiple personality, and Xbox over there, and multiple personality was saying, "Well, we all know you're not a coward, Antonio." Well, multiple personality, we don't all know that. Matter of fact, I think if you took a random poll with my 66 viewers right now, it was 75 earlier. I bet the vast majority would think Antonio is a coward. I really do. So.
Well, he definitely has some confidence issues in that he freaked out so much at even the mere possibility that I was taking over his hangout, whatever the hell that he means. I didn't have mod controls. I wasn't muting anyone.
And I usually give everybody mod controls.
He was mad that I was, taking control of the conversation. Well, you're not. You speak like a snail and you weren't making any points worth listening to. So
this has been a far better hangout. This has been a very lively. I may not agree with Sokka, but I mean he's a good conversationalist. This has been a far more entertaining. And I told Antonio before, if you kick people that you disagree with, you're not going to have anybody coming into your room, right? If I just started kicking people, everybody I disagree with, I wouldn't have a channel. What I kick people for is trolling or people willfully and woefully, repeatedly avoiding questions. And I haven't had to do that for a while, except that flat Earth the other day was a bit much. Right?
If you don't mind, I just want to make one statement here. I want to see whether Shar or Mark agree with this, and that is that let's say in a hypothetical world where we do restrict access to abortions, would you be more in support of that in a situation where more incentives are given to support a woman through her pregnancy and past after the birth of the child, such as things like child care, health care, whatever support they need, like daycare, all that stuff?
No.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Okay. Because, and I'll say why, because you're not taking into it, you're just assuming that the pregnancy is going to go well, the birth's going to go well. You're assuming that woman has got some familial support or even the father's support. You're still pushing them to make a decision to do something you want them to do for your reason.
I would like to see that support there and the counseling and all of that. And I would like to see abortion numbers go down because of the counseling and all of that. Absolutely. I just still
but
don't
not,
legislate.
but not prohibition.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that's fine. So in that case, then, as a deterrent between people, using abortion as an opportunity to get out of, I don't want to say get out of, but to avoid situations where they might, lose their job or lose a source of income or something like that. That in the cases that if it works to deter the numbers by providing more support from the government or whatever, you guys would be obviously in support of that, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Well,
okay.
Yeah, and also I think, Soccer, like you said earlier, you were unaware of certain circumstances being in place in. I think maybe you need to. I don't mean this in a bad way or as any slur towards you. I think you perhaps need to get out of it and see some of these other circumstances. Not every pregnant woman is in a certain class. Not every pregnant woman is in a situation that is all a bed of roses. There's so many other situations. A woman could be in a situation where she's a drug addict.
Oh no, I acknowledge that. That's fine. No, this and
she hasn't got anyone else to support her. There are
Yeah.
no family, no friends, no father around, and we haven't even gone as far as what about the father? We haven't even gone that far.
I mean, I do acknowledge that there are situations like that. I mean, the example that you brought up earlier with the grandparents raising the kid, I wasn't quite sure how that was a challenge, but it seemed kind of weird. But apparently it's been pointed out that that's a new phenomenon, and I'd like to avoid that phenomenon as well.
I just don't see how a prohibition ever.
It could be that us as society have convinced this woman, this girl, to have her baby, and then she can't cope, and then the parents who thought that they're in a position where they're retired, that they've done all their hard work, they've got they're suddenly faced with bringing up another child, or an aunt, or an uncle, or a grandparent bringing up a great grandchild, or neighbours, or friends, or best friends, or sister, or brother. There are so many different variables we haven't even begun to discuss yet.
And the interesting thing too is but with the just to respond to Xbox's point real quick, is that and I agree that we shouldn't have to legislate morality. I don't think that's a good argument for anything, and that wasn't really the position that I was putting out there. Right. But I don't think that there's anything wrong with presenting these like the approach that I was saying before, where we talk about this as a moral argument, that we understand that there are moral obligations that we have, and hopefully that's far enough along to deter people from going that route.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I agree. I'm more into discussing reality rather than morality.
Yes, and the point I wanted to make is everyone knows I'm a feminist. I've been a feminist since the 1970s, and I actually worked to make abortion legal in this country. As much as I dislike it, had all these years of experience of working with women who've had abortions, and women, working politically, make abortion safe and legal. Mm-hmm. So I really have some understanding of this. I also work to help women who had to leave abusive relationships, because back in my day, there weren't any places for women to go. I actually had women come and stay at my house, women I didn't even know. Sometimes women and children came and stayed with me to get away from abusive relationships. And you start to understand. I was pretty naive. Let me tell you, a kid from a good family, loved, well cared for, spoiled, Catholic school background and education. I really had little experience in the outside world before I got involved in feminism in the Women's Center and started being involved in this. And I had a lot of misconceptions that were for me. So this idea that people say that women casually have abortions and this is just convenience is so annoying to me when I've known so many women in difficult circumstances. And one of the problems I think is that women these things a lot. We don't tend to talk to men about them. And I think that there are a lot of men that don't really realize what's happening. We talk about the complications of pregnancies and the things that happen and how scary things are. And I've known women who haven't even talked to their husbands about these things until they were sure of something or other. Because a woman, it just happens to be the way we're raised, and it's wrong. But
do you not think making
it's changing. For example, we'll go to her friends first.
Yeah,
if there's a problem with
this is
pregnancy
exactly,
or something. So,
exactly
But do you
right,
not,
Jade.
do you not think
These are
making
things
it
we should be
such easy
discussing
access
rather
to
than
it?
the moral issues. It's
Well,
women. There are some women that may decide to have an abortion because they don't think that their partner is up to being a father. The fact that their partner is abusive and they don't want to bring a child into that relationship. But they won't say that. They'll just go along. Hang on. They won't ever mention that. They might mention it to a best friend or something, but they'll go to the clinic and have an abortion and say, "I just don't want it." They won't give the real reasons. They won't say because. Why am I being
JD was.
I have
JD?
friends.
JD was paid money to do it.
JD, quit controlling the room,
I had
JD.
friends back in the day when abortions were fairly new.
Here, Jade, can I ask you real quick?
Okay. No, just let me finish this one thing.
Let's see what's
When
funny.
abortion was fairly new, I didn't do it because, as I said, I really didn't like abortion, so I felt uncomfortable. But friends of mine would accompany women that did this, would accompany women to the abortion clinic because they were alone. And I've heard all those stories of why they chose to have an abortion.
Well,
And
they
in fact,
felt alone.
Hold on,
Well, they
Mark.
felt alone. They may not have
You
been
know,
alone.
and I
Hang on,
will
Jade.
think that one of the
Do you not think making such easy access to it?
Hang on, everybody. Hang on.
Not
Hang on. When I say hang on, there's a reason for it. I got a super chat for $100 from Sarah Rodriguez by JD Kane, muting across the board.
Oh,
so JD Kane,
okay.
what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you $1 Patreon a month now.
Yeah.
Oh, I
My point.
Okay.
Here
Let me finish what I was asking.
You'll have it paid off in
And,
like.
and I'm going to give Dragnot $1 Patreon a month as well.
Here, I would simply say.
Okay, let Xbox finish and then let me.
Hey,
answer.
this is important. Somebody donated to me,
Oh,
and that's
shut the
important.
fuck up. We don't care about you.
This is honest.
These lives don't matter.
This is why I don't give Jade mods.
No, like I'm asking from experience. I've known someone that has used the abortions as contraceptive, right? Like they knew that this would happen. I've taken them twice at least, and I don't think if it had such easy access to it that they would do it. They were younger. They were 15 both times.
How is an abortion a contraceptive? The conception has already taken place.
Yeah, I was using it in air quotes, right? Like they used it knowing that they could have sex this way and then just have the abortion after.
But if I can answer, is that yes, you're going to have people abuse it. That
Yeah, I'm
there's
sure it's a
no
small number.
question about that. Just have people abuse it. But even though it may be easier to have an abortion now, that doesn't mean it's necessarily easy for the woman.
No, absolutely. Yeah,
And
she
yes,
went through hell
you're
all
right.
the time, yeah.
Unfortunately, and this is one of these things that happens because it is easier. There are some women who are going to look at this as, well, I can have all the sex I want because I can always have an abortion if I get pregnant, and that's unfortunate.
Right.
And this is one of the ways where I think we get into like what what Saka was saying, when we need to try to change the conversation.
You're right,
try
Jade.
to, what?
There's a misconception that is held amongst mainly men, unfortunately, that there are all these women, loose women running around having sex or having abortions. No, that's not the case.
No,
That's not.
it isn't. I didn't say it's not common. It's not at all common. As a matter
No,
of fact,
I was agreeing with you. I was
rare.
agreeing with you.
Oh,
agreeing
okay,
with you.
okay. But
I said so it's mainly
but I
men that
have-
have got the misconception that there are all these women running around using abortion as a form of birth control.
No.
That's not the case.
Yeah,
No,
I agree with you. And the
think-
reason I was asking about it was asking if thinking that would this be a phenomenon that grew if access were made much easier and the laws became lax. And
I can't say that.
a question that needs to be, I think this needs to be a question that's addressed, especially with kids, because you mentioned this person was 15 years old.
yeah,
So
very
we
young.
have someone who's really not that mature and not making good decisions, which is going to happen because that's what we all do when we're young.
Absolutely.
But this is a question where more information needs to be done, and even Planned Parenthood has pamphlets on things like this. But yeah, this is where I think we need to educate people, especially about birth control. One thing, ironically, I just wanted to bring this up. that has actually helped rates of unwanted pregnancies is placing condom machines in the restrooms of bars, not only in the men's room, but the women's room.
Right.
Because there are people getting drunk, they're getting horny, they think they want sex, they'll go into the restroom, see the condom machine, and go, "Oh, I need condoms."
Yep.
Women and the men. I mean, simple things like this. I know this is just kind of, in a way, it's kind of funny, but simple things like this, thinking about things like this, making condoms freely accessible, making birth control freely accessible, like they did in Colorado, and now the abortion rate has dropped. Because,
my daughter she went from the pill to an arm implant that lasts 3 years or something like that.
Aren't they? Yeah,
Yeah,
those are
that's
cool.
awesome.
So we need to press the options. We need to educate people. Unfortunately, the same group of people here in the United States who are virulently pro-life, in other words, like Antonio and no abortion, it's the same group of people who are then against birth control and sex education, and that's one of our biggest problems.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
I'll be honest. It's been talked about in the chat that Texas has this really high rate of abortions, and Texas, which has these real restrictions on teaching sex education and contraception and about contraception, has the highest rate of repeat teen pregnancies in the country.
And this is the problem. This is what I brought up earlier, and I think that, well, what I say might sound controversial to people that might be a little more liberal-minded on the issue. I don't think that there's necessarily a lot of things that people will disagree with overall in the attitude that I want to approach this. The idea that there's people that are pro-abortion, I don't believe that, and nobody out there is out rooting for more abortions. It's an industry we need to support, or anything like that. And I think that really what the question comes down to is that every single person, I believe, wants to decrease the amount of abortions out there. And even I'm not, going out for necessarily that, we need to legislate, this type of behavior or anything like that. But the first step always comes down to education, to talking about it. And within the case of the people that generally fight for abortion, for pro-life, they fall within the theological camp, where they don't actually present anything other than just these arguments from emotion or whatever to try to support their position, and then they're easily swatted aside. I think that these conversations are good, and if you take a look at the states that have actually moved on to better informing people about what their options are and their choices, and contraceptive and prevention and sex education and all these other things, like that is the route that I would prefer to go to. Is that, well, I don't think that, I think that we do have moral rights of pregnancy to unborn children. I think that the best way to go about decreasing the amount of abortions is purely through talking about it and having an education on it.
I think that's at the root of a lot of problems. Yeah, you'll find that people, and this may just be me, but I think a part of the issue is we stigmatize women's bodily parts so much that it's hard to even begin the conversation. I mean, I can't tell you how many guys think that women can hold in their own periods. Yes, that's something that I read someone put on social media within the last few weeks. Women can hold in their periods like urine. Yeah, that's something that men actually believe.
I didn't realize women couldn't do that. That's really, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. I mean, it's like little stuff like that. You think it's, I mean, we laugh at it because we know that's not true, but guys actually think this.
But there's a lot of,
it's to their, the being misinformed and miseducated about how a woman's body works. Wow. So there are lots of kids that, that I've listened to that think that if a girl is on top, she can't get pregnant. And of course, this compounds the issue.
I knew women that thought, if you just take a shower after sex, you can't get pregnant.
Or if you have sex in a hot tub.
Drake, that doesn't work on a flat Earth though, because there's actually no gravity.
Oh, fuck you! Oh, fuck you!
I was gonna say there's another big.
I want to piggyback off of Drag for a second.
Just quickly. Sure. Another big misconception is if the man pulls out, the woman won't get pregnant.
Right. Yeah, that I can tell you from personal experience. That's not true.
That does not. Yeah, that's not true.
That's because you're pulling out way too late, Drake.
Well, I was drunk. That's part of the problem.
Well, no, there is some sperm released before ejaculation.
Right.
The odds of a woman getting pregnant are lower, But yeah, don't count on pulling out, guys.
Yeah, I can tell you personal
So-
experience, it does not work all the time.
This Drag's
Part of
alluding to
the-
Drag as well. It's about educating men more, far more than we do now about just using a condom and being I mean, nothing's going to get to that stage where we have to talk about abortion if you're not educated enough on sex in the first place. You can,
I think
then expand the conversation to what about men or women that mistreat their bodies so that they need a heart transplant? Are we going to not have heart transplants then because they smoked or drank too much?
And I just have to add this after what Mark said, and I'm sorry for interrupting other people who wanted to talk, but a few years ago, a magazine in the UK. Now this is a magazine, not a formal study, but they went out and talked to a bunch of men, and they discovered that about a third of the men they talked to didn't know how to apply a condom properly.
Yeah,
God, or use a condom properly.
Men that are going on a night out to
There's like a
hopefully
30-second video on YouTube. You can just there it is.
There are plenty of men that are going to go on a night out with the hope of hooking up with a woman at some point. They don't think of the consequences later on. But yeah, millions of people do it. They're on Friday, Saturday night. They're out on the look for a hookup or whatever. They won't think anything of buying 2 packets of cigarettes to prepare themselves for that night, but they won't go and buy condoms.
No, but they also aren't using the condom properly.
Yeah.
They aren't like applying it, putting it on properly. That's hysterical. They don't even want to do that.
There are even people that are trying to stop nightclubs and bars having condom machines in the toilets like they used to because it's encouraging people to have sex.
No, it's not. They're going to have sex regardless. It doesn't
Yes,
hurt to do anything.
there are people
I've never been
It's
encouraged by a
whether or not condom machines increase sex.
It's the alcohol that encourages me.
No. My point was that there are groups of people that don't. That are saying that we should stop having condoms in these places because it's that's the cause of unwanted pregnancies. Is allowing people to have sex willy-nilly. It's ridiculous.
If they're getting the condoms, the chances. Okay, anyway.
Oh, it's stupid.
Yeah.
So anyway, I think one of the major problems about this, the having the conversation solution is that there's a lot of people that find that having the conversation completely inappropriate because they're awkwarded out by it, they're afraid of it. I think it's something that's really interesting about American society specifically. I don't know how this applies to Europe as much, but I know that in American society we are scared to death of talking about sex for whatever reason, and it's amazing that people will come out in droves against sexual education classes in this country. It's ridiculous.
Especially in our neck of the woods.
In the UK, it's compulsory. I had a letter when it was my son's turn to have, and my daughter going back, sex education. You get an opt-out letter. So in other words, each parent gets sent a letter saying they are going to have sex education classes. You have to sign this form for them to opt out of it rather than the other way around.
Yeah, it's good.
I think that it's similar over here. It's just that the content of the sex education classes is very limited. And I think that one way of being able to get over the awkwardness and the fear of that conversation is to keep trying to force the conversation to take place. Because the more that our society gets exposed to it, the less people are going to be awkwarded out and afraid of it. It's
sensitized
just because of constant exposure to it.
Yeah, and then there's the other problems with things like, that you can't bring up this issue because you have a penis too. That's the other thing that I've never understood is, why this discussion is that you're not allowed to have this discussion if you don't have the right genitalia. I've never understood that as an argument either.
Logic doesn't work as well for penises.
Well, I understand the argument insofar as it unfortunately is usually a bunch of men discussing about what a woman should do with her body without knowing what it all entails for a woman.
Well, men having the final say.
I kind of get that if it's a man teacher teaching some girls in school. I don't see it if it's a parent though. Like I'm the one that taught my daughters about sex, not my mom.
Not that Xbox. I mean the discussion about abortion. It always seems to be a group of men discussing what women should and shouldn't do without having any idea about what it's like to be pregnant, what it's like to give birth, the emotional aspects, the psychological aspects, the financial aspects, exactly what Jade was talking about earlier, where women, rather than discuss these things with men, won't discuss it with men at all. and they'll go in to have an abortion, and the man will think they're having it for a certain reason when they're not at all, because they don't talk about it. Exactly what Jade said earlier. It may be the woman. It may be that the woman will think this guy I'm with is not mature enough or not capable enough of being a father. Therefore, I don't want to bring a baby into this relationship. But she won't ever talk to him about it. She'll just go and have an abortion, and when they're asked about it, they'll put down on the form, "I just don't want the baby." And so we've got this perception of women that are having abortions for reasons that they're not having abortions for, because men want to dominate the whole discussion.
Well, no, and I could see how younger girls would rather. It probably would be more accepting for a female teacher or authority or someone to be teaching them about this. I could see how they just the comfort level, just that comfort level might make a huge difference.
It's about relationships at any level, at any age. It's not just young girls. We're talking about older women.
I know. I'm making an exception. I'm saying I could see on that how for younger girls it would be. I'm not excluding what you're saying.
No, well, I'm talking about teaching. What Jade was talking about, simple relationships where women are excluded from the conversations, excluded from the decisions. So in the end, they just think, fuck it, I won't bother. I'll just go and make the decision myself anyway.
Yeah. If I could make a quick parallel, a while back, someone, I forget who, had a hangout on abortion, and they were showing all these pictures, allegedly. The thing is, there were women in the live chat who'd had miscarriages and were pointing out that the pictures they were showing were not of abortion, and they were completely misrepresenting everything that was being said. Because men don't have miscarriages. And again, as I said, unfortunately, women don't talk about these things. I've known women who've had miscarriages who didn't tell their husbands because they wanted a child so much. They didn't want to tell their husband until they were certain that they were pregnant. And in the meantime, had a miscarriage.
Right.
Yeah.
They didn't want to tell him because they knew he'd be so disappointed. Well, you know what? Guess what, women? You don't need to protect men. They're big boys. They can handle it. So please talk to them and tell them. I think it's
and the
unfair
other way
not to
round,
tell
Jake.
them.
Well, the other way round, where the woman didn't want, found a woman that finds herself pregnant and then thinks, I don't want this child, but my husband is going to be devastated, or there may be other consequences, more serious consequences, violent consequences, if I say I'm going to abort the child. They'll go away and drink something or take something or punch themselves repeatedly in the stomach so that they have a miscarriage.
Or fall down stairs.
Yeah.
And I during the 1980s, there was what we called the run and gun 80s, and a lot of people were making a lot of money, and then the bottom fell out, and people lost their jobs and were sleeping in cars. My parents called me one day and said there are these two people that pulled up. My parents lived in a cul-de-sac. And they pulled up and they had these two really nice cars. One was a BMW, one was a Mercedes, and it said there's a man and a woman in there, and they seemed to have nice clothes. And I had to explain to my parents that what happened is when the bottom fell out in the 1980s, people sold their condos or their houses or whatever, and they were living in their cars. But they kept the nice, expensive cars because to get a good job, you had to drive up in a nice car and have the good suit. So that's what they were doing. And I explained this to my parents, and they were like, oh my God, how awful. My mom actually go down. And I told my mom, I said, don't worry, they'll be gone in 3 days because that's the law. And my mom got up one morning and went down there to offer to make them some breakfast, but they were already gone. So, but the thing is, what I was trying to say about this is I knew of women under that circumstance who got pregnant. Here they were planning for everything. They had their money in the banks or invested. They had their home. They had everything already. The bottom fell out. They're now living in their cars and they're now pregnant. Because let's not forget Bernie Madoff. Well, of course, that was a little bit later, but the same thing happened then. So you've now got people who have a handful of clothes. They're living in their cars. They may have a small what do you call it? A place to store stuff that they're renting, or they may have stuff in storage unit. They may have stuff at friend's house. Now, maybe into that circumstance.
Yeah, and so the question of morals, the moral question, isn't just about the act of abortion itself. There are so many other things. What about religious aspects where a woman may be that her husband has a different religion or even a different idea about bringing up children that she would find or would be abhorrent for the child, or bringing a child into a certain religion that the woman doesn't adhere to. But for argument's sake, her husband could be a Muslim, she's an atheist or a Christian. And she knows that by having a child, that child may be brought into or have a certain life from that point onwards that she doesn't agree with, or we might find immoral.
Yeah, no. The moral question only really arises as to how we set the law. I don't think our laws are based on morals, but I don't think that we're going to have
I meant that the question. We only deal with morals in relation to abortion, the act of abortion itself, not the surrounding circumstances. That was
right. But what I'm saying about with the laws is that we're not something blatantly immoral or that everyone sees as immoral. We're not going to advocate for a law.
We have a question from the audience that have been asked like 3 times, and I keep getting distracted. So if some Tyler, so can we kind of the question he asked is,
can someone send him a microphone so he can get in here?
Well, he doesn't. He thinks that he's busy. He knows he can always come in.
Just fucking.
You don't forget to ask him. I mean, Saka, what he considers to be a child. Is it a blastocyst? A child? Most abortions are before the fetal stage. So he's asking you, when do you consider to be a child, and is a blastocyst a child? That's a Saka. Excuse me, my voice is going. Does that sound like my voice is going? Because my voice is going.
Can Achiwawa have the link? Do you mind?
Yeah, you give it to Oshiwara.
Okay.
Yeah. And you know, here, by the way, if it's somebody that you guys know and that's been in it before, honestly, I know Hogtie, like at the end of the day, I should ask the owner. I really don't care if you give out the link. It's somebody that we know that has been here many times. You know, I'm going to give you carte blanche. You don't have to have my permission.
Right on.
Okay.
That's the way I am too. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just, yeah. Because I mean, I look at it this way. If somebody comes in, I don't want to be in, I'll just remove them. Right. So
yeah.
It's just no Darwin's. No, I'm kidding. Darwin's. I don't care if Darwin's could act. I think it'd be great, but he's over in the other hangout right now, just killing it, just literally just destroying it. It's down to 9 people now.
Yeah. But I agree with Jade and Mark. Like, you know, I didn't think Saka took that position on, because we talked about it a long time ago and ran for a lot of long times about prohibition. I agree that I hope we get to a point, and I think that should be our goal, to abolish. I use the word abolish, but to make it as few abortions only when they're necessary. But I don't think prohibition or making them illegal is the way to do that. I don't even think it's a band-aid or a stopgap to slow it down.
The problem there is necessary. What's necessary? Yeah, the definition of necessary. What's necessary to a young girl faced with what she thinks is no hope? According to her, the abortion is necessary. Now, the problem is, you're saying necessary as in...
Yeah, that would do, yeah, no, that would be necessary.
That's the problem, as Jay was trying to explain earlier, is that what's necessary for those advocating stopping abortion isn't the same as necessary for the woman. I'd really like to see a hangout with just women that have been through miscarriage, abortion, a whole hangout rather than just men.
So there are enough women here that can speak to that. I know Fiona certainly can. And what I wanted to add to what Mark said is, unfortunately, when people fall in love and they get married, they don't tell the truth. They don't always tell the truth, and they don't always tell everything. Yeah, Xbox is laughing about them because I can't tell you the number of people. Well, it's really silly saying, but I've known a number of people who've got married, thought we're going to have this wonderful big family, only to find out that their spouse doesn't want kids at all. They're already married, and now they find this out. Yeah. We talked about having kids. Oh, I just thought it was pie in the sky. So now you may have a situation where a woman gets pregnant, and her husband's now saying, "Oh yeah, I don't want kids. Can't stand kids."
Right.
And she's like, "Well, what?" You know, and she may decide to have an abortion because she's afraid her husband. Now, the reality is, if she were maybe to talk to him, or, you know, hey, guess what? I'm pregnant. We have a decision to make here. Unfortunately, as I pointed out before, women don't tend to talk to men about these things.
Exactly.
See, these are what I would be calling necessary. When I say abolish, I mean abolish the reason, like get poverty taken care of as best we can. Medical technology grow to stop genetic abnormality, things like this. Leave it to just the people being in the equation instead of all these other factors.
As Jade just said, that the situation could be where the woman is faced with losing the child, i.e. an abortion, or losing her partner. He may decide she's 3 months pregnant, she's 4 months pregnant, and the guy says, you know what, I changed my mind. I don't want the baby.
Well, isn't that the situation I posed to Antonio? I said, God forbid he ever gets, married and is in that situation where it comes down to the life of the unborn fetus or his wife, what decision would he make? But would you guys agree that we're making progress here? But would you guys agree that this requires a comprehensive plan? There's no one magic bullet's going to fix this entire problem. It's a comprehensive, all-inclusive. Everybody that's in here is adding information of how to come to the best resolution of how to solve the issue of abortion, right? Because I don't think anybody wants to go around saying that, everybody should have abortion. The only one that's do that, family planning or those guys, some of them I think do make money off of it. I totally agree with that. And that I think that's just abysmal because that's a business now.
Right.
And I think, as Jane said earlier, is there are so many variables, so many situations, circumstances, and that's why I think at the end of the day, because there are so many variables and situational circumstances, it can only be the woman's choice. Because
I tend to lean that way.
Situation, my ex-partner, before my son was born, she had mental health issues, alcohol, drug dependency issues, and partway through the relationship, I realized I tried to help her through it. Anyway, she got pregnant, and she went out with a couple of friends, got in a drunken rage, got off her face on drugs, and decided to repeatedly punch herself until she aborted our child. As a result of that, later on, my son was born. So all roads lead to Rome. Was that an abortion or was that a miscarriage? She miscarried, but she aborted the child that forced the miscarriage.
Yes. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, was someone arguing that the man should be the one making it, or be at least part in the decision or something?
You can be a part of the discussion, but you can't make the decision. It can only be a woman's decision. I mean, as I said to you earlier, in the circumstances when I was a teenager, I was 19. I barely wipe my own ass, let alone you know what I mean. Look after a child. And we had all these discussions, and I said, no, we should keep the baby and we will manage. And we had family discussions. We discussed it with the doctor. We discussed it with the clinic, counselling before. But at the end of the day, my ex-girlfriend then said, I don't want to have this child. And I went along with that decision because it had to, it can only be her decision. It could only have been her decision, despite all the talking in the world.
It boils down to her. It really does boil down to her decision. But did Saka answer the question? Though I asked a question, but I don't think is Saka not here or.
No, I don't know.
I think Saka's not here. That's why he didn't answer the question.
I just want to bring something up about a bit about the history of abortion. One of the drivers of making abortion legal here in the United States, and one that's been forgotten mostly. When you talk about abortion, before abortion was legal here in the United States and women were having abortions, that was mostly poor women. This is why it was a class issue and why it was brought up as a class issue. Rich women flew to Europe where there were these spas that they went to that performed the procedure for them. There were some very high-class doctors on, very expensive doctors in, in various cities, and the woman would have a problem, and the doctor would perform a D&C, which is a dilation and curettage, to fix her problem, but it was actually an abortion. But it went down on the records as the D&C for whatever reason. Oh, sometimes exploratory D&C to make sure she's not having a problem. Middle-class women who lived nearby, and upper middle-class women went to Mexico to have an abortion. So it was the poor women who went to the back alley abortionists.
Yep, and also the poor women, the ones that did, or who had families, or did take that moral decision, or were told that there was no way they could have an abortion. They were usually sent away to a mother and baby unit, or in some cases, nun and sort of places run by nuns, where they went through the pregnancy, had the pregnancy in secret, and the baby was taken.
Yeah, the baby was kept there.
Someone else. There was that shame attack. We've been shaming women for so long about this issue. I find it appalling.
Yeah,
women that can't win if they have the baby, they're feckless single mothers, and if they don't have the baby, they're immoral murderers. I mean,
and the boy usually got off scot-free.
Yeah,
Well,
a
there's
man
still
does it. He's selling his wild oats. He's putting it around a bit. If a woman does it, she's a slut.
Exactly.
You
Well, there are
know
biological
I see, right?
reasons
You know
for that.
I see on here. Oh, go ahead, Ouch. You haven't talked.
I was just gonna say there's biological reasons why women are considered sluts and men are considered. But I guess that's a little bit off topic. I'm just kind of curious, like, why do you treat, like, you know, the more, it seems like you're treating the morality of, you know, abortion different than, you know, killing a human being. Would that just be because you guys consider them different? Is that the
No,
thing?
it's because we're talking about two people, right? It's not just murder. Murder's killing a person, but it's not. But it doesn't involve like somebody who's carrying the person in their body.
Yeah, I
And
thought
the
I was clear about
worst
that earlier.
instance of that is in situations where we used to force women that have been raped to carry that child for 9 months with all considerate, and then with that rape in mind that I'm going through. Carrying a child of a man that raped me, and then what if they give birth and that child is the spitting image of their rapist? It's just abhorrent. I just don't.
Well, you know,
we want to put women through that.
Rape is, like, you know, less than 1% of all abortions. So I think we can put that to the side for a second.
But it doesn't matter. Like, what about someone like me that took 2 forms of birth control, right? If I'd gotten pregnant, never, ever, ever wanted to have a kid, so now I have to change my life for 9 months, right? To give birth to something I don't want, never wanted, right? I've got this thing inside me that I want out of me, and I'm being forced to carry it for 9 months?
Right. So my question would be then, what about alimony? Do you think men should be forced to pay alimony, or do you think it's okay to kill a baby because a guy doesn't want to pay alimony and it might, you know, hurt his life?
Well, I don't.
It's not his decision, though, is it?
It's a really tricky one, and I'd actually like it if men
But
could
it's not
opt out.
alimony. It's
Yeah,
child support. Just to be clear, it's child support.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know. That's a tricky question. I think if a woman has the option to abort, I kind of think if the man's aware of the pregnancy, he should have the option to opt out as well. But
I don't agree with that. I think the minute a man sticks it in there, that's the beginning of his responsibility. If he's willing to have unprotected sex and the result is a child, he has a lifelong obligation to that child.
That's the same argument I make about the woman, though.
Right, no, I'm just saying if the woman has the option to have an abortion, I get that you can make the argument that the man should also have that option. But we're talking about a baby that is then born, and that baby needs to be taken care of. So then that becomes a different situation.
Yeah, once they're taken care of. We have those states here that allow the mother to just drop off the baby. I don't think the way to solve that is by letting the father opt out too. I just don't think the mother should be able to opt out in that way that she does. But,
I don't know.
What you said about the killing thing,
complicated.
We take people off life support all the time, right? There are reasons, right, that we can justify
even though
killings
even though we've done research that has shown that even some people that we think are, I can't remember the name of the condition where they're deaf, dumb, mute, or whatever, and they've done research through blinking or slight movements that show that they're aware, and yet we still up until
Locked
now.
in.
Sorry.
Locked in condition.
That's it, locked in.
Locked in syndrome. Yeah.
And yet up until recently, we would have switched those people off long ago.
Right.
Yeah, but we would have done so using the best information we had at the time.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah, but my point with it was just there are justified times or justified reasons that we can kill someone. It's not always just a murder thing. But I thought I was clear about once this baby is thinking, has thoughts, has independent thought, can suffer, things like that. That's a different moral line. Pre that, I have no issue with them just scraping whatever out and doing aborting
to me,
it. Right?
it's really simple to me. It's just a matter.
But more questions come after that point.
To me, it's a really simple thing. When a woman is pregnant, she comes first. Her well-being is paramount. That's it. That's my argument morally.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. Self-autonomy.
We're more concerned with an
unborn sacred. And once you have another life form that you're dealing with there,
Yeah.
That one that has self-autonomy, the one that's growing it, is
And I
going to have higher priority.
I'd like to respond to his point that abortions because of rape are less than 1%. My response to that is bullshit. Because what I pointed out earlier in this hangout is that women don't talk about these things with men. And as Mark pointed out, when a woman gets an abortion, she doesn't write down, oh, I was raped. She just writes down, if she writes down anything, it was just my choice. Sexual assault is far more common. Women being raped is far more common than people being raped. Men being raped is far more common than people think. So a lot of rapes go unreported. Historically, most rapes go unreported. And part of the reason is the slut shaming that happened to women when they reported rapes. And the fact that the police didn't take rape, cases seriously. I was nearly raped. My dog saved me. I mean, it was terrifying. My neighbor grabbed me, threw me down on the floor, followed me in the house, threw me down on the floor, got on top of me. And I mean, I couldn't even respond. It happened so fast.
Right.
And explained exactly what he was going to do. And he told me that I wanted it and that I had been seducing him, apparently because I was outside mowing the lawn in shorts and a tank top. And I'm absolutely terrified, trying to talk him out of it. And the next thing I noticed is this terrified look on his face. My very large dog had him by the throat.
Nice.
And his hackles were up and drool was running down this guy's neck. And I explained to him very quiet that I was going to get the dog off of him, which was difficult to do because my dog was about to, I think, wanted to rip his throat out. And I'm near me again. I didn't report it. Why didn't I report it?
Right.
Because friends of mine who'd actually been raped had the police where we live pay no attention to it.
Right.
On top of which, a day later, I found out that the two women that he, evil people, honestly, I've ever met in my life, these two old ladies, said that they would support him. And that I knew if it came down to it, because they came off as these sweet little old ladies and they were just honestly evil. Here I was, this hippie chick. I would have had no chance.
Right.
We don't report these things.
That sucks.
I've known so many women who've been sexually assaulted or raped, and that was not a rape, but it was certainly a sexual assault, a very serious one. Who've been sexually assaulted. I've had other assaults too, but not of that level. And I've fortunately never been raped. But women don't.
No, I'm sure tons of it gets dismissed, or it gets so hard to prove anything.
Yeah, it is. And to say that it's 1%, no, you're talking about 1% reported. Multiply that to more like 10%, okay?
Well,
and that's far more realistic.
Technically, it's what they put down. I think these are numbers like from Planned Parenthood or something like that. But it's possible that they didn't put the reason for rape. Reason for abortion was that I was raped. That's possible.
Yeah, they don't. Just let me tell you from my experience, women don't. They don't even want to see. The thing is, even though they know it, if they put it down at Planned Parenthood, and Planned Parenthood really only does a small percentage of abortions, but even if they go in there and they have to fill out a form, they don't even want to think about the rape. They don't want to mention that they've been raped. This is something you want to wipe out of your mind that it happened. You can't. But I've had friends for years. Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily even have to be rape. Women can go to abortion clinics and they'll say, well, when we fill the form out, why do you want this abortion? And they might say, my husband's very abusive. He hits me, and I don't want to bring a child into that world. Or my husband's an alcoholic. I don't want to bring a child into the relationship because I know the child's going to be, affected by that. Or we're not going to have the money because he always spends it all on drugs, or he's a gambler. There are so many reasons that never gets spoken of, and so the form gets put down, just doesn't want the child, or no reason, so we naturally assume it's just a woman doing it because she just doesn't want the kid. And in most cases, I don't know, I've never come across any women I know that have had abortions. It's like Jade, I did some work because of my own personal circumstances. I did some work with women and abortion and stuff, and child abuse and all sorts of stuff, voluntarily. But so there are so many. We just assume it's. I've never come across that many women that have just said, I got pregnant, I want an abortion because I just want to get rid of it, so I don't want it's an inconvenience. I don't know that many women that do that.
No, I'm telling you, I've only come across that one and it's because I had a car was the only, and I was. It's crazy. I only know the story is true and why she wanted it and the ins and outs of it. We were really
and I'd say to
close
Ouchie,
it.
just because even if they do, it doesn't make them sluts.
No, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't.
Here,
Yeah,
I actually have a question for Ouchie in here because he definitely holds the opposite view, but he holds a real similar moral view to me. But if you don't mind, Ouchie, what are why do you see it immoral, like across the board from conception to, if you see it the whole time, what are the moral reasons that behind why you would be against abortion at any point?
You were cutting out for me. So you're asking me why do I think killing a human being is wrong, or why do I think?
Yeah, like why do you find it immoral, abortion?
Irrespective of whether we want to use the emotional killing a human being, killing a baby, we put that emotional, trying to force that emotional aspect on people aside. What are your reasons for against?
Yeah, I don't mind that language. Okay.
No, I don't know. I don't either. But I don't think it's
a
purpose to try and put emotional things into people's heads. You're killing a baby. You're killing. We all know that we find killing children abhorrent, but just using that in the sense of abortion, I don't think is valuable or helpful.
Hey guys, can we have Zulu in here, and I kind of, if we don't mind, can we actually ask Zulu a question we were trying to ask him?
Hold on. Do you mind, Steve, if Ouchie answers my question first?
Sure.
Please.
All right. Well, it's tricky because there's the whole. I'm also religious, so there's that side of it. But if I were to do it from a non-religious perspective, I guess it would just be because, well, it's against human nature to kill another person, for one. And I think that ultimately we'll be less happy if we are killing people. Pretty much.
We're going to be less
happy.
happy.
I'll respond in a second if Steve wanted to go ahead and ask.
Oh, did he say less happy or more happy?
God was the only answer I was getting earlier, so I thought I'd maybe get a point of view. Ask Zulu what you were
okay, yeah, sorry, my voice is getting shot here. So Zulu, the question that was being posed to you, you had actually said that you believe that abortion is wrong always, right? And that it should be illegal always, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I think it was Thalo Blue or JD or both of them was asking you about certain exceptions. Would you allow for exception, such as the endangerment of the mother?
Yes.
So that would be an exception you allow.
No, it shouldn't be allowed in any case.
Okay. So what happens if the baby is not viable? The baby could not survive if brought to term. No possible way. Brain's gone, or suffers from polyploidy or something that's going to definitely prevent that baby from coming to term or not living more than a few days after birth.
Or already dead.
Then you
already dead. So if in those cases where the mother could potentially die, would you allow for abortion then?
When the mother could die, well, from what I know about how a mother should be with her child, I know that a mother, should die for her child, should love her child and care for her child. If you look at lions and lionesses, how they care for their cubs, I'm just using that as an example. So I feel like in that case,
some lionesses eat their own children.
Yeah, a lot of animals.
I know. That's why it's not a really good example, but I'm just using. Sorry.
So if the baby's going to die anyways, right? The baby has a 100% chance of dying. You would rather have the mother die when you could actually save the mother by not allowing an abortion?
Yeah, but when are these situations actually even possible? Like I could make up a situation where
quite a lot.
Quite frequently. Yeah, they happen quite often. These are not just random hypotheticals. These are actual cases that do happen with children who have polyploidy will not live past term. People that have very, very rare diseases that will not live past term. These things do happen. Or in the case of a septic child that died inside the mother.
Yeah, but like
abortion wasn't done.
Yeah, but these scenarios are kind of like, it's one of those. It's like, for example, if I said to you, kill this one person and save the two other people, or 3 other people. It's one of those situations. It's like
No, it's
the
not.
outcome.
No, it's not.
No, it's like the outcome. The outcome is someone's gonna die by your hand.
Okay, but here's the thing: they're not anything like the trolley problem. Here's a situation where you have a guaranteed outcome of the child dying, where you can save the mother. Under your thinking, the mother would die as well. Under my thinking, by having an abortion, the mother lives. Which one is more moral?
But Steve, you do know some abortions actually can really damage the mother's uterus or even kill her by
But still,
infection
you're not
or
asking the
overbleeding.
question.
No,
So it's
they
not always the
can't.
case.
But hang
It's
on,
not always
Jade.
the case of. It's not always the case of the baby dying, killing
Okay,
the baby.
but you're not answering the question what I'm asking you. You're answering something else.
I'm saying the scenario that you're giving is not perfect.
But I'm giving you the scenario. Under the scenario I'm giving you, can you answer the question? In this scenario, no other modifiers. If the baby is going to die and the mother is going to die, in my scenario, if the mother gets the abortion, she lives. In your scenario, she doesn't get the abortion, she dies. Which one is better? Which one's more moral?
From your understanding, I would be more amoral then, because I'm saying that I'm gonna let nature take its course.
Okay, so you would rather have the mother
That's
die?
not amoral. That's still performing an action.
In your view, I may be immoral.
No. In his view, not doing something is still an action.
Yeah.
Yes, it's called a crime of, or in a religious
No,
point
but
of view.
it's like euthanasia though. I wouldn't give the pill.
No.
Right,
It's called a sin. It's called a sin of omission.
Yeah.
It's not a sin.
Well, that's what it's called. That's the.
It's a sin. It's a sin to kill the baby.
No.
There
Zulu,
are two.
It's just a word. It doesn't mean
It's a
some
term,
biblical
sin of
sin.
omission.
Yeah. It doesn't mean biblical term.
No. There are basically two kinds of sins: sin of commission and a sin of omission. A sin of commission is when you do. A sin of omission is when you don't prevent a wrong act from happening. So if you could prevent the death of the mother, that would be a sin of omission. And I put a link in here. Wait, if I may, please I put a link in here to a Wikipedia article, something you may or may not be aware of. The Wikipedia article is called "The Death of Savita Halapapa Navar," and she was a 31-year-old dentist. She died due to complications of a septic miscarriage after being denied an abortion. This was a case where she had a septic pregnancy. In other words, it was a septic. Anything septic is extremely bad type of infection. This child was not going to live. There was no question that the child was not going to live. But because it was septic, it was pumping bad stuff into the mother's blood system. Sorry for the lack of words here. But
it can be genital tract infection or puerperal sepsis, childbed fever, anything where the actual the unborn child is basically septic to the mother, and keeping that child in the woman.
Why are we getting bogged down in technicalities? I don't want to get bogged down in technicalities.
I just let me finish this quickly, and thank you, Mark, for helping me there. But yeah, so the child was poisoning the mother, basically. But because of the laws in Ireland against abortion, no one would do an abortion, and as a result, both she and the child died. And that is a grave sin of omission.
Can I respond?
Sure.
Hold on, sorry. Okay.
I think it's, as Steve said, there could be a situation like preeclampsia or placental abruption, where the doctor says, if you keep that unborn child inside you any longer, you're going to die.
So I wanted him to clarify that he would let the woman die, and I wanted to say, so your mother.
Okay, sorry, I'm back. I would like to respond. I'm sorry,
respond, and then I have another question.
Can you let Steve clarify the question first, Larry? Is that in the situation where, as Jade just said, the ongoing pregnancy is poisoning the mother, and further pregnancy will kill the mother unless she has an abortion, you would let the mother die. Is that the case?
And this is your mother. Your mother has in this situation. Would you let her die? Or would you allow for the abortion? You have to unmute.
I think he's got other problems there. I wanted to bring up one other point as well. If he's going to bring up religion, obviously the abortion would be immoral, but sacrificing the baby a couple of months later to whatever god would be absolutely fine.
Well, you could you can rip them out of the womb and throw them against the rocks, right?
Yeah, just let them be born and sacrifice them a couple of months later. What's the problem?
Yeah, there's a lot of things in certain people's philosophy and religions that I go, what? I don't get. Doesn't make sense to me.
Well, you could take Abraham, for instance. I mean, obviously, having his wife having the abortion would have been a bad thing, but then God said, well, just kill him. Now he's born, just kill him.
Well, no, I don't have a problem with that. I think that I don't think that actually
I know. I was just
happened,
being.
That was a parable that got taken literally, but whatever.
Yeah, I know. But still.
But I think most of the Bible's parable.
When you think about South America, I mean, look, what's the name of that film that Mel Gibson did about with the South American tribe?
Shit.
Mel Gibson directed it about the two. You know what I mean?
Apocalypto?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Weren't they sacrificing babies in that one?
Something like that. I forget. It's also, by the way, historically inaccurate, but that wouldn't stop Mel Gibson.
Yeah.
But
Mel Gibson, historically inaccurate? Surely not.
I know.
Yeah,
hard
really.
to
He
believe.
revisionist? No.
Have you seen Braveheart? That's the most historically inaccurate film I've ever seen.
That was like a few hundred years off or something, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, they were wearing kilts in
Yeah.
the film. They didn't wear kilts for bloody donkey's years afterwards.
I recently read an anthropologist's take on Apocalypto. It was hysterical. So, yeah, but no,
I think
the
Mel
point is
Gibson-
there really were people who did sacrifice babies. There really were people who ripped the hearts out of people while they were living to sacrifice their gods. These things happen.
That was part of it. You can't have an abortion. We'll need the babies later.
Yeah. We need them for sacrifice later.
Yeah, we've got to keep a good stock up. A bit like blood banks, but they're called baby banks.
Do you know, every time I listen in, and I'm not even lying here, I swear to God is my witness, I'll go over and I'll listen to like Antonio's Hangout every so often, and I think every time I've listened to it, all I've heard was literally, I'm not even lying, Darwin's deity, laws of logic. The laws of logic. The laws of logic. I mean, it's like weird. It's like I put it on for like 5 seconds. Laws of logic.
He and I clashed in one of Tom Rabbit's Hangouts a little while ago, and he tried the script, and because I wouldn't give him the answer that fitted the script, he got really, really upset and then rage quit.
Yeah,
but I'd like to apologise while I get a chance to soccer for I was a bit of an over an emotional arsehole earlier. And
Oh, shut up, you fucking puss.
Can I get back to the scenario? Can I answer the
Are you back? Wait, are you back with us now?
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
I'm back.
okay. Oh,
Someone has a
sorry, I
ring
just
on
got
it.
back here.
I see. So what would you would let your mother die instead for a terminal baby? The baby's already septic. Baby's dying or dead.
Why are you so aggressive?
And you wouldn't allow for abortion to save your own mom.
Okay, so you're talking about the sin of omission and sin of commission. In that instance, I would be committing the sin of omission by not doing anything, but I would also be doing the sin of commission by killing the baby, because killing the baby, in my view, is a sin. So either way, I would be sinning, but the worst sin would be the sin of commission because I'm killing the baby.
So you would let your mother die.
It's not me letting her die. If there's nothing I can do, if anything that I can do is sinful.
If they give you the choice, if they come to you and say, Zulu, you're the adult here, you're the primary caregiver here. We need your permission to give an abortion to your mother. If you say yes, she
Why my
lives.
mother?
If you say no, she dies.
Why my mother?
Because it makes it personal.
Okay, even in that instance, here's the thing, right? As a Christian, I have a different moral standard and a different view. So
right, and
I would do anything possible not to sin. So if it was a sin, I would try my best not to do so.
See,
If that makes sense.
I think his answer is that he let his mom die, which to me I think is a greater sin in God's eyes by far.
It's not a sin. You don't know what God thinks about. If you know what God says.
My understanding of God, that what I read into the scriptures would not allow a mother to die in those circumstances. I don't believe in a cruel God.
So when God says your life was ordained before me, before you could breathe. So if you're killing that baby, you're basically destroying the plan that God has for that baby.
Dead anyways.
The baby is
But you're
dying.
destroying. Yes, but you're destroying. You're killing the image of God.
And
What
we
about the
do that
mother?
in war.
And you're
if I
saving the
may.
life of the mother. You're having a greater good. In one scenario, one dies. In the other scenario, two dies. The greater good is the death of one, vice the death of two. There's no
Well,
way
not-
around that.
Hold on. How do you?
And
Let
not
me
just
argue on
that.
Zulu's
This
side
woman,
real quick. If
Can I
God
just-
is and the Bible is his moral standard, and this is how he interprets that, like, how are you going to argue that that's wrong?
Well, it's wrong for the fact that it's wrong for the fact that the consequentialism
Steve.
is very simple. You have one death, vice two deaths. This basic math.
And Steve, what if God is testing me? What if God is testing me to see what I would do?
Well, then you have to take your chances. If I may, just say that it's more than the difference between two deaths and one death.
Well, I mean, I'm simply a simplistic here, Jade.
When the mother dies, a man no longer has his wife. Children no longer have their mother.
Yeah,
so
there's a lot of
you're
things
not.
added in.
Yes, it's just and Zulu. There are always situations that are not simple,
Yeah.
as far as whether you sin this way or that. In war, we kill people. Is that a good thing? No.
No, it's not a good thing. No, it's not a good thing. War isn't good.
No, war is very bad. And my point of view about killing is I think killing is always wrong. Because I think killing represents a failure on some level or another. Is it sometimes necessary to kill someone that you know is about to kill someone else? If you have that rifle and you're in that position and you know it's kill or be killed, is taking that other person's life right? No. Is it necessary? Yes. And you should mourn that person.
It's not right.
Try to honor them by living your life in a much better way. But these are decisions that have to be made in real life. It's not always a simple matter of getting or another, because human beings are going to sin all the time. It's just, because to sin is to fall short of Jesus, and that happens all the time. And sometimes it's not a simple matter of avoiding. Sometimes you honestly have to choose between sins.
Yeah,
But Jade, you're making my faith seem incompetent. Like, I believe in a God that can do anything. So in that situation, what makes you think the supernatural intervention wouldn't take place? Like, you're making
we have stories where it didn't happen. And the mother died a very horrible, painful death. Very horrible.
But Steve, I'm saying miracles are very possible in my view. So you're putting me in a situation where it's enough. There's no God. There's no supernatural intervention. But
you can't just rely on a miracle. You have to go by the fact that we have not seen miracles like this happen. Your chances are your mother is going to die a very, 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 very painful, horrible death in the scenario I gave you, and you're allowing for it. And I find that to be very distasteful.
Yeah, and you're going to run into a problem if you start running into skeptical theism.
But we do realize, Steve, that for abortion, if you look at the statistics, that's not one of the main reasons why people get abortions.
It doesn't matter. It only has to happen once to be a case. It doesn't even have to happen. It could be a hypothetical that may possibly happen in the future, but it has happened in the past. So we have to discuss these things as physical things because they are realities. You can't just ignore them.
But Steve, abortion in itself is bad, but the situation that you're giving me isn't always the case, and it's usually, I'm pregnant, let me just kill this baby.
But it
and
is.
That's like, do you see how that's bad? Do you see how that's bad now?
Dude, we're not talking about those other cases. We're talking about the specific cases. When you say you cannot have any abortions, you're condemning your mother to a painful, agonizing, excruciating death.
Do you want me to be honest?
And I don't think that's I don't agree with that. I would never do that to my mom. I love my mom.
Do you want me to be honest?
I always hope you want to be honest.
Okay, I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I don't 100% know what I would do in that situation. I'll probably act on impulse and on worldly thoughts by trying to save my mother in any case.
And I respect you from saying that. But how about this? Wouldn't it be better to save the life of your mom and then pray for forgiveness, or say, God, I think I'm hoping I did the right thing? I mean, wouldn't that make more sense? Because at least you have your mother at that point.
But I've got blood in my hands.
No, you don't. You don't.
The child was already going to die, irrespective of the decision you made about the abortion.
But I've ended it. I personally have ended its life by telling the doctors kill it.
No, not at all.
The doctors did.
The doctors did, for one, and for two, again, it was already a done deal. The baby was already going to die. No matter what decision you made, wasn't going to change that. Therefore, your decision-making ability had no bearing on that. Sarah, what do you
you could look at it as the way that you
Sarah,
ended.
stop sending me
ended
money.
the-
I appreciate it, but you've done enough. I love you. I do,
You
but
could
now I
look
feel
at
guilty.
it as the situation that you ended the suffering of the baby that was going to die anyway, and you relieved the suffering of your mother who was going to die unless you took that decision.
But that's
Sarah
the,
doesn't
that's
put
the
a
thing. We're going into the realms of euthanasia, and even in that sense, it's not agreeable within Christianity as well,
No,
because
you've
we let
saved
go.
the life. You've actually
Sarah-
saved the life.
Sarah, hang on one sec. Sarah, at least put a comment in. I'm so flattered that that you're doing this, Sarah. And I hope you can afford it. I mean, you must have a really good job, or like giving me some money or something.
Wait, how much?
But, yeah, well, so far I made about $200 this hangout actually.
Oh crap! How'd you do that? I want to do that. I need some money.
Right.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you.
on?
You know, that's a good question. Here, the reason I maybe I'm wrong, but I like to think it's because I really do have open and fair hangouts. The reason why we opened this hangout today was because of the unfair treatment that happened to JD. Because Antonio always wants these open and fair hangouts, yet he
Come
tries.
on, man.
Well, no, let's think about it. He shut out the only person that was opposition to him once the questions got difficult. I have not kicked anybody out of this hangout. I've only had to mute one person, and it just because it's just getting heated. We have fair, honest dialogue in here.
I think,
And
as
that's
JD
what the
said
other side
earlier,
don't have.
I was an asshole to soccer, and I shouted at him when I shouldn't have done, and I apologise.
You're just a dick
We shouted at each other, and we've had 5 people with differing views to the other 5, and yet no one got booted. No one was shouted down or muted because they opposed. And that's Steve's point. If you can't go into Antonio's hangouts or G-Man's or True Empiricisms or any of these people without being shut down simply for disagreeing.
Yeah, I did not, and I did. Well,
Steve, can I say something?
Yeah, but I want to be clear. I did not ever mute Sokka because he disagreed with me. That would be stupid, you know. The other thing was, Arcane was in this room for 5 hours the other day. Arcane logos, Zulu, and we still had a decent talk.
But the thing is, Steve, it's like, I don't know if you're familiar with the hangar that I was in with Dragno. That was actually my first hangar. I went on his channel. And I can easily pull the same excuse to JD Kane, how he treated me. Because it wasn't only Dragno, because Dragno actually muted me a couple of times. And then JD Kane also muted me a couple of times because they were his moderators in the room. And if you think about it, me and G-Man were the only ones in that hangout that held the view of Christianity at the time.
I don't think
I don't think Fiona was in there.
JD muted you, but I tell you what, you'll never be kicked from TST for being a Christian. It'll never happen.
But Steve, the problem I'm trying to bring up is it was my first time on his hangout, and you know what he said to me? Pardon my language, but he said, "Shut the fuck up, get out of here, kid," and he kicked me out.
Well, Zulu, it's talking shit.
That is the kind of disrespect.
Zulu, it's talking shit Tuesday. Dragnot's been kicked out of TST.
Yeah, I was just.
I've been kicked out of TST.
I've been kicked out of TST.
I'm saying, if you guys are gonna treat us, no, I'm just saying, if you guys are gonna treat us like this, don't be surprised when we treat you in the same way.
You're missing
the bigger point.
Please, Zulu.
He's only 16, guys.
No, he's not. He's 18.
I know.
I'm 18,
Zulu, that's
man.
Zulu, that's a very unchristian point of view. You do not, when it says to do unto others as you would have them do what. Remember, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, not do unto others as they do unto you.
Okay, so Jade, if someone's cussing on your video, and you want a child-friendly video, and someone's cussing and they're doing all this and shouting, and you want to control the situation by kicking them out?
Yes, go ahead. That's fine. That's your right. But my point is, don't just because someone mistreats you. If someone in another hangout, kicks you, mutes you, mistreats you, that doesn't give you the right. In my personal point of view, and I am a Christian, believe it or not, some folks, it doesn't give you the right to, morally, in my opinion, to treat them the same way. If anything, you should try to treat them better. And it's a difficult thing to do when you have people who are being obnoxious to you in one venue, and then you have to try to be nice to them in another. It can be a difficult thing to do. It's a challenge, but it's what I think we are challenged to do as Christians, is to try to be better. That's all I wanted to say.
I mean, Steve, I back you up with the DMC. In this situation, imagine if you're on your channel and you have rules, no cussing, no shouting, no shouting over people, and this person JD is breaking all of those rules. What else are you left to do? Antonio, G-Man, Antonio, All these channels, they don't want swearing.
Yeah,
It's
I'll answer
simple.
You can you can unbroadcast.
Xbox. Hang on, I'll answer this. First of all, I do want you to realize that Talking Shit Tuesday is a world to itself. Okay, everybody gets fucked with on TST. That's why it's called Talking Shit Tuesday. Now, when it came to Antonio's situation, Antonio had asked JD to do something JD wasn't willing to do, and he pressed the issue. And JD very simply said, "I'm not going to be your little bitch." Now, Antonio's had cursing on his hangouts before. It's not been the first time somebody said bitch or something on his hangout. And he usually says, hey, you know what? Just don't use those words. Okay. But if you
He usually says he doesn't mind.
Yeah.
As long as it's not blatant.
Yeah, it depends on the day. But if you actually watch that clip over again, you're going to see very carefully that he was being asked a very specific question, both by Thalos Blue and JD, and he wasn't understanding what was being asked of him. He didn't follow the conversation. Right. And he didn't know how to answer the question. And when you have a situation where you want to have open and honest dialogue, you do give a little bit of flexibility to people that are taking the opposite position. You always do. But they don't. That's why you don't see them having conversations like that in this type of room. They have to be in their echoes chamber where they have mod control. And Antonio and Darwin's especially will not leave their little room to go somewhere else where they know that they don't have the control that they have in their room. I'm telling you right here now. I predicted this. I'm predicting to you right now. I made you 2 predictions, and so far one has came true. That because you're a Seventh-day Advent, that side is going to stop treating you as a Christian. Well, Bible Thumping Wingnut just had a video out today. I pointed out to you, calling out Seventh-day Advents as not Christian, right? And guess who G-Man follows? Yeah.
But,
so that
Steve, there are a lot of people. Steve, I understand what you're talking about because actually the other day, Brojo and Didi were telling me that I'm in a cult and they're shouting at me the whole day.
Oh, it'll get worse. It'll get worse.
It doesn't matter, Steve. That's not the point I'm trying to make. This is I'm saying the Adventists and people want to have their opinions on me. But even if he came into my room and we had a decent argument, I wouldn't kick him out. But when he breaks my rules and swears, or he would, for example, shout over other people or be disrespectful, the only thing I'm left to do is to get him off the channel.
JD wasn't, by any means. JD was asking a question, and Antonio is very quick on the trigger because he learned from Darwin's deity. Darwin's deity thing is to eject people without just eject them. I mean, he ejects lots of people, and Antonio takes this type of moderation stance, right? There are reasons to eject people. I've ejected people that maybe other people may not know my reasons, but I've had reasons why I eject people. But we've had a discussion here we had 72 viewers right now. We have going on for 4 hours, many different types of positions, all different types of positions. How many people got ejected? 0. People are allowed to say what they want in here and have freedom to do so. If they want to fucking cuss, they can fucking cuss.
I got hidden from broadcast.
Yeah, but it wasn't because you disagreed with me, right? It wasn't because you're taking the opposite position. And by the way, you're on a phone, so it doesn't really matter.
That's usually the first step. Like that's usually the first step, right? Like if you can't control someone, if it's repeated over and over, you might kick them first time. But unbroadcasting them is usually the first step to get their attention to be like, hey, your behavior is not working.
Yeah. I heard my name mentioned, so I decided to pop back in.
You said you heard Big Poopy Pants?
Well, I was taking a shit, but no, I heard it mentioning. So maybe I should explain this. My channel, huh? No.
See,
my channel operates differently than TST, and TST operates differently than the Great Debate community. My function is also different in all 3 of those mediums. In my hangout, it's a free-for-all. You fend for your fucking self. No one gets quarter unless I have a few rules. And people understand these rules when I mention them. One of them is called just a tip. With just a tip is in place, and then the guest, which is usually a theist, has mods, has controls, and cannot be silenced at any point in time. You were just new to this community, so you're not familiar with one of those rules. I have only a few more rules, such as, I'm trying to think of the other one, but there's an open policy for G-Man. G-Man always has just a tip in place, and I pick and choose when I want to enact that rule. But I thought I went over this. The reason why I booted you is because you weren't actually contributing to the conversation. You were simply cheerleading for G-Man. and people can cheerlead outside the conversation. And that's why I waited 4 or 5 times for you to speak before I did that. There was a specific reason why I did, and I didn't understand your age or what you were actually promoting at the time. So just being
it wasn't because he took a different
cheerleader.
position than you, Drag, right?
No, it had nothing to do with that. There was no position. They were simply cheerleading for G-Man, saying, "Oh, G-Man's not getting a chance to speak." And it's like, well, I understand G-Man's role on my channel. That unspoken rule where G-Man has permission to wreck my channel is there.
And can we point out something? Hey, Zulu, I think Sokka's in the same boat as me. Hey, Sokka, how many times have you ever left a True Empiricism hangout on your own accord?
I have never left a G-Man True Empiricism hangout on my own. I've only been in a couple Antonio ones, and I've been removed by DD every single time.
And I've only left G's, I think, maybe once. And if I really was being generous, I might be able to push that to 2.
Yeah, but DD's ridiculous anyway.
Well, we're not disagreeing with you on that. But this was True's room. And this wasn't Darwin's kicking me. This was Darwin kicking him. Again, when we would have conversations with him, and this goes, we've been around a long time. Some of us, like Drag's been around since like the beginning. I mean, he was on dial-up YouTube, okay?
Wasn't that bad.
It was 4-bit binary. So 2 people got that. So you got to remember, we have all been down that pike before, right? We've all played the games with them over there. They're not interested in having the discussions on a real level playing field. That's why my channel has blown up, and theirs is just kind of stagnated. G-Man has 9,000 subscribers. He never beats maybe 50 at most viewers. It's usually about 30. And I'm not trying to compare penis size. I'm just trying to say that people like to listen to this channel because they know they're going to be listening to people that can actually have an argument intelligently and rebuttals intelligently.
Yeah, no. Go look at Sokka and I had a channel. Maybe it'll revamp at some point called Deeper.
I'm hoping.
Yeah, I'm hoping too. Get
and
him
plus
settled.
We get better guests over there.
I'll talk about you after this, Drag. Maybe we'll start it up and then bring him in when he can. But I need someone else to help host it with me. But
G-Man.
That show blew up big because of the good conversations and no fighting. We didn't allow anything like that crap in there.
But it's like Xbox and Steve and everyone here. I think we can all agree that Antonio is a nice guy and he's a very cool guy. Xbox, you saw how he wanted to help me on my channel the other day, and you always. And I think I've heard one of you guys say in one of the TSTs that he's one of the best moderators.
No.
So just because now he kicks someone out, he's a bad guy. That's not how it works.
That's not what was said.
I haven't seen what happened. So
okay, what has been said was back when Antonio first got here, he used to moderate halfway decently. He wasn't a bad moderator. I wouldn't say he was fantastic, but he was decent.
He was learning quickly.
He was learning, and he was doing a decent job. But then guess who got a hold of him? Darwin's deity. And he literally took every page from
him and
Darwin's
Brojo
playbook and said, you know what? I am not going to allow these trolls here. I'm going to just clamp down. I'm going to have this type of conversation, and it's going to be my way or the highway. Well, people don't want that. So what he gets, he has the same 12 people listening or go over all the time. He may have maybe at most on a good day 20 people listening, and 10 of them are actually over here at the same time.
Yeah, you create an environment. When you do that, you create an environment where it's just people that tend to have real similar views to you, and you talk about kind of the same things, hardly ever a really big disagreement, and you've clamped out everybody else. Arcane mentioned this the other day. He came in my hangout, and I was like, hey, I haven't seen you around in forever. It's been hard getting a hold of you. He was like, yeah, that's what happens when you block everybody.
Yeah.
I mean,
block everybody out except for people that agree
personally, all I gotta say is, yeah, DD, I have a major problem with him. I don't like the guy. I've had my disputes with him. But Antonio, generally, I have no problem with that guy. Even if the guy kicked me out, and I was in his hangout, I would still be cool with it because sometimes when you're in the heat of the moment, you may step out of a line without realizing it. So I can kind of understand if he wants certain content on his channel.
You've only got to look at the 2 different titles of the hangouts. This one is titled "A Fair and Open Hangout to Discuss Abortion." Antonio's is entitled "Bring It Pro-Choices." And right now, at this moment, Antonio is letting Darwin's deity just get away with murder. It's not helping anybody.
I'll have to go back and
run roughshod because it's people that he doesn't agree with either. So he just lets in. It's just awful.
Yeah,
and you're defending that, and you're defending Antonio running Hangouts like that. It doesn't get anyone anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, in
No, I'll have
fact,
to
we
go
actually
back
had
and
great
watch how
dialogue.
he did.
Well, one
I'll have to
second.
go back and watch how he handled JD. 'cause
We had
up
great
until
dialogue.
now,
Yeah, but it's not.
I
It's
thought,
not. It's,
I thought he's been pretty fair.
This is why my voice is going.
but it's not Antonio's fault that Didi decides to come in his hangouts and take over. It's not Antonio's fault.
Oh, wait a minute.
It's absolutely his fault.
He's a channel op.
Yeah, it's absolutely his fault that
It's
he
his
lets that
channel. It's
go on.
100% his fault. I would
give you
never
an
let
exa-
anybody come into my channel
I
and
would
take
give
over.
you
It's
an
like, let them.
example.
Which I
Hair
do
Larry's-
too.
I
I might
agree
say,
he
hey,
can't
I'm going to go lay down. Sokka take over or Drag take over. Then they're in charge. But
I agree he can't control how Darwin's decides to act, but he can decide to stop him from acting that way in his channel.
So Darwin's deity actually tried coming on my channel back when he thought that someone was going to give him quarter, and he learned quickly that if he's allowed in, so are the people he doesn't like. That's why he doesn't come to my channel anymore. He has safe haven in MK's channel. Back when MK was here, he has safe haven in Antonio's channel, and plus he has control. That's why he stays there. And so if we're going to talk about this dynamic, that has to be pointed out here, because it's not about opening dialogue. It's not about who's being mean to who. It's about him putting himself in a place where he can be beyond reproach.
Oh, shit.
No, same reason he won't come to my rooms anymore. And I don't let, even if his stalkers are in there, I don't let this bullying go on by the stalkers or by DD. But just the fact that I let them in, he won't come to it.
Yeah,
he knows better.
Yeah, let me tell you something. Darwin's has about, I don't know, dozen plus people that have tried to engage him for a very long time, because he's said so many things over the last 6 years that are contradictions.
Yeah.
And people have written these things down. They're actually questions that need to be asked of him. They're on a website.
I have it. Hold on, I'll share it in just.
Plug the website.
Yeah, it's like stupidcreationist.com or something. And he's been avoiding these questions for ages because they totally refute his prior arguments. So these people have taken it upon themselves to try to get into a room with Darwin's and ask him these questions. And he's run from them. He's absolutely run from them.
Yeah, no matter who asks them.
And if I ask the question, the same question, he won't answer it because it comes from one of those 18 questions, even though there might
get on his
be a
troll
legit
list real
question.
quick.
Right. He is scared to death of being exposed because he has made so many ridiculous statements over the years, and they're just a huge contradiction.
Yeah, even if you go see these questions and you go ask him, Zilla, he's gonna accuse you of being a shill or getting these questions to ask him on behalf of the trolls, and he won't answer them. And you might end up even on his troll list for just asking him.
So
And they're not
here's the
unreasonable.
question. No,
Yeah, they're not
The first
unreasonable.
one-
No.
The first one is, how can the claim that God is good not be mere tautology if the good is defined in terms of God's nature? That's a legitimate question. Why him asserting this is a tautology, but he claims it's not. It's up to him to then, kind of elucidate that point to show how it's not, but he won't. And
Yeah.
so to me, that if he's not able to back his own positions and this question scares him, that shows a fragility on his part, not anyone else's.
Yeah, again, let's look. I mean, we can go through this question. I know we were talking about abortion, but we've already talked about it for 4 hours.
No, yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I mean, we're good on the topic of the hangout. I will say in summation real quick, though, I think we have a lot of good ideas. I think, I wish a lot of these could be implemented. Unfortunately, we don't have control of what happens in our society for the most part. But I think if everybody gets on the same wavelength, we wouldn't have this huge dichotomy of people that think one way and other people that think otherwise. But I will stand against, no offense, dude, I will stand against people like your position or Antonio's, where you say that abortion is always, wrong and should never be, because that, to me, I can never condone. I don't think it's moral. I don't think it's biblical. But that's for another day. But anyways, so look at some of these questions. Like number 2, I like this one because we just have this as a topic. How is the Euthyphro dilemma a false dichotomy? Darwin's claims that the Euthyphro dilemma is a false dichotomy. Well, how? What does it makes it a false dichotomy? He has yet to explain it.
Incoherency is what you'll get if you can even get him to say anything about it.
Or what is the magical barrier that demarcates microevolution from macro?
And
I've
so,
asked him something similar. No answer.
Go ahead, man.
Oh, go ahead. Next one.
I would just say all these questions aren't actually disputing God or anything like that. These are just about claims he's made about his position.
Yep.
that he will not back up, but
That's a good point.
demands everybody else back up everything.
Yeah, that's a good point. These are things that he has said, and he won't he won't talk about these things anymore. So, yeah, Darwin's is pretty dishonest. In fact, he's probably considered the most dishonest person in our community.
I think, yeah, I think he's a troll.
He demands so much out of whoever he's talking to. But you pose any one of these, and you get nothing. You'll get deflections and nothing, or you'll instantly get on the troll list.
He's a male succubus.
Do you think Jarvis has these questions memorized?
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Probably.
I think he made up half of them. He's just in it for attention. He's such an attention whore.
Oh yeah, narcissist. He is a true narcissist.
The best way to test yourself, Halorius, is to spend perhaps a week or 2 weeks going into those hangouts with those people and start disagreeing with them and start agreeing with atheists now and again. I guarantee you, within a week, maybe less than that, you'll be labeled not a true Christian, not a real Christian, a traitor. I mean, you're talking.
He's already getting that now.
Yeah, Stephen Tucker and JD, myself and Jade, we've been doing this with these same people for. Well, I've been on it for 7 years.
Right.
Just,
See, I'm charitable as hell. I will always try to engage the conversation, but I've got to with especially with Darwin. If I
Xbox is overly charitable. You're just swaddling their balls.
Yeah, to my detriment. But I've got to the point now where if I ask something and it gets deflected, I'm not even going to argue about this stupid shit with them. I just move on.
But it needs to be pointed out again, it's not atheist versus theist. It's rational against irrational. Antonio, as much as you like him, is an irrational person. He throws out fallacies all the time and doesn't get them right. Hardly ever. I think
that's
one time.
Homonym.
That's an
Yep.
homonym.
He learned them all. He learned them all from DD.
Yeah, that's what he got one. He got I think one fallacy right one time. But everything, I think every time I've ever heard him claim a fallacy, he's got the fallacy wrong. He doesn't know.
No,
what
that's a good point.
means.
You should anytime. This is a good rule of thumb for anyone. Anytime someone accuses you of a fallacy, you have them tell you what fallacy it is and explain how you committed it.
Exactly. In fact, I mean, to tell you how the gross misunderstandings they have, Zulu G-Man once pretended to be an atheist. He was called the chocolate atheist, and the reason he did this was try to quote falsify the no true Scotsman fallacy.
He's going to destroy it.
Now let's think about that. He tried to falsify a fallacy. Xbox, is that even remotely coherent?
No,
that's a double negative. That's a double negative.
Right, because they're not just fallacies, right? They are bad reasoning.
And that was 3 years ago tomorrow on Easter Sunday.
It was on Easter Sunday. You know what? You're right. It was on Easter
Sunday.
Sunday.
On the most holy Christian
We're going to have to
day.
remind him tomorrow. Yeah. So on a Christian day, he decided to pretend to be an atheist and try to trick people as the chocolate atheist. And then when he got busted, he tried to say, "Oh, I was just trying to disprove or falsify the no true Scotsman fallacy."
Right. Yeah. Just to say he was going to falsify fallacious reasoning. Right.
Yeah, so these guys are not too much on the ball. I'm telling you, you're not going to learn a hell of a lot from them. I guarantee it.
I'll put the video in the side chat for you, Harrius.
Yeah, you want to be around people like General. You want to be around people like General. And
Yep.
Yeah, see, General's a Christian.
And here's a good one too.
And Jade, the General's a Christian. They give a lot of General some shit, and even though I may not see eye to eye with them like on some stuff, his in-depth research is freaking amazing.
Yeah,
I mean, there's always one of the most.
If you can handle Matt Bell,
really good.
If you can handle Matt Bell is a really good one.
I was going to say him as a joke, but the rational theist. Matt.
Hey, what General does in his own time is his business. I don't judge.
No, he's kind of moved to right. You say theism, right? Like he's kind of moved to this almost agnostic position there. He just doesn't want to give up God.
Yeah.
Believes it, but.
Who, Matt Bell?
But his arguments and things, they're good. They're well thought out. He knows.
Matt Bell?
Yeah.
The same Matt Bell that I know?
Right.
Yeah. He had changed his name too because him and Shamos kind of. Well, I think one of them was joking or something like that, where they said that they were a deist or that they were Christian or something.
What happened?
Seamus did it because he didn't like the shit he was getting.
Yes,
and he couldn't defend himself and stuff. So.
Yeah, he didn't want to have to deal with some of the more complicated arguments that the pal talkers were giving him. So he said, "Fuck it, I'll just tell him I'm agnostic."
Yep. What is a pal talker?
What?
What are the Pal Talkers? I keep
Pal
hearing that.
Talkers are people that came over from Pal Talk, which is a program that it's kind of a platform where everybody gets like 2 minutes to speak and you just pass the mic around.
Oh, okay.
Right.
And
That's why Dee
really,
hates it.
They're really into philosophy, really
Really
into
into philosophy.
Some of them are really analytically, like they're hard to talk to. Because
You could imagine
they
the
talk so deep in
timer.
jargon.
So Darwin's Deity came over, and then a whole bunch of Pal Talkers followed him over to here, to G Plus YouTube, saying, hey, people, watch out for this guy. He is just the most dishonest, duplicitous, evilest bastard in the world. And we weren't quite sure at first. We were kind of toying with Darwin, which we were like, okay, we know he's like full of shit, but we didn't realize the extended magnitude of just this guy's fucking demonic. If there's ever a demon, if demons are real, I swear to God, I will go on a limb and say
He's an evil genius.
And you know, did you talk to him, Steve? Did you talk to him a few years ago, Steve, before the Pal Talkers came? He came over to G Plus once, and then he disappeared for a while. Then he came back, and then the Pal Talkers followed him. I asked this because I talked to him at that one of those first times he came around, and we had conversations. He actually would make arguments with me and stuff. And this was before he got the precept tool. When the storm of the Pal Talkers and him learning the precept, the Cyclone version, he became super demon, right? Like, yeah.
His arguments are so easily refuted if you kind of know about the thing, but then he just keeps rewording things and repeating the question. That's all he does.
Just triggering with properly basic beliefs because he doesn't understand
one of
the
not all presuppositionalism. I mean, there's some more sophisticated kinds out there, but the brand that he puts out, which I wouldn't even call a cyclone because it's just really that bad. It's designed, it's designed to mesmerize. You know, it's a magician that's doing a trick there, and it's like, and this is why he has to narrate it to the people in the room. And this is the thing that people need to watch out for, is that at any point in time you see him do this thing where he breaks the fourth wall, turns to the camera and says, "You see what this guy's doing?" And he has to explain it out there. And he won't let somebody try to defend that position. He's got to narrate it there. And then the problem is that people take the narration. They're like, "Oh, is that what he's doing?" Great, because nobody understands. They're just being mesmerized by the light show that's going on of all the fancy things that Darwin's saying. There's actually really nothing of substance there, and most of the time his analysis of what the person is doing is completely incorrect. So that's one of the things to watch out for, is if you see him start to do that narration thing, look at how quick the person tries to jump in and says, "Wait, that's not what I'm doing." And then he uses that interruption as, "You're interrupting me, you're being rude." When really what he's doing is he's lying. He's straight up being dishonest to misrepresent the position to pull the wool over the eyes of the people that are there to support him.
Yeah, there's actually a key phrase that he uses.
That's true.
Go ahead, Jade.
I was just going to say, it was I guess a couple days ago. I don't remember exactly when. These things tend to all get mixed together. But Ochiwawa was trying to have a conversation with him. I don't know how many of you saw that, but that was hysterical.
I did.
Because at times Darwin's Deity didn't even understand what Ochiwawa was saying. And there were a couple times when there was just silence from Darwin's Deity's side as his little gears were starting to, move to try to figure out what to say. And then he just deflected. He would deflect, he would sidestep, he'd go back to what he was saying. He didn't even get, especially what was that part, I don't know if Ochiwawa can talk, but he was talking about all swan, the whole swan thing. Well, if you ever see a white swan? And Ochiwawa says, "Well, what if you see an alligator?" And there was absolute silence from Darwin's Deity. And what Ochiwawa was trying to get at is, if you see an alligator, it's not a swan. So you can make a determination that something is not something as well. But it didn't. Ochiwawa wasn't even able to try to get into that conversation, because Darwin's Deity was just absolutely stumped at that point.
Yeah, it wasn't on his little cue cards.
Yeah. No, it wasn't. That was so funny.
Yeah, he only wants he only allow you to speak if it's what he wants you to say, pretty much.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There was a hangout the other day. It was I jumped into an off-air one with Brojo. And DD was there, and it started off as a pretty cordial conversation. But then
is that the one that kicked me out of?
Yeah, that's one they kicked me out of. That's one they kicked me out of eventually too, because he brought up a post that I had written, Okay, and it was in response to a video where one of the theists in this community goes up to a girl that's, I hope he knew, because it just looked like he approached some random 10-year-old girl on the street with a video camera and started asking her questions. And it was about do you know what an atheist is? No, you don't. Well, somebody that doesn't believe in God. What do you do if you meet an atheist? You tell them to believe in God because they're real. Great, high five, move on. And I'm like, this is, first off, there's a lot of disturbing aspects about this video, like why you're even making it, who this girl is, why are you videotaping children on the street? But other than that, what's the point of the video? Is the point of the video that you're going that this is a good argument? It's like, like God, 10-year-old approved, like great, like what was that really what you were trying to get at there? And I mean, like, congratulations, the comment that I had written was, like it was something like, wow, good work, your beliefs correspond with someone who believes in Santa Claus.
Yeah.
And
Did you see
yeah, that was what I wrote. That's where I wrote this. And so Darwin jumped onto this. And now I think that the comparison is pretty clear, is that I'm judging the point of using this person as essentially a character witness for why it's reasonable to believe something. Well, you could also make the argument that this person believes in things that are completely irrational. Why are you talking to this person? And that's what I meant by it. But what he wanted was, well, how are you correlating a belief in God with a belief in Santa Claus? And I'm like, well, that's not really the argument that I'm making.
Right.
But here's the thing: that's what he wanted to argue. And he asked me the question 4 or 5 times, trying to reword it, trying to get into a way that I would have to compare the belief in Santa Claus and the belief in God. I'm saying, we're not comparing those. We're not talking about that. We're talking about this other content. These are the other subjects. And he tried to break it down. He read me to make my quote back to me several times, and then he kept on asking me this question. And I'm just like, no, that's not the argument I'm making. And then they started calling me dishonest and all this other stuff. And then they kicked me out of the room. And I realized, and I was confused at first. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Why is this guy, being this way? And I realized it's because I never answered the question he wanted. He wanted to argue about, comparing the belief in Santa Claus to the belief in God. And if I did not make that argument, I was dishonest.
These are some of the reasons I think he's on the spectrum, right? Like, I think he's autistic. Like, I'm not diagnosed him by any means, but these are reasons, one of the big reasons that points me to that, about when he gets hung up on something like that and will not let it go. I mean, the conversation can move to 10 different places, and in his head, if that first question he asked you didn't get answered the way he wanted, he will keep repeating it. 20 minutes can go by and he'll still do it.
Is it the tiny penis spectrum?
Zulu, because I'm not actually diagnosing him. Like, I'll get shit for that. So. What's up, Heavy?
Hilarious, are you still here? He might have stepped away.
I heard people shitting on DD, so he went to go grab lotion.
The only conversation I've heard DD have with someone where you actually get Darwin's position, because I've never heard him besides this actually ever never get a position out of it. He'll get hints here and there, but it was like a 2-3 hour long hangout with the guy, naturalist something. I don't know his full name. I've been trying to find it, but it's someone, the naturalist or naturalist someone. His avatar is of Hitchens with a leather coat, kind of. He's looking sideways with it kind of blocking half of his face. But there's like a 3 hour.
So it's John Doe.
John Doe, thank you. Yeah, John Doe, and if you go to his YouTube channel, you'll find a few hour long hangout. Darwin puts most of his position out there with that guy. It's just him and that guy talking. If you ever really want to hear him try to kind of put his position out, go to John Doe's page and check it out.
I don't know how honest these presup just use it as a way of winning an argument, really, because it's easy to play the skeptic.
Sure.
So I don't know if they really believe this stuff so much.
Well, there's 2 different dynamics to it. There's the first off, there's the people that do it for the known reason of trying to shut down conversation. This is where you get a lot of people that might even admit this, is that that we're going to shut down this conversation because we believe it's irrational for you to have this without first off presupposing my worldview. Now, well, I think it's kind of a like tattooing douche across your forehead, like if you as long as you
play by my rules or shut up.
Yeah, as long as you wear that on your sleeve, that's fine. Okay, great. And then you have, what would I call? I mean, you have the sycophants. You have the audience that's mesmerized by this stuff. Guys like Brojo or Antonio that will come out and they'll try. They derive different conclusions from this. Is that the conclusion that they get is that you can't account for logic, therefore God exists. And that's a completely different argument. That's a completely different position, and it's not what presuppositionalists say. They're representing something that isn't even being argued for, and that's where like you try to point out to them, but because they never really heard the explanation or actually done any reading on what the argument or the statement of a position actually declares, they try to assert it with everything else, as if that they're presenting it almost as like an evidentialist argument that because you can't present this, therefore my position is true, or something along that line.
Yeah. So do you think?
Oh, go ahead, Patrick.
I was going to say, do you think that they, like people like Darwin's deity, actually believe that God gave him this revelation, or do you? Because I don't know if I believe that.
I don't believe that.
Well, no. The issue isn't
that. The Bible is the revelation.
Yeah. So here's the point: is that it's a lot of people misunderstand what they're saying when they talk about it as if it's some type of message being whispered in their ear, and that's not. What they try to do is that they start with a foundation that God exists, and that foundational belief, if you talk to somebody like Van Til, who presented it this way, is a self-evident like axiom. It's self-justifying through what he calls special revelation. The different types of revelation. So you have like special revelation.
You cut out something.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, so they try to justify through these different types of. They're okay. Sorry, they try to justify it through these revelations, and there's nothing special about them. There are things like Scripture is revelation. The natural world around us is revelation. The innate feeling they have in their heart is considered revelation. Those are the three things, and the existence of those three things are what they use to justify the axiomatic belief that God exists and that they're revealing this stuff to him. And so there's nothing mystical about it. What it is it's a different type of form of foundationalism that basically tries to justify the axiomatic presuppositions that they have by simply relabeling them as self-evident or self-justifying. But it's still a circular argument. I mean, it completely begs the question. Right. And so, but the problem with this is that they argue from this position of anti-foundationalism, where if you picture foundationalism, there's a good thing called the Munchausen trilemma, if I'm pronouncing that right, which pretty much kind of exposes to the three problems with holding on to justifying knowledge with a previous piece of knowledge. And that is that you're going to get to a point where it's going to go back in this infinite argument that you know something because it's justified because you know something, that you're justified because you know something, all the way back ad infinitum. Then you have the most basic foundationalist belief, which basically gets down to these basal assumptions that people start with. And now that's what they try to destroy. They try to tear down that horn of the trilemma, and they say that makes it so you can't justify any beliefs beyond that. But then they take the third horn, and the third horn is the same thing, but they don't think that they're taking things necessarily as basal assumptions, but they believe that this assumption that they start with, mainly that God exists and he's revealed things to you, is self-evident. And they use Scripture and the natural world and these other things to try to support that. And because they use it as like this...
That's the everyone knows too, but you're suppressing it in your unrighteousness. It's self-evident. Right. It's supposed to be self-evident even to me.
Yeah, so there's like this nice little circle at the beginning that, if all this stuff is true, then they can know things. But it still doesn't get you from the problem that it's not actually justified. It's because it's still considered a circular argument. So they fall into the same problems that they try to challenge most foundations with. And
they invoke virtuously circular, which if you look at virtuously circular, look how it's used, actually foundational properly basic beliefs actually become virtuously circular under their view. So even if they invoke that, you're still in the same boat with them.
Yeah, under their view, I would agree with that because because normally with properly basic beliefs you don't justify them. That's why they are assumptions by definition.
Yeah, and the thing that changes with this is that any foundationalist can actually adopt their position. When we talk about the different horns of this now, is most foundationalists will simply say these are basal assumptions. These are things that we assume at the get-go, and we can lead to knowledge through this, whatever. What they do is they use the other horn, but there's nothing that's stopping the any foundationalist from using that horn as well. That they could say that their justifications are self-evident, and we could argue for them if we argue in a circular fashion. So we could actually, take this and argue from that perspective as well if you're a foundationalist, which is why it becomes really important within these conversations to ask them, what do you mean when you believe? Like if you're saying, they ask me, how do I know something? How do I justify that belief? I can give you an example what it means to justify something.
Okay, hang on.
So, but
if Steve doesn't make it back in just a second, we're going to go offline. But anybody watching, if this does go offline, jump over to my channel and I'll pick us back up.
Okay, so they ask a question. So you ask a question: is like, what does it mean to justify a belief? And when you listen to the revelation talk about it, they can justify a belief based off of their axioms that they could argue to in a circle. No, they are going to argue in a circle as well over your presuppositions, and therefore you're now justified because they've given you all the criteria that you need to be justified. And this is where the argument falls apart. Anyway,
yeah, right.
I would actually
on Monday. Steve made it back. On Monday at 6 p.m. Central. If you're around, I'm gonna have a hangout with Jimmy Stevens and Alex, just younger, like sidekick or disciple or something, and discuss that version of the precept. It's Jimmy's version, but to anybody else, it's not this Cyclone, Cyten. A lot of the critiques that fall to that don't fall to this version of precept, and it's interesting to hear, and you should be prepared for it. It takes a lot more intellectual rigor to attack it than the Cyclone version. But anybody out there, I think, should be prepared if they come across an argument, and like Jimmy Stevens or this guy Alex uses.
Hey, so did you leave?
Yeah.
Bummer. I was going to ask him when we're going to have. He wants to have he said he will have a discussion on your creationism. So. Yeah, I didn't get sniped. I just had to drop for a few minutes. I'm working out with somebody to try to get a very, 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 very special, well-known guest. So
cool.
I can't.
Who was it that wanted to do I missed that part. Conversation on young Earth creationism.
Zulu.
Oh, Zulu. Oh, okay. Interesting. He's a nice kid, but he's just a kid. He doesn't have a lot of experience in the world yet.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Yeah.
I mean, he's 17, 18, I think, isn't he?
He's 18, I think, yeah.
And then just 18.
At that age,
just 18, yes.
You just kind of follow what you're told, I mean, they don't really have any kind of independent thinking skills for the most part. No, wait. I'm sorry, not Alex. Zulu. I mean, not Zulu. Alex. Oh my God.
Oh, Alex. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was Alex. I'm thinking that wants to have the discussion. He's a nice kid. He's actually smart.
No, but Zulu's a pretty good kid.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's being more mature than much older members of the Clown Car Posse. People that are twice his age and more.
Yeah.
During that conversation, Jade, I'm glad you did remind us that he is very young, and he's still got a lot to learn.
Oh, Heavy! I can imagine you at 18.
But
Idiot at 18.
But
Oh
can you
my
see
goodness.
that he hasn't thought through a lot of these issues, right? When we gave him the problems with his mom or something like that, he hasn't really thought the consequences of some of the positions that they take. And at that age, you just don't, right? And
No.
I mean, at 18, do you know what a Getty Air problem was? No. You didn't know any of these things where you go, okay, what do we know about truth? What do we know about knowledge?
Right. And
I already take for granted.
I already mentioned earlier that when I got involved in feminism when I was very young, and I was like 21 at that point, but that's still young and stupid, and I started getting involved in the Women's Center, and I started finding out what women's lives were really like. Before then, I was a self-righteous, stupid little kid. I had no clue about what the world was like. And then I started to find out these things, like why women had abortions, that women really were being beaten and couldn't go to their families, and all these things that I had no clue about. So sympathy, and even as a young lesbian feminist, I made some mistakes that I regret because our little group hurt people inadvertently, but we did because of our own assumptions. But you're young, you do those things, and we all need to remember to be patient. But if we challenge them gently, they will learn. They will, and I think Zulu has.
Yeah, I think he's open to it too.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see.
It's up to Steve.
We'll see.
It's up. And Tyler wanted.
You're roboting bad.
Robot. Mr. Roboto.
Come in peace.
Oh,
speaking of that, hey, Jag, I watched The Arrival the other day.
Oh, how is that?
You saw the
You
end
know
of
what?
it?
I got to tell you, I now know what the hell you're talking about, but it was
Okay, thank
predictable. But I know you're gonna hate me for this, but I wasn't a big fan.
Oh,
Really?
No,
What's
I wasn't
all
a
right
big
with
fan.
that?
I like the psychological aspect of it, where you actually go through how would you communicate with
That part was
being
okay.
I really enjoyed that because it wasn't just this tricorder. Okay, now we can understand.
No. It was the
Can you
linguistics
summarize
aspect. These 12 ships come to Earth, and this is not getting away any plot thing because it's like starts in the first 2 minutes, right? They get a linguist to try to have her try to figure out their speech, their language, and so the whole movie's about her figuring out their language.
It's called Arrival.
Yeah,
Arrival.
I wasn't a big fan. I don't know. I thought it was. I don't know.
Well, the redhead's hot, anyways.
No, I didn't even think that.
They brought a linguist and a physicist,
Yeah.
and they were trying to uncover what these pods, like there's like I think 9 pods all throughout the world, and they were trying to figure out why they were there, what was their purpose, and they couldn't discern anything from the outside because it was made of an unknown metal. It didn't emit any type of radiation, and so they had to actually go inside of these things and speak to the creatures that were inside, but trying to translate what they were saying was almost a dead effort. So they had to work with other countries and build a lexicon, and then use that lexicon to translate what they were saying. But it was the way that they were communicating that differs greatly than how we communicate. And I'm trying to remember our language uses.
Let's not give too much away because people are like, "Oh, we don't want to spoil it."
Yeah,
I can do it really simply without a spoiler, which is how do you find the commonality between 2 species that have no commonality?
Yep, but I will tell you this: at the end of the crying game, it's a dude. Just
Spoiled.
Sorry, guys.
I haven't seen that yet.
I've heard of that movie. I've never seen it.
I've never seen it either.
Brilliant movie.
It's a brilliant movie. It really is.
People spoiled it right away all through my growing up, so I just never watched it.
Yeah, but that's not even the most important part of it. I mean, when I saw the movie, I already knew that because my friends couldn't keep it quiet.
Right.
But I still really appreciated the movie because there's more going on than that.
Yeah. It was good.
Has anybody in here ever watched Revenge of the Roller Boys?
No.
Oh, you gotta watch it. Roller from the 80s or mid 90s, maybe early 90s. It's when rollerblades were all badass and everybody. It has the two. What were the 2 guys that were in?
Corey Haim and
Corey's. Yeah, it's got the 2 Corey's.
Corey Feldman and Corey Haim. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got the 2 Corey's in it. There, check out that or Gleaming the Cube.
Gleaming. I was just gonna say
Later.
Gleaming the Cube. Xbox. I was just gonna say Gleaming the Cube.
Yeah, and
has anyone seen Misfits of Science?
And speaking of the
Misfits of Science, that's another good one. That's appeared.
But I was going to bring up another one
Movie.
just because you mentioned the 2 Coreys. I'm sure most people here have probably seen Lost Boys.
Oh yeah, that's the best.
Okay, now that was filmed in Santa Cruz here. Now, I'm not actually in Santa Cruz, but I'm in the county. That was filmed in Santa Cruz, and in the beginning there are all these weird characters on the bus, street characters.
Right.
But the thing, the funny part of it, and the fact that it was filmed here it makes it even more funny. Filmed right after Santa Cruz was deemed the murder capital of the United States. The reason is because we had a spate of
Vampires?
murders. No,
No.
yeah, we not murder, but that's kind of what it is. That because I think if you see that billboard when you're entering the town, it says something like murder capital or something like that. And because we had 3 violent incidences, including 2 serial killers, all show up in the county in the city at the same time.
So
it was
the 2
just
Corys.
and it was just a a kind of weird sort of situation that this little surfing town became the murder capital of the United States. But
that was around when they had the Hillside Strangler. Remember him?
Yeah.
Yep,
But
yep.
you probably remember there was a guy. What was it? Oh, I don't know. I can't remember the guys' names right now. But they were one was the guy that was killing people on in parks and stuff like that, and the other
Zodiac
was
killer.
No.
Killer.
What town was it you said?
David, Santa Cruz. Yeah. Anyway, if
Park
anybody's
Street
interested,
Killer.
look it up. They had the guy. I can't think of all their names, but it was. But anyway, that's all I wanted to mention. It's kind of based on a loosely on a real story. It's also they have the thing in there, where they go to the pirate tunnels. Well, this was also at one time capital of the United States.
Oh yeah, I pulled this thing right up looking Santa Cruz 2 serial killers, and the thing says that in the 1970s Santa Cruz became capital city. Largely thanks to effort, 2 terrifying serial killers found out that these killers inspired the Lost Boys' bloody town of Santa Carla.
Oh, and there was another killer too, who was not a serial killer. He was a guy who just basically walked down the hill and killed his neighbors. He was just strictly nuts, but it happened at the same time too, and it was just kind of like.
That's the thing. That's the only way to get away with murders is to kill people that you don't know, don't really care about.
Yeah, well, yeah.
But then there's no fun in it, right?
Yeah.
Has anyone seen Near Dark? Because that was about again around the same time as Lost Boys. And I actually prefer Near Dark to Lost Boys.
Yeah, that was good.
So I am looking at both of the DVDs in my collection at the moment.
Well, I love Lost Boys because it happened here. One of the reasons I loved it because it happened here. There are also a lot of like little in Santa Cruz jokes in it too, but that most people wouldn't get. But that's just I mean, Santa Cruz was really hippie-ish. This is, for those of you who don't know, Santa Cruz is where the Grateful Dead wintered. I mean, the Great Deadheads wintered every year.
Oh right.
Every year before Jerry Garcia died, the roads and streets were just filled with Volkswagen buses, and all the Deadheads were here. And for a while there, we have Highway 17, which goes up over the mountains, and it's a steep, rough road. And without fail, about once every couple of weeks, a Volkswagen bus would self-immolate on Highway 17. Literally.
So I was going to say, might be a chance you can dig up a bottle of LSD or something.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, here you could get anything when the Deadhead showed up. But we used to get a kick out of the Volkswagen buses because they, they're air cooled, right? And they couldn't take the hill.
Right.
And they get to a point where they just catch on fire, and the news would be Highway 17 is closed again because a Volkswagen bus caught on fire. And kind of.
My daughter wants one. She really wants to get one and soup it up.
Yeah, you can nowadays. You can make them where they don't putter like that. Like you can.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, I was last Volkswagen bus I saw actually had one of those exterior water cooler things added onto it. Have you seen those?
All right, right.
Yeah, and that was a better idea. But yeah, that was funny. Every week, because I had to go 17 to work every day, and sometimes I get a phone call saying, "Hey, Dade, another one burned up on 17. Don't take 17 to work."
Another hit.
I'm going to be ending this soon, just to get it back on topic real quick.
Yeah, sorry.
I know we went for.
Yeah, no, I know. Well, yeah, it was a dead zone. It's a cool. But Wolf, you came in here, but you didn't say anything, and I saw you over in the other hangout over there. Did you get kicked out, or did you leave on your own accord? I'm just curious. Wolf.
He's muted.
This is why you got kicked out of the other hangout. You just sat there. But yeah, I think we're probably gonna be bringing this hangout to a close.
You made enough money, you think?
Yeah. You know what? I haven't even processed it yet. I mean, I was thinking that people like $1 here and there.
Right.
It was actually, I'm not gonna lie, it was Annabelle that suggested it to me.
Yeah, I might talk to you about that because I haven't
she
done
suggested
Hangouts in a
the
while,
chat,
but I never put money on any of mine.
And she said, people want, if they like what people are being said, they want their comment read. Let them donate that way. That way they're not doing a recurrent like Patreon. And I was like, that's actually not a bad idea. I mean, obviously I do this for financial reasons as well. So I'm like, I'm not averse to making money. Although I do feel guilty when someone like Sarah is like giving out, $100, $10.
Yeah, I didn't expect that.
Yeah, I didn't expect
mute,
that, right? So
you got a mute slap out of it though.
Yeah.
I think it's a good idea because some people, like me, we have money sometimes, and then there are other times when we're really short because I have like transfers come in and once a month, and I have my Social Security. So depending on whether I've been profligate or not, I do have savings that I don't touch, but I don't have a lot of money. Well, especially like this time of year, it's gardening, and I need some new tools, and I'm looking at stuff. I'm trying to stay off Amazon and not,
Amazon Prime is shit.
Well, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this chainsaw right now that's on a pole.
Hey, that's another thing too. If you get a what are they called, partner link or something through Amazon? I forget what it's called.
Yeah.
But where if someone shops on Amazon and they use your link to get there, you get a percentage.
But
from Amazon.
That's true.
Yeah.
But I want to say that I've been very blessed.
You would have gotten a lot for me if you had a link over the last.
Well, I had my Amazon wish list, but it already got fulfilled, and I really have nothing that I can think of that I can.
Well,
right now.
No, just if you shop on it. Yeah.
I had everything fulfilled but my headphones, and I bought those out of my Patreon money because I was like,
I want someone to still buy me that bag of dicks that's sitting on mine, and I have it.
It'll happen one day.
I told you.
Better watch out.
You'll get a bag of mail.
I told you that when you move to Houston, I'm buying you a bag of dicks as your housewarming present.
Actually, Drag, I've just got to ask Drag a very quick question before we end. Have you ever seen the film June?
Never even heard of it.
June?
In
June.
In June? No.
June. No. June by Frank Herbert.
June? No, I have not.
Dune.
In June.
Yeah,
Dune. I'm familiar with the series. I've never actually read the books or seen.
I've read the books and seen the series.
I was wondering if you've seen the film.
Yes.
No.
Well, which one? There was a miniseries too.
Which one?
I'm talking about the main film with
Sting.
Carl McLaughlin,
David.
Sting.
Yeah, that was the best one.
Nah.
Do you remember the
miniseries
scene?
is better.
No, I'm just going to stop. So you remember the scene where the hunter robot's trying to get him, and it's like this floating needle with an eye,
Yes.
and he stays very, very still. Now that's Drag's scene, but just replace that now with a dick.
I love the books.
I know
by the way.
exactly what you're talking about.
If you haven't read Dune, the books, read the books. The books are amazing.
Oh, the books are amazing.
Drag, are you still
Yeah,
planning
they're really
on sending man the bag of dicks?
That's the Amazon wish list under my name, and yes, that is a super fun penis candies 200 count.
We gotta get a bag of dicks for G Man. And I think True Empiricism's kind of earned a bag of dicks.
But see, you know what? He'll get too offended by it. Like he won't understand it's a fucking joke, and he'll take it offensive.
You'll get a DMCA for it.
Yeah, you gotta slap on the PP.
DMCA.
Well, it's
By the
good.
way, I want to tell you guys he didn't rescind his DMCA. My video will be back on the 24th, but he reneged on what I thought was going to be our deal. But I'm not surprised, right? But
Here,
you can see the video that he made this morning. It was fucking comical.
Yeah,
fucking
that's
comical.
sad.
5 minutes. He talks about Sam again. He talks about this Robertsonian translocation that I was right on. He got one thing right. He didn't address shit what I was talking about, the water molecules, and he didn't address shit that I swear to you, I'm telling you right now, there's no fucking way Sean was a chemistry, water chemistry instructor in Power School. He was.
Here, did you halfway hear him admit that he was wrong about the DMCA thing? It was yesterday, I think, or maybe the day before. Just a short video.
I don't give a shit if he said he's absolutely wrong. He still has it filed, and all he has to do is hit a little button that says rescind, and he wouldn't do it.
He said he was under the impression that you could take a whole video as long as you critique during it.
He knows better.
Yeah.
No, we told him he couldn't take a whole video. He took the whole video, and then he said, "Oh, well, that's what fair use is, taking the whole video." And we're like, "You have it back afterwards because you're an idiot."
Yeah, just to be clear, you can't take a whole video, and you can't take enough of a video that someone can watch it and not have to come to your channel to watch it.
Yeah, I will say this, and I will go on record. Fair use is a very touchy thing. A case can be made for what we do in certain videos is not fair use, and I'm going to go on record to say that a case could be made. but it's to the point where it'd be nonsensical to try to even just go that route, right? Because for fair use, there has to be a major transformation. Now, do I think my piece is considered to be fair use? Yes. Would a judge see it that way? I don't know.
Right.
Right.
It's never black and white like that. Yeah.
Right. Because they are so fickle for what constitutes fair use that you just don't know. But I can tell you right now, this is a fact. Taking the entire product is never fair use.
Right. Even if you critique during it, even if you pause every 15 minutes and critique during it. If I can get the gist of what's going on watching your video and not have to go to the original one, you've crossed the line.
So
and another thing is a false DMCA. Filing a false DMCA is worse.
He did it for retribution
being
purposes.
Caught with the DMCA.
Yeah, he did it for retribution purposes. I don't know how legally, I don't know.
I'm going to talk with Thunderfoot, and there used to be an IP lawyer that hung out with us. I'm not going to mention his name, but he talked to us about
one of the things I was taught around social media, because we get taught that kind of stuff at my company, is that, again, if you're using portions of a video, one of the safest things to do is always leave a link back to the original. Put your citations in.
That doesn't save you anything. Just because you link something, just because you have attribution doesn't mean anything. It's polite, but legally it means shit.
Right. Just linking it.
But it shows intent under the law.
Right.
It doesn't matter.
Putting a link on it can maybe get you away from the other person filing a DMCA, but that's not a guarantee.
I think this whole thing is an exit.
You're still violating it either way.
This is just an exit strategy for him. He's
he
tired of YouTube.
No, it's not. I thought so too.
Yes,
no,
it's not.
No, he's not. He wants to stick around. This is what happened. The 3 DMCAs I had against him, they went through, but they came back. Video has already been removed by user, which means they don't count as a strike.
Right.
Now, had those been 3 strikes, he would have lost his channels.
Yeah, there was a shell game. I mentioned that to you right when he removed that person. He was starting to play a shell game with you.
But be that as it may, I've already won on this because my video is going to go back up, and people have recognized that Ronnie is a lying, manipulative, idiotic moron. I mean, he doesn't know jack shit about anything. And this video that he put out this morning only demonstrated it even further because he thinks Sean taught water chemistry, which is absurd because he was an electronics technician. Now, you don't have to know much about nuke school, but I can tell you right now, do you think a person who studied electronics would be teaching water chemistry, or somebody like machinist mate who's working with the pipes?
I have 2 degrees in electronics. I don't know what the fuck water chemistry even is.
Nothing. Yeah. See, I worked on the pipes, right? Machinist mates work on the pipes. We have to know an awful lot about carbon steel piping impingement and rust and how to properly coat the paint, the silver paint you have to put on it. You have to measure the inside and outside of the pipes with a micrometer. You got to see if it's a certain thickness for the wall thickness. You got to do all this shit for testing.
That's
and you got to do hydrostatic testing too.
You
also do the water chemistry
tests for microfractures.
Yes, you do hydrostatic tests for microfractures. And by the way, it's fucking scary because if that shit does fracture, you're dead. That's how you found out it failed. Great test.
That's all part of the engineering process, right?
What's that?
Some shit.
That's all part of the engineering process, right? Like when you're designing something.
Technically speaking, it's what happens is you put water in there. Water's incompressible, right? So when you're putting this incompressible water in there, it raises the pressure very quickly in the vessel you're trying to do a hydrostatic test on. Right. Well, if there's any failures, you're hoping that these things start going very slowly. You see little leaks, right, or microfractures.
Yeah, it's not instant.
But the reality is,
failure.
It's probably going to just brittle fracture, right? If there's any kind of temperature problem with it, you have to heat things up very, very slowly with certain metals, because if you heat them up or heat them cool down very quickly, they can brittle fracture. But anyways, long story short,
being a good example.
my rate that did the water stuff, especially the ELTs, and I had to cross train to them. It would never been Sean.
No, I designed pressure vessels at my very first job out of college. I didn't do the engineering, right? But I designed what the engineer gave me specs for, and I didn't mess with any.
And those would be hydrostatic tested before they even got out. They get hydrostatic tested.
Right.
Yeah. So, Sean made this error that he made before us the first time he confused isotopic ions, but Ronnie never addressed any of that, right? Ronnie's just like, oh, Steve's big fat lying poopy pants. I corrected him. He's like, I corrected Steve on what's a hydrolysis reaction and a condensation reaction. Let me tell you right here, I swear to God, people listening right now, that fucking never happened.
Just like he corrected me on the Schindler's principle.
Yeah, exactly.
Is
Hey,
this
Drag, was it about a year ago or so, maybe a little longer? You and I were having discussions, and we were actually doing some videos, and I was explaining glycosidic alpha and beta bonding.
Yeah, I still
and
have
I was
the
using
document.
condensation reaction. Yes,
I still have the PowerPoint you made from that.
Yeah, so how is it that I was able to explain a condensation reaction, which is not that fucking complicated? It forms water. And Ronnie says, "Oh, well, I had explained to you what a condensation reaction is. The fuck you did." I'm like, "What planet are you living on?"
Do you think this is an ego thing for him at this point?
I think he's like,
Or it's just he wants to be right about something.
I think he is psychotically, mentally just twisted. He is back assward. If up is down
That
to him, down
smacking
to
that
them.
he's doing like
Yes,
like
that
that
lip
smacking
smacking.
every other word is it's killing me.
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah,
said
he
what I
used to
thought it
not
was,
do
too.
that. I don't know. Maybe they changed his meds or something.
And then when he coughs, you know he's lying too. That's his tell.
Yeah, I want to play poker with him.
But I was just so funny because I mean I like his videos, right? Because every time he makes a video, it just strengthens my argument against him because he just pulls shit out of his ass that has nothing to do with what I'm saying, and then he expects everybody to go, "Oh, look at True Sure Stone Steve. He's got 12 people that agree with him in the whole fucking community. What the hell do I got to worry about?"
If he was just intellectually humble,
Three of his own personalities.
if he
Dumb,
would just
dumber,
be
and dumbest.
intellectually humble, but making these outrageous. I don't, he states stuff beyond his means. Like he says things a lot further than he understands, and then when he gets called out on it, he doubles down on the stupid. That's it.
Over the last few weeks, or I'll say the last week and a half, we've had some off-air conversation with people who are in Ronnie's camp, and it was an interesting conversation, and we were just trying to level with them. And one of the things that was mentioned was that when I'm around somebody who, for instance, was in the military, I can tell within the first 5 minutes if they were actually in the military, because if you're in the military, there are certain things that you will say, and there are certain things that you would never say. The same thing is in science. You can tell where someone is in their education, or if they've memorized a few like little neat things where they have a somewhat of an understanding of what they're talking about, but they don't have a comprehensive understanding of the topic.
Philosophy is the same way. Philosophy,
And just mentioning, Kant,
process.
yeah.
It's the Dunning-Kruger. Like honestly, like it is. It's you get to know a little information and you think you're an expert. But people that are actually experts are the ones that act or speak as if they know very little.
You got a cold, Drag?
Yeah, that's why I sound like this.
Hope
Too
you
much
get better.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not letting it,
much
deter
cum?
me too much. No, no, but no, that's why I said, you know what?
Too much acidic.
It's all right. He's just gagging on a protein shake.
I was gonna say, is 200 enough for you?
Tube steak and protein shake diet.
You know,
I'm gonna get you guys back.
I don't care what people say. I've always found a good chicken noodle soup to be really helpful.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually find some right now if my wife didn't eat it all.
But
But
that's a Jew conspiracy. Don't get on that, Brittany.
Well, the collagen in the soup helps loosen the mucus in your throat and helps you expectorate.
Yeah,
That sounded hot.
It tastes awesome. So whatever happens at that point, I'm like, whatever, that's cool. But like I told Ronnie, I was like, Ronnie, if you really think you're hot shit, dude, I can like have you come into the lab with me. Like you can sit down next to me in my genetics class. And you can take notes.
Home
Like,
hands.
Lab.
Hey, Drag, what were you saying? I cut you in the middle and said about philosophy. You were talking about meeting someone in the military and.
Oh yeah. So the stuff that Ronnie kind of throws around here, that's not how you would talk to someone who is your peer. Like if I'm talking to one of my classmates in genetics and Ronnie was trying to like butt in on the conversation, people would look at him like he has a dick on his forehead because it would have nothing to do with the topic. He's just throwing out stuff, right? And it's for anybody who actually has tutored or taught, you can find out very quickly whether someone has a strong grasp of the topic just by gauging them. And I was actually talking to another tutor who teaches, I keep saying teach, who tutors anatomy and physiology, because she was asking what my technique was on how to tutor people. And I broke it down to about a 4-step process. for her. And I wrote it down somewhere. I don't have it right here, but that's something that I did with True way back when, and that's how I came to the understanding that he doesn't actually have a comprehensive understanding of science. He does.
Yeah.
He just does not.
Yeah, and to kind of add on to that, in the Navy, we have to sign qualifications. Once you become an engineer room supervisor or engineer room supervisor, you are expected to train other people, right? And they come to you for what's called checkouts. And this is all DOD and NCR or Nuclear Regulatory Commission. It is like legal shit almost, right? You're saying that they are certified to your expectations of what they should know about the particular system. And so they would come to you and they say, hey, look, I want to know, I think I know about this, the secondary system of the condensers. And I want you to test me on it. So you have to draw it. You have to explain the pressures. You have to explain where the valves are. You explain what the set points of the valves are. You have to explain what types of valves are. You have to explain anything that I can ask for that particular system. And if I think they're qualified, I sign it.
Yeah,
Steve,
in the Army, we call it lanes.
Quick question on that, though. But you literally would have a document with, answer what you can, because I don't know. But you would have a document that would describe various scenarios and the process that you go through for remediation of those scenarios, and that's one of the methods you will train in.
Yeah, the book will have in it. Okay, for example, it would be expected to be able to draw such and such. Would be expected to explain what happens on a transient at this operating pressure. Would be expected to be able to draw the control rod drive mechanisms. Whatever it is for the checkout, it gives a detail. And
but you will know someone who's been in that environment, who understands that environment, because they will understand that process. Heavy haulers will know if someone's actually driven a lorry, because he understands the process of what you need to do to pick a trailer up, drop it off, get it to where it needs to be, the issues on the way, making sure all the things done. Does he have to weigh in here? Does he not have to weigh in there?
Plus, you can see common newbie, quote unquote, mistakes that just about everybody makes.
Yeah, I mean, when I was doing my EMT certification, we had actual EMT instructors come in and they set up stations, and so I got sent to a station in the far corner, and so the guy had a dummy and it was on a litter, and then he said, okay, start doing your assessment. And so as I was going through my assessment, he was watching my speed, where my hands were. He would ask me certain questions when I got to a certain point, or he would say, oh, you find crepitus here. What do you do? And so I would have to give him the correct response, or something at least within the realm of what crepitus was. So if I did not know what that is, I can't bullshit him. Unfortunately, I studied to the point that I knew what all the terminology was, and that I even made a joke. And I said, I was going to huh?
You have the right language. You have the right process. You have the right understanding. And I can spot someone if they're in my sort of world of IT. I can kind of work out, okay, do they know as much as they say they know? Are they in the areas that they say they are? Because I can recognize the language, the terminology, and the method.
Well, and it's not something. It's not something as simply as mistaking two terms, because people. And when you talk about chemistry, something that is an oxidizing agent and something that is oxidized are two different things, and people get them confused all the time, and I get them confused sometimes when I was first learning it. So something like that isn't the issue. But if I say that I'm going to find crepitus in an area where there are no joints, where there's all soft tissue, then they know immediately that I'm screwing that up. I don't know what that means, right? And so with Ronnie, it's kind of something similar. It's like you can only screw up or misspeak up to a certain point where people go, okay, I think you just don't understand this topic well enough to speak on it. And he doesn't have enough wherewithal to say, here's what I understand it to be. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. He can't do that. And that's very, very telling.
There is another thing that you get from people who actually know their subject. And this is very, very clear. When I've spoken to other people who do know what they're talking about, is you can actually explain it in reasonably simple terms because you understand it. If you have to go into this ridiculous, and this is part of, I think, what Ronnie's problem is I've never seen him explain something simply. to say that he can actually visualize what is going on, what he is describing.
It's so fast too, so fast.
He needs. I call it his spiel. And back when he first came on, he used to do the spiel a lot. And if you ever, if you can find an old video of his, you'll notice that and very, very early on, if you interrupted him during the spiel, he'd have to start all over. And it's something that you don't see now because he's gotten it down to the point that he can start from the middle or wherever you interrupted him and then continue on. But it was very, very obvious to me back then. He didn't know what he's talking about. And so, back even during then, he and I would try to butt heads. And then I didn't realize that he had whatever this nursing book is. I don't know what the book is, but he had memorized certain parts of it. And I hadn't gotten there with my education. I was starting from the bottom going up, and I don't study these little niche areas looking for like specific arguments. I just learn, and it just so happened to overlap with what we talk about here on G+. So it's a different dynamic where you have me learning to build a foundation to understand the human body and how it can go awry and cause cancer and kill people, where you have someone who is trying to, put on stunts and shows on the internet.
Hey, can I also point out that Ronnie also said that, Steve also had two scientists who disagree with him. When Lance Renew specifically said Ronnie was full of shit, that Ronnie was wrong, and that he didn't understand what the fuck he was talking about. And Dr. Fazrana, who I talked to, said, well, he's more polite about it, but he's just like, yeah, it's nonsense. Ronnie's doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. He fully said that, this is great and dissolve different things. And so Ronnie tries twisting these narratives. So that's why I'm going to call him Retcon Ronnie from now on, because he literally likes taking stories and then changing historically what happened. In his mind's eye, Lance, Drag's friend, who said 5,000 times, Ronnie, you're wrong, you're an idiot. This is, take my whole fucking quote in context. He has to change that narrative because he has that 12 people that actually buy into his bullshit, because there's not that many more than that. I can name literally, well, how many people that agree with him? Was it maybe a dozen? Is it any more than that?
If it is, I'd be surprised.
Yeah.
I mean, there are people.
He's got no following.
To the point of Ronnie's understanding, there are people who used to watch Ronnie who have come to us to get an understanding of science. And that's one of the reasons why we kept asking people, what have you learned from Ronnie? What have you actually obtained as far as knowledge? And so far I've gotten, they've learned about ID. I think that was the furthest that we've gotten. And some people are very honest and said they don't go to him to learn science. So I think that while he is upset with us nitpicking him sometimes and pointing out some of the things that he says wrong, if he's trying to provide education and to edify Christians, he should be able to teach them, because I can show you my inbox right now where people have thanked me for the stuff that I've offered them. Even in my undergrad, the little that I know has been able to help people understand science more. And mind you, a lot of that comes from me discussing it with Christians who are knowledgeable in science.
Yeah, I get a lot of people as well that have said, Steve, we're glad that you have this channel. We may not always understand the topic, but when when you guys at least talk about it, we at least understand it better than what they would have explained it to them, right? And if anybody's come to me to the side and say, I would like to, off air or something to explain this, we'll do it, right? Yeah. Any one of us will. Good night, Jade.
We need to mention what Han Solo said in the side chat.
Oh yeah, okay. Let me make some announcements. First of all, G-Man still said he's still supposed to do this day. I think it's today that he said he's supposed to make a video on this whole DNA and dissolving in water and thing. He says, quote, he says, he basically, I'm not going to quote it verbatim, but he basically said that he agrees DNA dissolves in water, but not pure water. Wrap your head around that, Drag. I know, just let it explode. Did you see that comment he made?
That's mind-boggling.
Mind-boggling stupid.
I went to say mind-boggling.
I like that. Yeah, so G-Man doesn't even know what the fuck the topic's about.
I'm going to explain that to him later this week when I see him. I'm going to explain, break it down.
You guys are still going to see, because I saw that video he made where he was like, I don't want to see you anymore. He made a video that he doesn't see you
gets hyped. Don't believe that.
Oh my gosh, you guys don't know what you're talking about. Of course, DNA dissolves in water. I'm like, shit, G-Man.
Can I ask a quick chemistry question?
Well, sure, but hang on. Let me mention this first because General Han Solo is waiting. Okay, so G-Man and Gen Han Solo have a debate. G-Man called him out And this is a stunt by G-Man because G-Man just does this shit, right? Waste of time, which is could be waste of General's time. But General, when is the hangout and what's it about?
All I did was commented on his video saying I accept, and in the video G-Man wanted me, Fiona, and like 6 other so-called Christians to debate him. But I said I accept, and I only need myself and a moderator. But I haven't received any word.
So you're supposed to show that he's not Christian according to his position?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's the topic?
Well, yeah. The topic is I'm actually concluding or making a declarative statement. G-Man is genuinely not a Christian after seeing his behavior. Okay. And I'm going to use the debate challenge video itself as evidence for my claim, because even in the debate challenge video itself, he showed no humility, and he used, even though he may, I was talking to Heavy about this earlier, even though he may approach it as like a WWE sort of mentality, but to use phrases like body bags, make you feel terrible and blah, 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 like he needs to prove a point.
Right.
That is not Christ-like behavior. You won't find that
are you gonna
in
go
any of the
nuts?
apostles' attitudes in the New Testament.
General, are you going to go?
I want your comments on that before y'all move away from Tina.
Yeah, I just want to add something to this as well.
Yeah, you go first.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. So the most important thing to realize when you're debating this topic with G-Man is you have to understand what his definition of a Christian is. Okay.
Exactly.
And his definition. I'll tell you exactly what his definition of the Christian is. It is someone who is born again, not in the flesh, but in the spirit. Okay. Essentially, someone who is living with the spirit of Christ inside of them. That is the definition of a Christian. Because that way, when he debates with someone who's an atheist, they'll ask, like, okay, let me ask you a question. Do you believe that you had the Spirit of God living inside you, and when you were a Christian? And they'll say, well, no, because I don't believe that there was a Spirit of God. They say, okay, well, then you never were a Christian because you never had that Spirit. Right. So he works within that definition of Christian. So in order for the only definition of a Christian that he's going to accept is one that has the Spirit living inside him. And so you have to approach the conversation from there. And I'm sure that there's scripture that you can support that through his actions you can demonstrate that he's not acting in the case of the Spirit within him.
You know that falls right into the Bible's lap, because John himself says to test the spirits. So
yeah, this is. I'm going to reiterate what
that is in G-Man. I'm going to respond back by saying, all right, let me test that spirit of yours.
Go ahead, Xbox.
No, I was going to reiterate what Saka. He almost was going to say what I was going to say is, anytime you approach that you're not a Christian thing, you know what I mean? I know you know the true Scotsman fallacy. You're going to have to really pin down what the definition is that you're going to work with. Because I hate when they go around just saying this person's not a Christian, that person's not a Christian. They're, according to the Bible, they're not a Christian. Well, under some definitions, you know what I mean? I could say I'm a Christian. So you really need to pin him down. Be really explicit on the definition that you both agree on, and then show that he's not following that.
The problem you're going to run into is that G-Man doesn't actually debate. G-Man just does a show, and you have to take that into account when you do this kind of debate with him, because he's not going to listen to your argument. He's not going to care what your argument is. He already has a script out. Right? He doesn't engage with the other person.
I think I find it interesting that. I'm surprised that I'm picked out. Like I wasn't expecting him to get so emotional about it, especially calling me on it.
His ego.
Well, it's part of a lot of us atheists kind of revering you as a source of knowledge, and I think the tipping point kind of too with Fiona deferring to you then to Hogtie over G-Man. I think that speaks droves. I mean, if you want to use that as well, look how offended he was at the fact that that Fiona would go to a non-Catholic, but then go to you, and then go to an atheist, and then specifically say that she would never go to G-Man.
Maybe G-Man was butthurt.
That's 100% what it is you are reasonable. When a non-believer says something reasonable, you address that. You acknowledge that it was reasonable. You will take information from someone that's not a a believer, and in some instances, you might even listen to a non-believer over what someone like G-Man says, because you're acknowledging which one is more reasonable.
Yeah,
That's
what it is
issue
too.
for him.
You don't have to agree with General, but General, would you say that the most of the people that come into my hangouts are reasonable people?
Yeah, I mean, why do you think you have so many likes every video?
Well, that's what I just explained. I just literally explained to C Brown. I'm like, look at C Brown. I get a lot of viewers. A lot of people like to come into my hangouts. I have a good reputation. If I was lying left and right, these people wouldn't be sticking around. If you could find one instance of me twisting your words on purpose, yes, people could be taken out of context. It happens. But when you have somebody like Steve Brown, who one doesn't know the topics, two has a phone that has the shittiest speech to text that I've ever fucking seen, and he's just a babbling, incoherent idiot to begin with, I do my best to try to parse things out, but it's very difficult. Okay,
Being honest and the reasonableness goes a long way on here. You can say some of the most ridiculous things, but if you're being honest about it, and someone's correcting you or telling you where they see something wrong, so you're being reasonable and listening, you'll get the views, you'll get the people that like it, you'll get more conversations going.
And we all get corrected. Everybody who's ever been in this hangout has been corrected on something. Nobody's exempt from correction. That's why we have such a strong hangout, because when we are wrong, which happens, we go fuck.
Even if
not literally, but we do.
This is my charitability stuff. But even if a flat earther were to come in here, and you've seen me talk on my channel with them and stuff, even arcane crap. If I can come across one that's actually being reasonable and being honest about their position, everybody will enjoy that conversation.
So just I gotta take off here, but before I leave, I just want to point out that I was right about everything earlier.
Of course.
Me,
don't drop
me and Mark have made up. Don't worry, we're not angry at each other. And
was there touching involved?
Yes, there was.
Okay.
And if anybody has any complaints about anything that I said earlier in the hangout or my position on anything, my inbox isn't working right now, so just forward it to Steve McRae, and he'll make sure I get it.
Sure.
Hey, Sokka, did you hear me? Do you think you'll be around Monday, around 6 p.m. Central?
No, man, I only get to do this stuff in the week. Oh, wait, no, it's a holiday, right? It's isn't it a holiday? It's a holiday for me. I don't know. I'll have to see if like Monday to Friday. That's when I get like. I play chauffeur for all my kids after school activities and stuff.
Yeah. No pressure on it, because it's just going to be a small hangout. I'm having it either way.
Wait, your hangout's tomorrow, Xbox?
It's tomorrow Monday. I don't know what today is.
No, tomorrow's Sunday.
Hey, do we know who sniped Antonio's hangout?
No idea. I just heard about it.
No, I don't know.
I'm asking.
Jimmy Stevens.
Blame the atheist. It had to be the atheist.
It happened sometime after I left, and like some of them have insinuated that I had something to do with it or godless or whatever.
They're all fucking idiots.
This whole thing, did I mention it to you, Steve? Just last week, I said it a little bit earlier. I get messages from Antonio one day just accusing me, just asserting. I gave the link. He's like, you gave the link out, and snipers came in and sniped our hangout. I'm like, I don't even know what fucking hangout you're talking about. I don't go around giving links out without asking people. And it ended up back and forth, and that I'm being banned from any hangout he's in. And when in that hangout, he called me. That Sokka mentioned about having Darwin's in there, and then he eventually got kicked too.
Mm-hmm.
I go in there, and it's just this roundabout rambling stuff. And when he can't even keep up with his incoherency of how he arrived that I was the one that gave the links out. He wanted me to defend my innocence.
Yeah, no.
He had nothing against me except his assertion.
Antonio doesn't know how to argue properly. His mind is back-ass words.
No, this was Brojo.
Oh, well, Brojo's 10,000 times even worse.
Yeah. No.
He just makes bullshit out of his ass. All right, I gotta end this. So okay, because I gotta end this. Tomorrow's Easter, so I will not be online tomorrow. I am actually gonna just say, you know what? No computer tomorrow. So I'm going to avoid all hangouts tomorrow, all conversation. I think we need to all kind of take a break. And I think Sunday, spend it with your families and stuff like that. But I do want to thank everybody who watched this hangout. I think we had a great discussion. I think that it was much more productive than other hangouts, especially like Antonio's bringing on pro-choicers or whatever. I think we all kind of reached a consensus a little bit of what certain things need to be done to have the problem with abortion taken care of. Because I mean, nobody goes around saying that we want to have abortions, right? Except for people that make money for it. But yeah, I'll give you a link for off air. But yeah. I do want to thank the people that supported this channel, especially today. I mean, Sarah, that was just too kind of you to donate. I mean, you donated like $130. That's sweet.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And then Annabelle, $20. I don't expect things like that. I don't even want things like that, to be honest with you.
Annabelle wants a dick pic too. She donates over $10.
I'll get her a dick pic. Won't be mine. But I mean, but I wouldn't mind
if mine this time again. Jesus.
But I wouldn't mind if like people like the topics going on and they want something read. $1 here, $2 there. I'm cool with that. I mean, that's what I think the super chat should be for. $1, $2, $5, but 100 is a little bit much. But I do appreciate it very much. So.
Hey, don't be so humble. You're giving a product. It's not like you're not doing nothing for that.
It's a good deal.
I appreciate it. I mean, I got to tell you, I'm not lying. Making videos is not as easy as it fucking sounds, people.
Mm-hmm.
Even that 1 minute and 30-second video took probably most of the day because I have to go find the stuff, record the stuff. I record the stuff multiple times because I actually gave it to Hannah to check out. She's like, Steve, your voice sounds really bad, whatever. I re-recorded the whole thing.
Hey, but you just doing these hangouts even like this and keeping the control, keeping it around the topic, even if it's not directly on the topic, but around it, and keeping it in control so the conversation is good, that has value.
I want to have this to be the go-to place. It is expanding. We have gotten over 530 people so far in the Great Debate community, give or take. That's a lot. It is actually officially, not including people that just kind of randomly see us. I'm kind of hoping that this year we do pick up the pace and get some more people coming in. So if you don't want to, if you are somebody who's not worried about doxing yourself, people that use your own name, share these things, put them on your Facebook. Just put links to my Great Debate thing or to my YouTube channel on your Facebook and just say, hey, come join the discussion. If we have 500 people and even 100 of them did it, that's a lot of new people to get in the community. It's not just to add more revenue. It's the fact that I like to have more people in the discussion. Right. So anyways, I'm going to end this hangout here in about 20 seconds. I just want to thank again, Annabelle there. Thank you very much for your donation and Sarah, and you guys make great mods. I appreciate the fact that you guys will keep the trolls away, and they've kind of been coming back lately. So it's not your guys' fault, obviously, but you guys have been playing Whack-A-Troll. So I appreciate you doing it for me. And with that, I am going to say goodnight, and I will see you guys Monday.